Hey everyone, welcome back. Today we are diving into building a full stack Next.js social media application. Get ready to create a smooth sign up experience first, where you can join using Facebook, Google, or just a username. All thanks to Clerk.js. For our database, we are using Supabase, which is a robust solution for building SQL-based applications. Plus, I will make sure our database stays perfectly in sync with Clerk users. I will let you know how you can build your own webhooks for this purpose.
In our main app, you will find a button to switch between light and dark mode. I will also show you how to make your own theme to keep your app looking great no matter the mode. For beautiful components, we will be using the ant design here. Imagine this: a tidy menu on left, a lively feed of posts in the middle, and a dynamic trend sections on the right that keep you in the loop on what's popular on your application. And don't miss out on those interesting follow suggestions. Moving on, you can share your thoughts with posts where we are featuring images, videos, and hashtags, all adding to the trend section as well. For storing the media like images, videos, we will integrate the Cloudray, which is a great service to serve your media files fast across the globe. Under this, we have a feed of posts. You will learn how to implement the technique of data fetching on scroll, also known as infinite scroll. We will be using the combination of React Query, Prisma, and Supabase for achieving this. Further, you can connect with others by liking, unliking, and commenting on posts. Let's get those conversations going on. And let's not forget about your profile page. Customize your banner, show off your posts, and keep track of your followers and followings easily. Best of all, our app will look great on any kind of screen, which will deliver a smooth experience for everyone. Get ready to create your own social media masterpiece. Here we are in a blank VS Code directory. To follow this project, the only requirement is you must have Node.js installed in your machine. If you don't have it already, then it's very simple to install Node.js. Simply go to your browser and write download Node.js. Go to this first link and simply follow these instructions and you are good to go then. I have already installed a Node.js in my machine. You can verify the installation by going to your terminal. To open the terminal in the VS Code, you can press Ctrl+J and here write node-v. So in my machine, the version of Node is 20.10.0. Okay. Now first we have to spin up the blank Next.js project. To spin up a blank Next.js project, you simply have to put this command npx create next app latest and hit the enter button. It will ask some simple question. First of them is what is your project name? So our project name is, let's suppose, Social Hope YouTube. And would you like to use the TypeScript? No, for this project we will not be using TypeScript. And then simply press the enter button for all the other questions like yes, we would be using the ESLint. No, we will not use the Tailwindcss. We will not use the src directory, which is an old method of writing the Next.js. And of course, we will be using the app router and then again hit the enter button. Now it's going to install some essential dependencies to start up your project. All dependencies are installed successfully. So what we can do, right click on this Social Hope YouTube and click on this reveal in file explorer. Okay, and close your previous VS Code instance, go into this folder and here right click and open with code. Here we are in our new Next.js project. To run this project, simply write npm run dev, hit the enter button. Okay, our local development server is started on port number 3000. So just press the control button and click on this link. And here is our newly created Next.js project. Now we have to remove all this extra stuff. So for doing this, again go to your VS Code and follow my instructions. Open this app folder Inside the app folder, you would find the layout.js, you would find the page.js and page.module.css. Let's clear them one by one. First of all, remove all the content of page.module.css, press Ctrl S and see in the browser all the styling is gone now. Similarly, go to the page.js, and in the page.js, what I'm gonna do, I will remove this div. Okay, let's remove it up to here, and here I'm gonna write subscribe ZAINKEEPSCODE. Let's see in the browser, and yep, all content is removed. Still there is some styling in global.css, so click this file and remove all the content from there as well. Now our project is completely empty. Our next step will be to install the Ant design in our project. So for doing this, let's open the terminal, and here is our server running, and I have opened a new instance of terminal by clicking this plus button, and here write npm I. We have to install the specific version of the Ant design. So Ant at the rate version 5.11.5. So let's wait for the installation. Okay, so Ant design installation is completed. The other two things that we need with Ant design are, we have to install Ant design CSS in JS. So for installing this, write npm I Ant design into CSS in JS at the rate version 1.18.0, and we will need an other package. Let me copy the name of package. So the name is Ant design happy work theme, and of course we have to install a specific version, so I will be using the 1.0.0. Let's hit the enter button and wait for the installation. Okay, so our all packages are installed successfully. If I go to my package.json here you can see all these three packages are installed now. Now let's set up this Ant design in our project. You can go to the documentation as well to learn more about the Ant design. But here in this project, we will be taking a quick approach, and I will be guiding you how you can set up it quickly. Let's close all the files here and open our layout.js, which is inside the app folder. So inside the layout.js, just inside this body tag, wrap up the children's in a new component, and the name of component is styled component registry. Actually it's styled component registry. Let's make it as a closing component and wrap our children inside this, so it would look like this. Now we have to define this component. So along with the app directory, I will be making a new directory with the name lib. Here we will write all the library functions and imports. So in this, I will be making a new file on registry.jsx. Actually, it's a necessary step to make Ant design working perfectly with the Next.js. So here I am pasting some code. You don't need to go in detail of this code because this is originally provided by the Ant design documentation. You can find it here. If I go to the Google and write Ant design with Next.js, and here usage with Next.js, you can find all this code here. So I have just copy and pasted from their website, and it is all working like a charm. So by the way, we have mentioned here that it's a use client, means it's a client side rendering. And in Next.js, when you are wrapping something inside a client side component, it doesn't mean that all of your children are going to be rendered on client side. Okay, Next.js handles it perfectly. You can still write server side components as a children of client side components. So let's import this styled components registry. I have pressed the Ctrl plus space, and here is the auto import suggestion from the VS Code, and just accept it. And here it is. Save it and save this as well. Okay, what's next? When we're gonna start our social media application development, the primary thing would be to provide a secure authentication flow for a user. So of course, for the authentication, we will be using the Clerk.js as I mentioned in the intro of the video. So let's go to the Clerk.js website. If you do not have an account, then create one. Otherwise, you can simply log in as I did and go to your dashboard. Okay, currently I am on my previous project that I made for the YouTube.
So now here I'm gonna make a new application, create application. If you are using Clerk.js for the first time, then by default it will ask you for a new application. Okay, in our social platform, we will be providing the authentication by email, username, by Google, and by Facebook. And let's suppose the application name is Social Hope YouTube, right? Let's create the application. So on this page, Clerk is guiding us how to integrate this in our application. So let's do all of these steps step by step. Of course, on the first we have to install the Clerk Next.js package. Copy this and in our terminal, I'm making a new terminal here and paste the command. And we have to install a specific version of Clerk Next.js because when I made this project, I was using a little bit earlier version, and at the time of recording they have released a new one. So to avoid any kind of conflict, we're gonna use the same version of Clerk, which is 4.27.2. Yeah, let's hit the enter button and wait for its installation. It's installed now. Next we have to set the environment variables. Let's copy this as well and make a new file in our root directory with the name of .env.local and paste this. So first is our Clerk publishable key and the next one is client secret key. Let's save this. Along with this we have to make the 4 variables as well. The first variable name is Clerk public Clerk sign in URL. Okay, Clerk sign in URL. We need to do this to specify our paths of sign in and sign up. So for this I'm just copy and pasting it quickly from my code base like this. You can also do the same procedure. Next, public Clerk sign in URL, sign up URL, Clerk after sign in and after sign up. As simple as this. Let's save this, go to our Clerk dashboard and see. Now we have to make a middleware.ts. Again, just copy this file and in our root directory make a new file with the name of middleware.ts, but as we are using the JavaScript for this, so just simply write .js and paste this as well. Save this and again go to the dashboard. Okay, here they are guiding us how you can make a default Clerk authentication page. But as you know, for this project we're gonna make a personalized according to our theme sign-in page. So we have to go with a different approach. If I go to our deployed version, you can see our authentication page seems little bit different. It's all customized according to our requirements. Similarly, the sign up page. So how we can do the same thing, I will let you know step by step. Let's close this middleware and .env. In the layout.js, import the Clerk provider wrapper. So our Clerk authentication should be applied all over the application. It's very simple. The Clerk provider would be imported from the Clerk Next.js package. You can also import from .suggestion as I did. Format the code and save this. In the browser, here you can see now there is an issue with our Clerk middleware. Let's see how we can fix this issue. If I go to my middleware.js, okay, as I said, they have released a newer version of the Clerk.js and these configurations are from the newer version and I am using a little bit earlier version. So what I'm going to do, I will remove this export default Clerk middleware from here and we have to write something like this, the auth middleware, and of course this auth middleware should be imported from the Clerk as well. So if I hit the control plus space in front of auth middleware, it will give me an auto suggestion from the Next.js and yeah, here it is saying it is imported from the @Clerk Next.js. Let's save this. Now it's looking okay to me and yeah, everything seems fine now. Open the localhost 3000 and it is going to the sign in URL, which is a default behavior that if you are not authenticated, then Clerk would redirect you to the sign in page. And as of now, sign is doesn't exist in our application, therefore it is saying 404. Everything correct now. Let's make these sign in and sign up pages now in our application. So if I open the app directory here, I would make a new folder with the name sign in.
Inside the sign in, I will again make a new folder with the name like this, sign in, and inside this I will make a page.jsx. As you know, this is called the dynamic routing in the Next.js. By the way, there should be the 3 dots and I made only 2, so let's add one more dot here. Okay, so these are the dynamic routes in the Next.js. How they work: let's suppose if someone writes localhost/sign in, then they will go to the sign in page. Even if they write sign in slash page1.jsx or page 2, page 3, any random page, but the parent is sign in, so they will be redirected to the Clerk sign in page. You can read more about this by go to Next.js website. If I write Next.js dynamic routes, here you see the first link, dynamic routes. Click here and you have to switch to the app router documentation, and in this documentation, if you see this one, optional catch all segments, that's exactly what we are using here. It is giving an example, a very simple and logical example. If someone has set the folder directory like app into shop and then this dynamic route with the page.js, and he writes in browser only slash shop, it will be redirected to this page.js. And in addition to this, if someone writes shop slash clothes, shop slash clothes slash tops, means if he's making additional routes but the parent one is shop, so he would be redirected to the page.js. Similarly, we have used the same feature in our page.jsx. Write rafc for the fat React error function and give this the name as sign in page. Instead of this default text, here should be the sign in component from the Next.js. It's a self-closing component like this. Let's save this, and similarly we have to make a route for the sign up. It's exactly the same thing. You just have to write sign up, and inside this make a new folder with same curly braces, 3 dots, sign up, brackets close. Actually these are the scare brackets, not the curly braces. And here write page.jsx rafce sign up page, and instead of this default text write sign up component from next Clerk next. Okay, save this and see in the browser. Here you see this is a beautiful default component of Clerk. But of course we have to make the custom layout of our authentication page. We will not be using this predefined UI. So let's see how we can make a custom layout like this. Let's focus on organizing our code as well. So for that, here I am making a new folder and giving it a name of small bracket auth. So it will be just a hypothetical route inside Next.js which would not affect our URL, means which would not be affecting our navigation, but it's just for the better code management. I will move our sign in and sign up routes inside the auth folder. Okay, I think it should be done like this and move. Yeah, see the application. Now it is not detecting the route. These are here. Okay, the problem is it has removed the parent directories of sign in and sign up. So let me fix it quickly. I will make a new folder with the name sign in, and this folder of dynamic route should be inside the sign in. And similarly for the sign up, here I would make a parent directory again like this, sign up, and this dynamic route should be inside the sign up. Okay, so this should be the structure. Inside the auth folder there should be the sign in folder in which there should be a dynamic route and then page.jsx. Similarly for the sign up. Now let's see in the browser, it's again working. Okay, next focus on our making the custom layout of authentication. Close all of these files, and here in the parent of auth I will be making a new file with the name of layout.jsx, rafce, and I will be giving it a name of auth layout. As you know, layouts always receive some children as the original component of the page, and I will be rendering the children here. Just for the testing purpose, I will also render a span as well. So span layout text. Let's save this, and in the browser it is saying layout text. That means our layout is working fine. Now we have to write the CSS to make it all working as we have on our deployed version. Okay, before moving to the CSS part, if you see closely here, I am seeing a little bit space between the corner of my screen and the original content. Why? Because it's a default behavior of an HTML body. To fix this and make all of things from scratch here in the globals.css, I will make some initial stylings by targeting the star, which means for all the elements, make the box sizing as border box, padding 0, and margin also 0. After this, for the HTML and for the body tag, make the max width as 100 view width, the overflow x hidden, and the color scheme as dark. Save this, and yeah, here you see now our background is having the black color by default, and there is no distance between our content and the corner of screen. Okay, it should be on 100% like this. After this, on the root directory, I will be making a new folder with the name of styles, in which I will place all of my CSS files, and the first file gonna have the name of auth layout.css. But wait, these simple.css files would make a lot of difficulties for us when we're gonna use our React reusable components. We have to make the specific stylings for each component. For this, we use a very beautiful convention of module in CSS. Okay, you can specify like this dot module dot css, and now when you specify a class name, it will automatically add a unique key in front of each class name so that it would not be reused by any other component. Ultimately, there is no more headache of generating the new class names every time. Fix a typo here as well. I made a spelling wrong, and it should be auth layout like this. Make this attached to the right side of our screen, and similarly the global CSS should be in this part and our layout.jsx on the left. It would make it all very easier to maintain. Before writing the further JSX, if you notice one thing, on the sign in page, our page title is not correct. It is saying create next step. It should be saying something like sign in or authentication. So for fixing this, on the very top, I will use a very beautiful feature of Next.js, which is making the metadata on the page. So I will make the title of this as authentication. Save this, and here you see now it is saying authentication, a very cool feature, very handy feature for the best SEO results. Okay, now finally come to our JSX part, right? First, let's make the wrapper. And if I go to my deployed version, you can clearly see that there is a right side of this page and the left side. In the left side, we have all of our features of sign in and sign up, and on the right side we have this beautiful image, a kind of branding image. For this purpose, I will divide my JSX in two parts, the left side and right side. But before doing this, we should import the CSS as well. Import CSS from the top directory, and then inside the styles we have auth layout.module.css. Yeah, inside the wrapper, make a container. Why this container? Because here you see this is the white box. Okay, I am saying this complete box as the container. Now we will be dividing this as left side of the container and the right side of the container. See here, we have the left side and the right side. And in the left side, we need the authentication features. So here I would render the children. So ultimately it will render the clerk component here. And in the right side, we have to import the image. So first of all, from the next image, make the alt as authentication, and for the src, I would say inside the images folder take the auth.svg, but it is .png, not the svg, and the width should be 400 with the height of 800, and just remove this for now and give it a quality of 100. But at this point we are having nothing inside our public folder. There is no such image available like auth.png. So what I'm gonna do, I am deleting this folder for now and pasting a new public folder from our source code. You can also do the same thing. I will provide the source code link in the description, and you can simply paste this public folder as well. Okay, I have to drag it somewhere else. Let me drag it again, copy the folder here. Inside this folder now we have all the media images that we need to make this project, right? And inside the auth.png, this is the image. This is exactly what we require. Save this, and here you see this beautiful image and this component. Of course we have not written any css, so it's not looking perfect, but from the JSX point of view, I think we have done all the things. Now finally open our auth layout.module. Let's target our wrapper first. I will give it a minimum width of 100 view width. Similarly for the height, I will give it a 100 view height. The background, we have a very beautiful light orange color in the background. This is the code of that color. And then display flex, align item center, justify content center, C. Yep. Now after this wrapper, we will have the container, which is this one, okay, which is actually divided in the left and right side. First give it a minimum width of 85 view height, because you know it is having height smaller than the wrapper. If I go deployed version, here you see this is the height of our container, and wrapper is having the height of total screen size. And for the width, I will give it a width of 90% of total wrapper. The background is, yeah, you know it right, white. The border radius of 20%, so a little bit roundy, with the box shadow. I am just simply copy and pasting the value of box shadow. Display flex, overflow hidden. Save this and see here. I think there is something wrong. It should not be percent but pixels. Yeah, now it's looking correct. Okay, target our left side first, and inside the left side we have our authentication component. For that, make it a flex 1.1 with the display flex, line item center, justify content center. And now for the right side, make the flex as 0.9. okay, so 1.1 means left side would have the width of almost 51%, and here 0.9 means right side would have almost 49% width. Now display flex, align item center, justify content center, and the background color. Here you see the background color, this one. This is our primary color of the application. This is our theme color, and I don't want to write the color code of this again and again. So we can use the variables feature of our global CSS. After this body, here make the root element and define the primary color. Just copy and paste this from our source code like this, save this, and now here write primary, save this. Yeah, go to our browser. Here it is having this beautiful orange color. This image is still not looking correct. Let's see why it's not looking correct. The height is looking a little bit long, so I should try with the 480. And yeah, now it's exactly same. It's time to modify this predefined authentication component from Clerk.js. Go to your Clerk dashboard. Okay, yeah, this one is your Clerk dashboard. go to the settings. Inside the settings, here you can upload the logo of your project. Click on this. Here is the logo. Again, for the fav icon, click on this and see on the application. If I refresh, now it should contain our logo. Here on the top, it started appearing now. For more, this blue color in this auth component is not looking right. We have to fix this. So I will open our layout.js. You can also open by the same method by pressing Ctrl+P in the VS Code, and it will open this command line on the top. And here you can write the name of file and it will open from your project directory. Okay. Inside the layout.js, in the Clerk provider, pass some props. So the prop name is appearance, and for the sign in component, I will define the variable, and the variable is color primary like this, and same thing for the sign up. Yeah, save this, and here you see the color of these things are now changed and it's looking completely perfect for our application. The next customization that I need, this logo should be a little bit bigger in size, and this is looking too much, the box shadow. We have to fix this. But the problem is we can't do this in our auth layout.module.css. Why we can't do this? Because the CSS files for this component is generated by the Clerk. And when you write something inside the module.css, it adds a special unique key which is only identified by your project, right? Therefore, we can't use the module for just for the clearance. If I inspect any element, here you see these classes CL card, CL sign up start, these are defined by the Clerk. And if I inspect on our element, here you see auth layout, and there is the special key, unique special key that is generated by modular CSS. This don't gonna work with the Clerk component. So what we're gonna do, inside our global CSS, which is not the modular file, we can target the authentication component and then we will modify it. So after this root element, here I will say CL logo image, which is the Clerk logo image, and for that one make the width 9 rem and the height 3 rem. After this I will target the CL card with the Clerk card, and for this make the box shadow none. And now I see, yeah, now it's looking perfectly fine, our logo size and the box shadow. Now you know we have enabled the sign in by Facebook and sign in by Google, but these would not work by default just by enabling them on the Clerk. You have to do some settings in your Google Cloud Console and on your Facebook profile settings, right? So I'm gonna give you the explanation how you can set up your Google Cloud for making the authentication while using the Clerk. You can use the same steps with the Facebook by reading their very clear documentation, but you can do it by yourself. I'm gonna only explain the Google one. Okay, so in our Clerk dashboard, if I go to user and authentication, here we have the social connections, right? In front of the social connections, we have enabled the Google and Facebook, and in front of each connection, we have this gear icon to open up the settings. Click on this and then click here, use custom credentials. Now we have to fill these fields. You can learn by their documentation as well by clicking on this link, and here they will guide you step by step process how to do this, but let me explain you very quickly. Here I will search for the Google Cloud. Click on this Google Cloud Computing Services, and on the top you have the console. If you have not already signed up, then on the first it will ask you for the sign up, and it's very simple. Here I will make a new project, and for this project I will give it the name of Social Hope YouTube. Click on the create button and it is creating this. Just give it a second. Click on the select project, and now our project is Social Hop YouTube. Okay, in the documentation, let's close this. Here you see first they are asking to go to the APIs and services sections. So in the sidebar we have the APIs and services. Click on this credentials, and here click on the create credentials button, and from here select the OAuth client ID. It will give you a warning to create a OAuth client ID. You must first configure your consent screen. So yeah, configure the consent screen. Click on this external and create. You have to fill out these basic informations. What's your application name, social hope, your address, this one, the logo. We can upload the logo from the downloads. Here's the logo. And okay, just leave this like this and save and continue. Okay, create. Okay, here it is saying the developer contact information. Add your primary email address like this, save and continue. Here it is asking for the scopes of permissions. Just click on save and continue. For the test users, I will add my some IDs of Google for the test users. And here is the complete summary. Just click on back to the dashboard. Okay, here it is giving the proper information that you are currently in the testing mode and these are your test users and all the information. Again, click on the credentials. And here click on create credential, OAuth client ID, the application type, web application, and the name is social hope. And here you have to give the authorized direct URIs. Click on the add URI. And if you go to your Clerk dashboard, here it is giving the authorized redirect UI. Click on this, copy and paste it here. Now if you click on the create button, it will give you a client ID and client secret. Simply copy this from here, paste the client ID here, and again the client secret, it should be pasted here. Then simply click on this save button. This is all done from the Google verification side. Of course, when you're gonna hit the public when you're gonna hit the publish mode, then you may have to submit the form to Google in which you will describe that what's your application is about, what it's doing. All of the information you would be sending them in a video or in a kind of letter, but that's a later step. Just close this for now and continue on our Clerk authentication. Go to our application. I will refresh the page and I will choose continue with Google for now. My this account, continue. Then it is asking me the username. I will give the username of Zen. Continue. Here I am in my application, which is saying subscribe ZAINKEEPSCODE. It is the home page of our application. Now this is a very interesting thing to do. If I go to my page.js, which is my main application page, and here if I write user button, which is again a component from the Clerk Next.js, if I save it and go to my browser, here you can see a beautiful button. Okay, this is the predefined component from Clerk. So it is also giving the option for the sign out. You can also manage your account where it is giving all the basic information about your account. You can connect an other email. You can see your active devices, password, all of these things are here. But first let's see how we can do a sign out. So on the user button, I will give a parameter after sign out URL. After sign out, I will love to go our sign in page, right? So click on this again, click on sign out. Here I am on our sign in page. Sometimes there is an issue with Clerk.js that it redirects us to somewhere else on the sign out. Means it's the domain of Clerk.js, but it's not our predefined layout. So you just hit the Ctrl+Shift+R and all things will be fixed like this. Let's do the sign in again. We are in our application. If we go to the deployed version, the first thing that we have to make now is to set up our theme. Okay, if we closely see, there is a button to switch between the light and dark mode, right? And when I am switching between these modes, there are two major transitions in the color of website. The first color is this dark background color, which is the pure black. When I switch it to the light mode,
it converts into the gray, and when I switch it to the dark mode, it turns into the pure black. Similarly, the second major color is this box color, which is a kind of bluish black color, right? When I am on the dark mode, it is giving us this bluish black color, and when I am switching to light mode, it is converting into the pure white color. So we have to keep in mind this setting, and now we're gonna set up our theme in the application. Let's see how we can do this. Okay, in our main app directory, I'm gonna make a new hypothetical route, which is the app. So in the app folder, we're gonna manage all of our routes that are only accessible after doing a proper authentication. Okay, in the app, the first thing that we have to make is the layout.jsx, as we made in our auth folder, and then of course there would be a page.jsx as well, which would be our main page. Here write RAFCE, and let's say it as similarly go to the layout.jsx, write RAFCE and give it a name of home layout. Okay, for making the dark and light mode, I will be using the React context hook. As we know, all the layouts except the children, that gonna be the actual content of the page. So here I will render this content like this, children, and then our complete application would be enclosed in the context provider. So I am saying the name as settings context provider, and then make the closing tag at the end of our file like this, and then we have to make this file settings context provider. In the root directory, I'm making a new folder with the name context, and inside this one another folder with the name settings for specifically settings context provider. Let's make the settings context.js, make it as a client component, and then import the create context and use context from React. So here I have imported a create context and similarly use context. The next thing, I have to make an instance of create context. So export const settings context would be equal to create context, and inside this one I am just giving a blank object. Then let's export this. So export const use settings context, it's gonna be equal to a fat reactor function with the const context equal to use context, and inside the use context I am giving our settings context, and then the normal method of making the provider throw new error. So if someone is using this context outside of the context provider, it will throw this error. Okay, return context. Okay, let's have a review of this file. First we have imported the create context and use context from React, then I have made an instance of the context, and then I am returning this context and saying that if it is used outside of the provider, then throw this error, otherwise use this. Save this, and now we have to make the second file, which would be the actual provider of this context. So provider.js, we can simply keep it as js for now. Here again use the use client, and I have imported the use state and settings context from our relative directory, and export const settings context provider. Let's define the state of our settings. So let's say it as settings set settings, this gonna be equal to the use state, and here I am putting our first setting, which is the theme color. So by default it should be the light theme, and on return settings context dot provider, the value should be equal to our newly made settings and set settings, then the children, and let's close this component. Okay, I think I have made a typo here. Let's recap this file again. First we have imported the use state from React and the settings context from our relative file, which is this one, and then we have made a state to persist the state of dark and light theme, and then in the provider we are providing this value so that these two values would be accessible through any component that are under the app route which we have made here. And then we are simply enclosing all of our application around this context. Go to our layout.jsx again, and in front of the settings context provider, press Ctrl plus space and it will give you the art suggestion. Just accept it and save this. To test this out, I will delete our previous page file because now we have made another page.jsx in our hypothetical app route. So let's remove this page.js from here, and now it will be using this page.jsx for the authenticated users. Okay, now here let's import our context that we can import, like import within the settings we have these structures, the theme, and then use settings context. Let's do this, save it, and let's first see if the main page is rendering correct or not. Okay, if I refresh my application, it is giving an error that use settings context is not a function. And the error is because we are trying to use the use context in a server side component, because all the pages in Next.js are by default server side rendered, and we are using the React hook inside a server component which is not supported. So just for testing our use context, I am making it a client component just for now. I know we have to remove the use client for our main page, but let's just see what happens if I use the use client. And yeah, error is gone. Now let's test the value of our theme. So here I will make a h1 tag, and inside this one I will write the theme. Let's save this and see. Yeah, it is saying light, and inside the provider if I make it dark by default, now it is saying dark, means our use context is working totally fine. Go to our page.jsx. Let's remove this use client from here and also remove this context. Let's say it again as main page, save this, and yeah, let's move ahead to make our more UI components like this header. And in this header we have to define this box color, this space background color, which is changing its color on the value of the theme color. So let's see how we can make our theme file for doing this. Let's close all of these things here, and I'm also closing all the CSS files. Again, go to our layout.jsx, and here make a theme provider like this, and now define our theme. In the root directory I am making a new folder with the name library. Okay, it's already defined for the aunt registry, so inside the library I'm making a new folder with the name of theme provider, and inside this one make a file name as index.js. The first thing, the complete theme provider would be a client side component, and then we have to import the use settings context from our settings context. We have to import the config provider and theme from the aunt design, and the use callback from the React. Remove these extra lines, and now make a component with the name as theme provider, which will have some children's, and inside this let's first import our context value. So again, inside the settings we have our theme, which I will say as global theme just for the context of this file, and import it from use settings context. Press Shift Alt F to format the file structure, and then define the background of the boxes. You know, I am saying boxes to these UI components: this header background, this sidebar background, the post background, the post generator background. All of these backgrounds I am seeing them as box background. So let's define box bg, make it under a use callback function so it will not calculate its value again and again, and return global theme if equal to dark. Make the value as this RGB color, otherwise white, and all the components with box bg will recalculate its color value whenever global theme would change its value. Similarly, we have to make the base background color which was this one, this pure black, and now this gray. Okay, again I will be using the use callback. Actually what I can do, I will just simply copy this, paste this here, and instead of box bg say it as base bg, and if the global theme color is dark then return the value of black, otherwise if it's light then return this value, which is a kind of gray color. And this whole theme provider would return the config provider, which is a part of Ant design. So here is the config provider in which the children is enclosed. The first parameter inside the config provider is theme, and inside the theme we can set the algorithm of our color values, and I am saying if our global theme is equal to light theme, then make the algorithm as theme.default algorithm, otherwise theme.dark algorithm. After these algorithm values, we can also set the tokens of different parameters like the font family, color primary, like this. So I am saying the font family of our complete application is gonna be inherit, that will set in our CSS, and the color primary, this color primary is actually the font color, so I am pasting this value for the font colors, and then there would be a color named as box bg, which would be equal to the box bg, and similarly there would be a base bg, which will be equal to our base bg function that we have defined here. After these token values, we will be also having some components by default from the Ant design. We can also customize them. I am only customizing the typography, and for the typography I am saying the font size as none by default, line height also as none, so it will reset the predefined settings of typography, and the font weight strong is also none. So now we can completely customize our typography from our CSS instead of relying on the default design of the Ant design. And finally, at last, we will export the theme provider. Let's save this, and inside our layout, again in front of theme provider, plus control plus space and import this. Save this and see if there is any error or not. No, there is no error, means everything is fine till yet. Let's define the box UI component which will make our backgrounds. If I go to the deployed version, I am saying about this box UI component, which is having the background of our header, our sidebar, and post, and many other components. Okay, so in our root directory here, let's make a new folder. Okay, it should be in the root directory. So here make a new folder with the name components, and in this one make a new folder with the name box, and inside the box make box.jsx rafce, and here first of all it will accept some props. The first prop gonna be the children, means whichever component it's gonna enclose, and then it will have the default type of box pg. Then we can also pass some stylings to it and any other prop that you want to pass it. Okay, here it would be simply a div which will be accepting the children, and then in its props we will destructure all of your custom props first, which are actually these one, and there should be the 3 dots like this. And then for the style is the main thing where we're gonna define this special type of background color. Background color is gonna be equal to token into type. The token is actually from the Ant design. How you can import this token? You can simply write token is equal to use token, and then on the top here write use token equal to theme. Now this theme is the part of actual theme that we have defined in our theme provider. So simply import it from the design. Okay, so in the forward way, first we have imported the theme from the design, and then we have destructured the use token hook, and from the use token hook we have destructured the token, and this token gonna actually give the access to our theme provider file tokens that we have defined here. If I go to theme provider, these are the tokens that we have defined as the custom variables, and I am saying the background color should be the token into type, and by default if it's the box bg, then it will see here this box bg, and within this box bg it will run this function, and when it will run this function it will calculate the background color on the basis of our global theme. This is the complete flow. The next thing is there should be a box shadow. The value of box shadow is something like this, and you can also pass any custom style that you want to pass through the props. Let's save this, and that's it. Let's come to our layout.jsx, which is inside our app routes. Okay, here we have made this app folder, and there is the layout.jsx. I am specifying only this layout.jsx, and in this one for now remove this children rendering and define our main background. So here I will use our box, and let's define children. This is layout like this. Import the box from our components box, and I'm giving it a type of base background, because we know if I go to deployed version, this dark background and this gray background is a part of base background, which we have declared in our theme provider. Here you can see the base background. If it's dark, then it's pure black. Now pass some styling to it: position, relative, width 100 view width, height as 100 view height. Save this, and if I see the browser now, there is again an error use token. Why this error is coming? Because again the box.jsx should be a client side component, because we have used a hook here. So if I make it a use client, now there is no error. In our context, if I go to settings, context, we have by default set the dark theme. Now I'm gonna set it as light theme, and see here now our background is gray, and if I set it as dark, now our background is black. So our theme switch is working fine. It's just that we have not made any switch on the UI, but we will do this. By default I am setting it as the light mode. Now make the specific CSS file for our home layout. So inside our styles, here I am making a new file with the name home layout.module.css. Let's open it side by side and import the CSS here. Import CSS from @styles and then home layout.module.css, and the first thing inside our box would be the wrapper, so which will enclose all our UI components, and then I will define the header. Why I am putting the header inside our layout? Because header should be constant on all the pages, and whichever component that we want to make constant all over the pages, we put it in the parent layout. Make the header like this. Go to the components folder again and make a specific file for the header. Name it as header.jsx rfce. Header, import its specific CSS file. So first make the file header.module.css and open it again side by side. Import CSS from @styles and header.module.css. Here make a wrapper for our header, div.css.wrapper, and inside this again make our box, and for the box I am giving the height as 100% of our wrapper. Import the box component from our box folder, and inside this one I will define the container of our header, where we gonna put the span like simply header for now. And you can see I have not defined any type for the box, and inside our box component I said if there is no type defined in the parameters, then by default it should be the box background, which will contain the bluish black in the dark mode and the pure white in the light mode. Import the header in our layout.jsx like this. It is imported on the top, and inside the header.jsx we have defined the structure. It's time to make some stylings in the header.module.css. Okay, for the wrapper, make the position as fixed. We have to make it fixed position on the top with the width of 100%. The height gonna be 72 pixels with the overflow hidden, and the z index as 999, so it will be on top of all the components. Let's save this and see in our browser. Here you can see if I go to 100%, there is the header. Okay, and again if I go to our context settings context, actually the settings context provider here, and if I make it dark like this, now see the color of this header, which is exactly as we have on the deployed version. Okay, so make it light, go to header.jsx, and on the left side we have the logo, okay, which is the left side. So for the logo I'm using the next image component, give it a src of, inside the images we have the logo.png. Don't forget to take all the assets from the source code before starting the project, as I also mentioned on the start of this project. The width should be the 150 pixels of the logo, the height should be the 40 pixels, and the alt value I am giving it the logo with the class name of css.logo. Let's close our image component, save this and see if the image is imported. Yes, the image is imported. Go to header.module.css. By mistake here we have made the css.header. It should be the css.container. Okay, for the container, as we're gonna have the two sides, the left side and the right side, so I'm making it as display flags line item center with the justify content space between. The padding is 1 rem from the top and bottom and 2 rem from both the sides. Let's save this and here make the right side of our header. On the right side we're gonna make a flex box. We can use the flex box from the CSS and we can also use it quickly from the Arn design. So I am importing from the Arn design just to make the quick components. Okay, and from the Arn design I'm saying the gap between the elements should be the 25 pixels with the align item in center. That's the benefit of using this Arn design framework, that you can quickly use some CSS properties. And then we're gonna have a mode button to switch between the dark and light mode, and the next thing we're gonna have the user button from where you can actually do a logout. Save this and yeah, the logo is in the correct position, and on the right side we have nothing for now. Let's define the mode button component. So here I'm saying mode button, and again inside our components I'm making a new file with the name mode button.jsx rafce, and here inside this one I'm using the button component from the Arn design, and we have to give some parameters to it. The first one is the on click. So on click we want to change our theme. Okay, I can import the set settings from our use settings context. So const set settings is equal to use settings context like this, and then on click run a function in which set settings first will check the previous settings, and inside the previous settings destructure all of the other settings, and for our theme make the condition that if the previous theme is equal to the dark theme, in that case switch to the light mode. Otherwise if the previous one is the light theme, then switch to the dark. Okay, now we also have to give some icon. For the icons I'm going to use the Iconify. You can also search on the Google. If you search Iconify, they have a beautiful library of icons. Click here, browse icons, and this is the complete list of all types of icons, and you can search like something dark, and all icons are here from different kinds of icon set. Anyways, let's install this. So in our terminal, I'm making a new terminal, and here write npm @iconify react, and we have to install a specific version, and the version is 4.1.1. let's hit the enter button and wait for its installation. It's all completed. Now again, on our undesign button, we can pass a prop of icon. For the icon, I will use the iconify icon. Here you can see our VS Code is giving a suggestion to import it from iconify react, and I accepted it. On the top you can see it is imported now. And for the icon, we have to provide the name of this one. So I'm just copy and pasting the name of a specific icon like this. The width of this one should be 35 pixels, and close this. Let's close this, save this, and in our header import the mode button and see in the browser. Okay, again the same error. Next time we should take care that we should not be forgetting it again and again, that we have to make it a use client, the client side component, and now it should be working fine. Yeah, here is a button, but there is some issue with its styling. So to fix its styling, here inside the button I will pass a prop that the padding should be 0 and the border should be none. Save this and see. Yeah, this button is looking good. Now if I click on this button, our app is changing theme to the dark mode and the light mode. The next thing along with this mode button is the user button, which is the very simple component which we can easily import from the Clerk. So user button import from the Clerk Next.js, and after sign out URL, the same parameter that we gave earlier while testing our authentication. When doing the sign out, we want to go to the sign in page. Let's save this, and here is our user button. If I click this, you can see it's working perfectly. You can sign out, you can manage your account as well. Let's move towards our next UI component, which is the sidebar. If we go to the deployed version, you can see a beautiful sidebar on the left side of our application, which is having the home, my profile, messages, and the sign out URL. Okay, so for this one, again go to our layout, and here we have defined our header. After this header, make a container of our layout. Inside the container, all the components of the main page would lie. So the sidebar. Okay, as we know, sidebar should also be constant all the pages. Therefore, we have put the sidebar again inside the layout.jsx, and inside the components here make a new file with the name of sidebar.jsx rfce, and auto import it in the layout.jsx. Okay, first of all, I will make it the use client so that we should not forget this time, and then let's start making this component. If we see closely, first we need to have some routes defined like the home, my profile, messages, and sign out. For doing this, again inside my library folder, which is the lib folder, I'm making a new file which is having the name as sidebar routes.js. Inside this file, let's make an array, export const sidebar routes, and this function is returning an array. For this one, we will have the different objects, and each object would have the name and the icon. The icon is again from the iconify library, home fill, and then the route is the home URL. Similarly, I am making the two more routes here like this. Let's add a comma separation, format the code. Let's save this, go to sidebar.jsx, and also make a CSS file as well. So inside the styles, make sidebar.module.css. okay, make it to the right side like this. Import the CSS, import CSS, the parent directory, styles, and sidebar.module CSS, and the most parent, they would have the class name of wrapper. Inside the wrapper, make a box And for the box, as you know, we can also pass some custom parameters that we defined as the other parameters inside the box. Let me make it clear for you. If I go to the box, here you can see we have made some other parameters as well that we can pass by our choice. So I am passing a class name, and in the class name I will do the styling. Okay, so I am giving it a class name of css.container. And now let's iterate over our sidebar routes. So sidebar routes, it's imported from the lib folder, and execute this function. Now for each of the route, we have the route object here and the index as well here. Okay, we have to return a link against each route. So first of all, each link would be having the key as the index value. By the way, this link is from the next link, which is the recommended way of navigation inside the Next.js. The first thing inside the link should be the icon of the route. So for the icon of the route, I'm using typography element from the AND. Inside the typography, make the iconify. You can simply use the icon, giving it a parameter of icon name, which will be coming from our sidebar routes.js. Here we have defined the names of icons. So here write route.icon, and the width of each icon should be 20 pixels. The next thing is name of the route. So again, from the typography, route.name. Let's save this and see what are the results. Okay, user is not defined. Let's see where it's not defined. Okay, here we have applied some logic, but for now we don't need it. So just remove this and see. Again, there is an issue that the prop href expects a string. Okay, let's see where it's lagging. Okay, here we have to pass the href, and for the href we have the route.route, which is defined here. Now save this and expect it should be working now. Yeah, here we have our routes, but because we have not defined the proper css till yet, therefore it is behind our header and we are not able to see the content completely. We will fix this. After these defined sidebar routes that are coming from the sidebar routes.js, we will make an other link. Okay, and this link would be for the sign out. Okay, now again the icon should be the first thing here. Actually what I'm going to do, I'm just simply copy and pasting this, and now I will modify this. We have to change the icon parameter in the icon name. So the icon name should be solar logout to bold with the width of 20 pixel. It is looking correct, and inside the typography it should be saying as sign out. Now let's define the href. So for the href it would be an empty link. The class name gonna be css.item, and then an on click method for this one. Let's make an empty method for now and see if we have the sign out as well here. Yeah, there is the sign out also. Okay, we want when someone clicks on the sign out, then the person should be logged out of his profile. For doing this, we have to import the router, const router, which is coming from the const router, and don't forget to import the use router from the next navigation, which is the preferred way of routing in Next.js, not the next router. Okay, so I accept this suggestion, and you can see on the top the use router is imported from the next navigation. Okay, the other thing that we have to import is the sign out method from the use clerk hook. So use clerk, import from the clerk Next.js, and now we are good to go. Okay, here we have defined the on click method. We can say the sign out function, which again accepts a function, and inside this one I am saying router dot push slash sign in. Let's save this. So what it will do when you click on this, first it will sign out, and after doing sign out it will push you to the sign in URL. Let's save this, and in the browser here if I click on the sign out, I am on the sign in URL. Now if I again continue with Google, I am again in my application. Let's now do the proper styling for all of this.
But there is a valid question that can be the part of this conversation. Why I put this icon inside the typography? I put this text inside the typography, which makes sense. I put this route name inside typography, which is also fine. But why this icon inside the map and this icon of logout, why they are inside typography? This is the question. If I go to our development server, here you see when I am changing to the dark mode, these texts are changing their color to white automatically. I have not written any special CSS for doing this. And same case for the light mode. They are changing their color automatically to black. So how they are changing? You remember when we made our theme provider. Let me go to theme provider inside the lib folder. Here you see we have written the default algorithm and the dark algorithm of the ant design. And here we specified if our global theme is light, then use the default algorithm. Otherwise use the dark algorithm. And inside the dark algorithm, it is automatically deciding inside the ant design that in dark algorithm the typography should have the white color, and which is a valid color. So that's how it's changing their color on the website. To apply the same trick on the icons, because I also want to change the color of icons when I'm changing the mode, I just nested my icons inside the typography component. Let me go to the sidebar.jsx, and here you see this icon and every other icon inside our sidebar is under the typography. Let's move on to the styling part. And the first thing is we have to consider our fonts. So for making our fonts unified all across the website, here I will make a file with the name typography.css. Make sure this is only .css, it's not a modular file, because we have to use these typo fonts all over the websites. Okay, you just have to copy this file and paste in your code from the source code that I will provide in the description of this video. So I have made this file with the unified font style so that we don't have to write the font stylings again and again specifically for each and every place. Now we have to go our app layout. So inside our app, and here we have our layout.jsx, or we can go to our parent layout, which is this one, layout.js simply. Yeah, that would be a better place to place this. So here let's import our fonts, typography.css. Let's check this. Yeah, it's here, typography.css, and we have imported this one here. By default, inter font is imported, but we don't have to use the inter font. We will be using the public sans, const public sans, and we will be importing this from our next font Google. So here write public sans, and let's import this. So you just have to simply write this line, import public sans from next font and then Google, because Next.js comes with all the Google fonts by default, so we don't have to import it by any CDN or by any third-party way. We can just simply import it from our Next.js. And then for the subsets, use the Latin, and then we have to define the weights. So for the weights we will use 400, 500, and the last one is 600. And then for this metadata we will give it our app name, social hope, and for the description, and see our development server if everything is fine. No, there is an error which is saying inter is not defined, and of course this is a valid error because now we have to use this public sans instead of this inter. So do something like this. The next configuration that we have to do after this metadata, let's export const viewport. These all elements come by default from the Next.js configuration. So here write width, device width, initial scale 1, minimum scale 1, maximum 1, and user scalable no. So it will prevent the touch devices to zoom in our website, and we have completed the configurations of CSS here. Now go to our sidebar.jsx again, and here we have used the typography. Now I can give it some styles. So in the class names, I will say it as typo subtitle 2. If I go to our typography.css, here you can see I have made the typo subtitle 2 with this styling: font family inherit, font weight 600, line height something like this, and then font size. And this styling would be applied on the route name. Let's format the code, and similar kind of styling we have to apply on the sign out. So just copy and paste this class name. Let's save this and see in the browser. Okay, if I inspect this on clicking here, and here I can see typo subtitle 2 is applied, and I have to check if it's font weight. Yeah, it's applied. Font height also applied. Go to our VS Code again, and inside our sidebar.module.css, let's start writing the code here. Okay, let me make it side by side for a better view here. Okay, it will make the process very clear that what we are doing and how it's reflecting in the browser. Okay, if you remember, our first div here is having the name wrapper. So of course we will start our styling from the wrapper. So first of all, the wrapper would have the minimum width of 18 rem, then the border radius of 1 rem, overflow hidden, display flex, and minimum height of 88 vh. Let's save this, and just to inspect this, I will make the background color as blue. So it has taken the complete width, and it's of course what we needed, but for now we are just developing the sidebar, so let's keep it like this and move on. Now the next thing is container inside the wrapper. If I go to our JSX, here we have this container. Okay, let's style this. For this container, make display flex direction column. The gap I would say 0.5 rem, width 100%, and the padding of 0.5 rem. Save this. Okay, we have written that much styling, but still we are having the issue that our sidebar is behind the header. So I think first we fix that part so that we can see all the impact of our stylings very clearly. So for that, I will go to our home layout.module.css. So we have to play a little bit with the height and the position. First of all, let's open our relative layout. So inside our app, here we have layout.jsx. So here first we have this our box component with type of base background, which is a position relative element. That's okay. Then we have our wrapper, and inside this one we have our header, which is having, I think, absolute or fixed position. I think it is having the fixed position. Let me make it clear. Yeah, it is having fixed position on the top of 0, and we have to remember it is inside the wrapper. And then we have a container for our page body, inside which we are having the sidebar. So we have to move down this container a little bit inside the wrapper so that header should be fixed on the top and container should start after the header. Go to our CSS of home layout, because the relative CSS file is home layout here. Let's target the wrapper here, and first of all give it the minimum height. For the minimum height, I'm going to use the calculate function of the CSS, and I'm giving it a height of 100 vh minus 72 pixels, because 72 pixels gonna be the height of our header. Therefore I am cutting the top 72 pixels, and then I am saying from the top give the distance of 72 pixels. The position should be fixed with the minimum width of 100 view width. Okay, let's fix this minimum, and then overflow should be scrolls. The content of the page is more than 100 vh minus 72 pixels, then the page should scroll. Okay, after this we have the container. If I go to our body, so in the container we have our sidebar. In the sidebar, make display flex, gap 1 rem, padding 1 rem, and flex grow 1. So I have made it display flex. However, we have only one element of sidebar inside our container. Let's make the other element, which is gonna be our page body. So css dot page body, and in the page body, of course, we will be using our page content children and actually. So we have only main page here. Fine. Now let's continue our styling of sidebar. In the container, I give the display flex with the direction of column. So everything is in the column direction. The gap between all the elements is 0.5 rem. The width of this container is 100% of the wrapper, and the padding from all the corners is 0.5 rem. Now let's go to each item styling. We have not specified the item class name yet in our sidebar.jsx. So let's give it a class name and give it css.item. And of course, if we are giving this styling to this link, then we also have to do the same thing for our logout item. Let's format the code, save this, and now let's continue the styling. First of all, it should be display flex with the align item center. So now they will be in the horizontal direction, right? The gap would be 1 rem. The padding is 1 rem and 1.5 rem. Okay, nice. If I give it a background color of orange, now I can see we'll need such styling when we're gonna hover our items. So the next thing is text transform, gonna be the capitalize with the text decoration of none, and font weight is 600. Cool, it's looking fine now. And remove this background color and extra line. Okay, now I'm gonna add the effect of hovering. So for adding the hover effect, we can use the very simple property of CSS, which is hover, and on hovering the cursor would be pointer and the background color. If I say it's something like orange, then you can see this orange color is appearing on hovering the element, but we need to define some variables, the CSS variables in our code, so that we should not be writing these color codes or the color names again and again. So for doing this, I will go to our global.css, and here I will define all of our color variables. So I have just copied from my source code and pasting here. So this is my primary color, this is text color, and this is primary low. And similarly, I am also describing our gradients and the shadows, so that we should not be doing it again. You can also take the same code from the source file, save this, and again go to here, and instead of orange I will give it variable of primary. Save this, and yeah, it's looking perfect as we have on our deployed version. The next feature to add is to add the active state on these sidebar items. If I go to developed version, here you see when I am on the home page, this item is constantly active state. And if I go to my profile, now in the sidebar, this my profile is constantly active. So it must be checking something from our URL, from our active URL, and it must be checking some states. How we can do the same thing? You remember in the sidebar routes, we have defined this file where we have also defined the routes. We can use this file. So in our sidebar.jsx on the top, I will make a function with the name is active, which will take the parameter of route, and here I will add a condition. If route is equal to path name, then return css.active. Okay. Of course, there are a couple of questions from where we are getting this route, from where this path name is coming, why it is returning the css.active. We have to clear all these things one by one. Let me make it a proper arrow function first. Now let's import the path name. We can import the path name using the use path name hook of the Next.js. So here write const path name is equal to use path name, which comes from the next navigation. Okay, so basically it returns our URL string, our active URL string from the top, And then in the route, of course, we will be checking this route from our map. To modify our class name, I will use a very easy module which actually we use to concat the modular css files, and the package name is class names. Once it is installed, close the terminal, and here I will write class names. So our whole class name module is now imported, and here I would say cx into is active route. So what it will do, it will concat the item, and if the route is active, it will check the route name with the path name, and if it's active, then it will return another class name of css.active, and if that's not the case, then we will only have the css.item here. Of course, we don't need this functionality on our sign out because user would not stay on this route, and if he is clicking on any other page like home or my profile, then he would stay on the application, and we need this feature. Therefore I am only adding this here. So let's write the styling of this active item. Okay, cool. Here I would say item dot active, because here I am returning the class name of active, so therefore I am only saying if item is active, then make the background color with this primary low, and yeah, our home is now having this primary low color constant. There is one more thing. If you closely see on the developed version, for the active route, the color of the icon and the text is also different, and to achieve this I'm gonna use a similar kind of function for achieving this. Here I have made a function with the name active color, and it is using this function is active. It is checking if the route is active, then it will return the primary color. Where we have to use this function on this typography of name, we can add the style, and in the color just hit the active color with the route, format this, save this, and now our text color is changed. Similar kind of thing we can also do with our icon typography. Let's save this. Now our icon color is also changed. To give the maximum weight to this main page content, inside our home layout.module.css, I have defined the page body as flex1. You remember in our app layout, let me go to our app layout. Here the page body is below the sidebar component. So when I'm saying flex1, that means sidebar would take the space how much it needed, and rest of the space would go to the page body. If I expand my window here you can see all the width is to the main page content, and sidebar is taking only the width which is required for it. Okay, now the next functionality that we have to make, if I go to our deployed version, our sidebar is under a drawer. Drawer means it's in a pop-up window which is coming up in the screen from the left side, and then when we are clicking outside this drawer, it is going back. So let's see how we can do this. The first thing, we have to change the styling of our header on the mobile view. Right now on the mobile view we are still showing our icon, but now we don't have to show the icon because there should be the button of this drawer. So let's go to our header first, header.jsx, and I will open the header.module.css side by side. Okay, and on the top of this our image, here I will make the sidebar button, and I will define it as sidebar button. This will be a separate component, and let's wrap this component inside its own div. So let's say it as sidebar button like this. I will go to my header.module.css. Before making the css, let's first define this button. So inside our components, I'm making a new file with the name sidebar button.jsx rafce for the fat arrow function. Save this and go to our header, press Ctrl+ space in front of this component name and accept the
suggestion. So it is imported on the top. Let's save this and see in the browser. It should be on the top now. Okay, let me save this again. So here is the sidebar button now, but we know that this sidebar button should only be visible on the mobile screens. So I will write some media queries for it. Here inside our header module, I would define the sidebar button and make its display none. Then I would say on the media screen with the maximum width of 1268 pixels, make our sidebar button display block. Save this, and if I go to large screen now, the button is not visible, the button component is not visible, and if I am coming to small screens, it is here again. One more thing, we want this logo should be disappeared on the mobile screens. So if I see my JSX here, I have given the class of css.logo. So in our media query, I can simply write on our mobile screens the logo should be display none. And yeah, now we have only the sidebar button. Let's define this component. First thing, this should be a client side component, so use client, and I will be using the button component from our Ant design, and inside this one there would be a typography from Ant design again, and inside the typography I am using an iconify icon, and we can simply say it as like icon from iconify React, and the icon name is hero icon solid menu, and the width is 22 pixels. Let's save this, and here is our button. Now to make this jar open and close, we have to define some settings inside our settings provider. So I will go to our context setting providers, and here we have defined is sidebar open as false, which is the part of our context. So I will use these settings in our sidebar button. Let's import the context. So const set settings, and we will use the use settings context like this, and then for our button I will give it as a type of text so that this border would be removed. If I save this, here you see the border is removed because I have given it a type of text. And I would say on click I want to change my settings, so set settings, and here first we take our previous state and destructure our previous state first, so that our theme should be same whichever it is, and then is sidebar open should be the negation of its previous value. Okay, let's save this. So actually what will happen, by default the sidebar open is false. So when someone clicks on this button, the sidebar would become true, the sidebar open variable would become true, and when someone clicks again on it or outside of this, then it will become false again. Now come to our sidebar component. So sidebar component, and here on the top I will import the use settings context from our context folder, and I have destructured our is sidebar open state, and also I have imported the set settings function. And on the top of sidebar, now I will make a sidebar container which will decide either our sidebar should be inside a drawer or should be rendered without the drawer. Okay, so we have to define this sidebar container. I will go to our components, and here I will say sidebar container.jsx rfce. Save this and import this here, save it again, and here we have our sidebar component. Here I will give it the children as well, children, and let's simply return the children first. Now our sidebar should become available again. Okay, object with the keys to render a collection. Okay, I have to render it inside the div then. Let's save this, and now it's again visible. Go to the sidebar again, and here we have to pass some props. I will say is drawer open, so it will take the sidebar open that we have imported from our context, and set is drawer open,
this will take a function, and I will give the function name is handle dryer close. Let's define this function on the top after our context. So const, and again I am just simply setting our state. Those settings, take the previous value and return our previous state, and make the is sidebar open as false. Let's save this, and I think it would be better if we make it inside a use callback. So let's say use callback, make it all inside braces, and I would say whenever setting this call, then this use callback function should be handled. Let's save this. Okay, if there is an error, no, everything is fine till yet. Now let's define our component of sidebar container, where we have to write the dryer logic. Let's accept the parameters first. So is dryer open is the first parameter, and set is dryer open is the second parameter. Then we have the children, and when we can also pass some other optional parameters, so I am just accepting all of them as the other props. Now to decide whether they should be a dryer or just simply a sidebar, we have to measure the width of our screen. If the width is smaller than a specific size, then it should be a dryer, otherwise it should be simply rendered as a component. So for doing this we have to use a hook. Okay, so I'm closing all of this, and here I will make a new folder outside all the folders in the parent directory. The name of folder is hooks, and inside the hooks make a new hook, use windows dimensions .jsx, and here I am just simply pasting some logic. You can also copy and paste from the source code. I am not going to into too much detail of this. Components very simple. I am just targeting the event of resize, and when the resize event is triggered, then I am doing some calculation that if the window is having some width, and if it is having good width, then how much is the width. So all this logic is here. At the return, it just give us the dimension of our window. So that's it. Let's save this, and so import the width in our sidebar container from the use windows dimension hook, and all the other things would be inside a condition. Here I would say if the width is smaller than or equal to 1268 pixels, then return the dryer. So here make the dryer from the auntie, and let's simply say it as the children for now, and yeah, of course we can make it inside a div. So like this, let's save this. Now nothing is appearing for the sidebar because everything is inside the dryer, because our width is less than 1268 pixels at the moment. Okay, we can control this component by the state of is dryer open. So if is dryer open is true, then it will appear. Let's save this, and if by default I make my settings provider as true, then here we have the dryer. Okay, now we can style this more properly. The placement of our dryer should be on the left side, not on the right side. And then on close, I would say make our set is dryer open false, and accept the other parameters as well. And the one thing I would want to say, the height should be the 100%. Let's import the CSS at the top. So import, okay, let me make the size a little bit bigger. Import CSS from root directory styles and sidebar.module.css, and I will give it a class name here. The class would be sidebar container. Let's save this, and on the right side I will open my sidebar.module CSS, write some CSS for the mobile, and the dryer container make the height as 100%, and inside the dryer container I have the side tag, also make the height 100% for that one. Let's save this. Now it should behave well on all kind of screens. If I go to our deployed website, here is our dryer and this is our
current try. It's 100% same that we want to achieve. Let's see the complete view on the desktop of our website, and there is no sidebar at the moment. Why? Because we have not defined any else condition. The sidebar container at the moment is only returning the dryer if the width is less than 1268 pixels. So we simply have to make an else condition, and in the else condition I would say return children. That would be enough. And here give our class name, which is the dryer container. Let's save this, and now there is a proper sidebar as we have on our deployed version. I think there is a problem here. By mistake we have defined it as a post, however there should be the messages. So we have made a file with the name route.js. Yes, sidebar routes.js, this one, and this is messages, name is messages. Then why it's saying like this? Let's see. Okay, that was just some cache error, and now it's working properly. Now the sidebar is properly here, and this is exactly same as we have on the deployed version on the desktop. So let's move to the next feature, where we have to connect our Supabase by using the Prisma. So in Google I will simply write Prisma, and this one prisma.io. Let's get started. Okay, and our database would be the PostgreSQL, and from here we will change it to the JavaScript. Okay, so this would be our documentation of setup, how to set up the Prisma in our project. Let's install this. Open the terminal and first install the package of Prisma at the rate 5.7.1. The specific version would be 5.7.1, and give it as a dev dependency. So I would say save dev. The next package that we want is Prisma client. So Prisma/client, and the specific version is 5.7.0. It is also installed successfully. Let's go to the Prisma documentation, and according to the documentation, after installing the Prisma, the next thing is you can invoke the Prisma CLI by prefixing it with npx. So just copy this command and go to our terminal. Let's paste this here and hit the enter button. Okay, so our CLI is running, means the installation is fine. Okay, the next thing we have to do is set up your Prisma ORM by creating your Prisma schema, and we can use this command for making a schema. So let's paste this here, hit the enter button. Okay, so the project of Prisma is initiated. If I go to our directory, let's close the terminal. Here you see now I have a folder with the name of Prisma, and inside the Prisma I have schema.prisma, where I can actually connect my database, which is gonna be our Supabase. And these are the some settings: generator client, data source DB. So yeah, the next thing I can see here in the .env, this is made by Prisma as well. Here they have made a dummy database URL, so it's just an example how the actual database URL should look like. If I go to documentation, there are the two things this command is doing. The first thing is it is making a Prisma folder with schema, and the second one is it is making a .env file with a sample database URL. Let's go to the Supabase. So let me switch my account, and here go to the supabase.com. If you don't have an account on Supabase, then just simply create a new one. It's very simple. You can sign up by Google as well, and then click here, start your project. I already have some projects, so let me make a new one. Click here on new project, then you have to choose one of your organization.
Let me take my default organization, and here now let's specify the project name, Social Hope YouTube. So like this, it requires a strong password. So let me just copy and paste this password here. Of course, I will change this password after this recording. And then the next thing is the region. I'm just taking the default region. I think it's the best setting for me, and click on the create new project. Okay. The next thing, we have to find our database URL. So go to the project setting, and here we have the database. At the moment we are not able to visit our database settings because they are currently setting up our project, so it will take some time. Okay, now our project is completely set up. Let's go to project settings again and click on the database now. So here is our connection string. Just copy this string, go to our project, and here in the .env replace this string with the actual one and add some parameters at the end of this string like this. Add the pg bouncer as true and connection limit 1. Let me remove these quotation marks because these are not necessary in the env file. And here now you can clearly see these are pg bouncer as true and the connection limit 1. Save this file. Let's go to our Prisma documentation and see what's next. Okay, they are saying connect your database. We have put our database URL. We have completed this step. The next thing is Prisma migrate. Okay, they are saying we should define our schema.prisma file now. So let's go to our schema.prisma. So our generator client is good, and our database source is PostgreSQL. Okay, that's fine. The URL is database URL, which is also good. The next thing is we also have to define the direct URL, and here let me write it as direct URL. Just go to our .env. Okay, here in this URL the password is not inserted by default from the string, so just remove these brackets from there and paste our actual password that we copied while making a new project and paste it here. Yes, I have pasted my password. The next thing is I have to make the direct URL. So direct URL, let's go to our Supabase, and here if I set it to the session mode, and I'm just copying this string, paste this right here. Again, copy your password from here and paste it here like this. Let's save this. Go to our schema.prisma and define some models. So at the moment we want our users should be in sync from the Clerk.js. So therefore I am defining a simple model of user at the moment. The first thing is ID of the user. The type should be string, and we are specifying it as an ID in our PostgreSQL. And the next thing is email address. It is optional and the type is string. Let me format this file. The next thing is first name, then the last name, and then the image URL, which gonna be the profile image. The next one is the banner URL of our profile, and the username. The username should always be unique. Let's save this and go to the Prisma documentation, and they are saying we should run this command to test if it's connected and working fine. So open the terminal, paste this command and hit the enter button. Here you can see your database is now in sync with your schema, and it has created a successful migration, means our database is connected fine, and now it is running generate. So let's wait for this. Okay, the client is generated successfully, and I hope now we should have a table in our database. So let's go to the Supabase, and here in the table editor, yes, we have a new table with the name user, which is actually defining our model
this one. We have the ID, email address, first name, last name, and the same things are defined here: ID, email address, first name and last name, and all the other fields. So why have we made the user table here if we have already set up the Clerk.js in our project? That's a valid question. And let's analyze all of our strategy in deep. So let's suppose you are a user, a very handsome user that I am making here, and you want to access the social hub. So social hub is our web app. Let's make the platform here social hub web app, and I put this here. And the only way to access our web app social hub is to authenticate yourself from the Clerk.js first, right? So let's make the Clerk.js in middle, and actually Clerk.js is working as a middleware to access our application, right? So the flow actually is, first of all, user have to pass the Clerk.js authentication, and then as the next step, what's happening if the user is authenticated, then in that case it is allowing you to the access of our app. Otherwise, if that's not the case, then there is happening something different. Let me make the else case. If it's not authenticated, then it is asking you for either doing a sign up or do a sign in, right? Means you have to verify yourself. So let me give it a name of check authentication, the name of this process of our Clerk.js. And then now we have made a DB in Supabase. So let me make a DB here as well. Cool. DB, and our app is communicating with the DB in both ways. It is sending the data to the DB, and it will also receive the data from the DB. Of course, that's the normal flow of any application. So what's the problem in this flow? Right at the moment, all the information of users is primarily in the Clerk.js. Clerk.js is checking the authentication, it is checking the user sessions, it is storing the user's information. All the thing is handled by the Clerk.js, and it creates a problem here. In our application, we need a way to make the banner images, to make the followers following, and all this can be possible by interacting our own DB, because the data structure of Clerk.js is predefined by the Clerk, and we can't do much there. We can't modify the data structure of Clerk.js. We have to define the things in our DB. So we have to find a solution by which we can transfer the information of our users from Clerk.js to our database. And we can't do this through this linear pipeline because this can be vulnerable. The social hub web app, which is actually the front end, is in the middle of this work. If you send something from this to this and then from there to database, there are high chances that the attackers can modify or manipulate the payloads, and then all the structures in your DB is wrong. So how we can safely transfer the data from Clerk.js to DB? Here comes the webhook. We will establish a webhook. Okay, so what webhook will do? Webhook would lie here and like this, and this is transferring the data to the database. Okay, so what is the webhook? In simple words, you can say it is just an endpoint which is continuously listening to Clerk.js. It will not accept the payload from any other origin instead of Clerk.js. Only Clerk.js can send a payload to webhook. This will accept the payload, this will analyze the payload, and will do the appropriate actions in our DB. We will send the logs of the actions of Clerk.js to our webhook, and webhook will decide that what are the logs of the specific event and will do the specific things in our database. So what will happen in this pipeline? User checks the authentication, user was not authenticated. It asked for a sign up, user did a sign up,
and it sent an event to our webhook. So this event goes to the webhook with all the necessary payload, with all the necessary user informations, and in the next step, webhook saves the required data, of course, in our DB. So here is the solution, which is not vulnerable at all. User asked for the access of social hoop. We asked for the authentication. If he was authenticated, then there is no problem. Clerk just give him the access. However, Clerk will also send an event of user.logged into our webhook, and if there is any necessary step required in our database, it will also do automatically in the background. And in the other case, if the user was not authenticated, it will ask for the sign up or sign in, and again an event will be fired up towards our webhook, and webhook will save the new user information in our database. So now we have actually made a pathway by which Clerk can communicate with our main database, and then database is of course communicating with our application all time. So let's find out how we can establish the webhook with the Clerk.js. Let's go to the Clerk.js first, and this is our project Social Hope YouTube. Here at the end you have a menu of webhook, and in the webhooks you can add an endpoint. Okay, so here is a limitation from the Clerk.js that you can't add your local host URL here. You have to be on the HTTPS, means you have to be on something deployed. So but this can be a problem for us because we have not developed anything and we have not deployed anything. So how we gonna put any URL here, because we have to develop this. So the solution is we will use the local tunnel. Okay, so if I write here local tunnel, there should be the npm package of local tunnel. Yeah, this one. What it will do, it will expose your localhost port to the internet, and then you can access that URL anywhere in the world if you have the right password to access that. So let's copy this command, go to our project, open the terminal, and let me clear this first. Let's paste this command. Local tunnel is installed. Now if I write here lt, which is the command for local tunnel, and it is giving me all the options, means it is working fine with. Now let's get back to our Clerk.js, and in the Clerk.js it is saying that it will send these kind of events: email created, organization. Let's uncheck the organization for now. We want all the user events: user created, deleted, updated, and yes, I think that's it for now. And let's see what's in the advanced configuration. No, we don't want rate limiting at the moment. Now let's make an endpoint from the local tunnel. The problem with the local tunnel, at the moment we are running our app on the 3000 port, and if I start the local tunnel on the port 3000, it will assign it a unique URL, which is this one. And now if I close this and if I open the connection again from the 3000 post, there will be a new URL, and this is gonna be a problem because in this situation we have to rewrite the URL in our code again and again, which can be time consuming. So there is a solution for this one. You can specify our domain name as well here, which is quite amazing. Let's suppose I give it a name of Social Hope Zen, and when I hit the enter, it will check if this is available or not, and it will assign me the URL. So here you see it has quickly assigned me this URL, and no matter how many times I put this command, it will give me the same URL. Right now let's go to this URL, and it is blocked because we have to give the tunnel password, and you can see your tunnel password by clicking here. Just copy this, paste this here, click to submit, and it is accepted. Now it is loading our website, and here we are. Our app is running over the HTTPS at the moment. Here you can see HTTPS socialhopezen.html loca.lt, which is a very amazing thing. I can do a continue with Google here, and it will redirect me to the home page of our application. Go to the social hub here, and now add this URL in the endpoint URL, and I will say it as in within the API route. The name would be the clerk. Okay, and yeah, just hit the create button. So let's go to our code, and inside our app, in this here, make a new folder with the name API, make a new folder with the name clerk, and here add a file route.js. Let's verify if our route is working or not. So here I have made a simple get endpoint which will return the hello world. Let's save this, go to our application. Here if I write API into clerk, and it is saying us hello world, means it's working fine. Go to the clerk dashboard again, and here you see the clerk is providing us a signing secret. So just copy this secret, and in our env.local file, here I will paste this secret with the name of webhook secret is equal to this one. Save this, and again the webhook is giving a specific method. So in the view docs, here they are recommending us that we should verify the webhook calls by using the svix library. Okay, so let's install that library. Open the terminal. Here write npm I svix and at the version of 1.15.0 is installed. Now in our route.js, this was just a test route. Let's make an actual route of post type which would act as a webhook for us. So there will be some payloads that we will accept in the request. So first of all, get our webhook secret from the env. So process.env, and just simply copy the name to avoid any typo here. And then I will add a condition. If there is no webhook secret, then throw an error, webhook secret not found. Or we can make this message even better with this: please add webhook secret from clerk dashboard to .env or env.local. And if this condition is passed, then we have to get the headers. So let's make a comment here, get the headers, and const header payload is equal to headers. Actually headers are from the Next.js, so let's import it at the top. Here you see next/headers, and by calling this function on server side in a post route, you can get your headers. And then we have to get the svix id, and in the header payload I will say get svix id, and then we have to get the svix timestamp. And for this one again I will use the header payload. All this information would be sent by the Clerk.js, the svix id, timestamp, all this would be coming from the Clerk.js. The last thing is the signature of svix, and again the same thing from the payload. Then again I will make a condition: if there are no headers, then error out. So I will say if there is no svix id, or if there is no svix timestamp, or similarly if there is no signature, then return a new response which is saying missing headers, and give the status of 400. Moving on, if all the headers are correct and they are in their position, then we have to get the raw body. So for that one, const payload would be is equal to await request dot json, not the text, and then the body would be equal to json dot stringify our payload, which is a normal method of obtaining the payload from a post route. Now let's make a new instance of webhook from the svix. So here I will say create a new Swix instance. So for that one, webhook would be equal to new webhook, of course from the Swix, and give it the payload. Then make an event. Now we have to verify the body with the headers. So event equal to webhook dot verify. In the verify we will give it the body, and we have to verify it is against our Swix ID, Swix timestamp, and similarly the signature. And there is an issue, there should be the comma, and here as well. My god, I am constantly making some mistakes here. Okay, cool. Still there is an error that we should make a catch clause for this error, and in the error I would say console.log error while verifying the webhook, then return the new response with the similar error and the code of 400. And if this verification is again successful, means if the verification is authenticated, then we will get the ID of our event. So const event type would be equal to evt dot type, and here just simply do a console log that received this kind of event. Go to the Clerk.js, and in the Clerk.js they should have defined the structure of a message somewhere. Let me check where it is. In the endpoints, the docs, clerk webhooks. Yeah, here they have defined the complete structure of information that they will be sending, and here you can see they are sending the type of the event in the type key, and same key we have used here, event.type, to generate the event type here. So let's test this webhook first. Okay, let's save this and see if there is any error or not. At the moment there is no error. Refresh our website. So here let me refresh this one. Okay, no error at the moment. Let's check the status of our local tunnel. Our local tunnel is running fine, but let me just rerun it. Visit this. So we should be receiving the information here about the event type. Now what I will do, I will go to our website, and here I will do a sign out, and let's see here, this is added. Okay, yeah, let's do the sign in again and see what happens. Go to the clerk dashboard, webhooks. It is saying no endpoint has, this endpoint has not received any messages yet. Right at the moment we have only these events ported. Let's edit this and add some more events. I want to log the information of user logged in. So yeah, here this session, and then permissions, not the permissions. Yeah, let's save this. Now if I do a sign out here and see in the dashboard, in the endpoints, here it is saying that session ended was sent to your webhook, but it is failed. Okay, and let's see here, it is saying 500. Let's see what's the error. Okay, expected secret to be the type of string. If I go to my route.js, here we are having our webhook secret, and we are okay. Actually what happened, we did a mistake here. When we are making a new instance of webhook, instead of payload they should be the webhook secret, because only then this webhook instance would verify the body and the headers. So let's save this, and now make a test call again. So here in the testing, select the event type and email dot created, send the example, and I think there is again the error that email dot is okay. So here is the log received email dot created event, means all of these conditions were successfully done. We reached at this state and then we returned nothing from our endpoint. Therefore, there is an error, no response is returned from the route handler. So let's add a quick response here. I would say in the response send the JSON file with the message of received. Let's save this. And here you see at the moment it sent the two message attempts and both were failed because there was no response from our endpoint. Now let's send the other event, and now this should be successfully done. Yes, received email dot created event, and there was the 200. Let's refresh this. Here you see it succeeded. Let's write some server-side actions to store the data of users from this event. Here we have received the event type, and after receiving the event type, I will destructure some of the user data from it. The first thing is ID, then the first name, last name, and email addresses, image URL, which is the profile image URL, and the username. It will come from the event dot data, and then to have the primary then to have the primary email address, it will be at the first index of the email addresses like this. Add the email address properly, and then I will add some conditions of event type. If the event type is user created, then there would be a try catch block. In case of there is any error, then I would throw a new error, failed to save in DB. Okay, and then here write a server side action which is create user, and I will send the all required data like ID, first name, all the things that we destructured from here. I will send all of this thing as a parameter to our action. Then at the parent directory, here in the most parent directory, I will make a folder with the name actions, and in this one make a new file with the name of user.js. Inside user.js, first of all make it a server side file, and then we have to establish a connection from our database. So for that thing, in our library folder, lib folder, I will make a new file with the name db.js. Here import the Prisma client from the Prisma client, and then make the instance of db connection const db, check our global constant of Prisma. If it's available, then take this, otherwise make a new Prisma client. And if the environment is not production, then always make the global this variable from the db. Okay, let's save this, and inside our user like this import db from the libdb. Now export const create user, that gonna be async function, and in the parameter we will be receiving the user. Let's receive all the things from the user like ID, first name, last name, and then make a try catch block. In the catch block make console log error and return let's write the logic to store in the database. First of all, we will check if this user is already existed in the database or not. So for this I will make a constant user exist, which would be equal to away db.user.find unique, and we will see by the filter where id gonna be equal to id. So if user already exists, then not hit the error of user already exists, but we will make a function to update the user with the latest information, but we will do it on later. For now, just return from the function. And otherwise, if that's not the case, then simply create a new user in the database with this data: ID, first name, last name, email address, image URL, and username. Okay, let's save this and format the code. Shift Alt F. In our route.js, import the create user from the actions. And I think we missed the email address here. This should be email address instead of email addresses. Here, this one, let's double check in the user.js. Okay, it's email address. Okay, here it's looking fine. See, in our terminal, everything's working fine. Yes, there is no error on the server. The local tunnel is working fine. Okay, let's go to the Clerk dashboard inside the webhook. I think just to make sure, we should rerun our local tunnel. So, okay. This time it has assigned us some different URL. Let's see why it's doing like this. Clear. Try again. Okay, now this time the URL is correct. Go to the Clerk dashboard. Connection refused. Yeah, these things sometimes happens with the local tunnel. The only thing you can do, you can just restart it again and again until it works. I think this time it's working. Yeah, go to the Clerk dashboard. This is our endpoint. Inside the testing, select the event type as user.created and send the example. Refresh it. Okay, it's succeeded. Let's see what happened here. It has received something on its route, but it is saying can't reach database server at this one. Make sure database server running. Okay. So I did the debugging of this issue and found couple of things. Let me show you step by step how you can solve this issue on your end. First thing, let's stop the local tunnel and also stop the development server. And then remove the Prisma by writing npm remove Prisma and add the rate Prisma/client. Now reinstall both of the packages on the latest version. So first write npm I Prisma save as dev dependency and then install Prisma client. So npm I and then install Prisma client. So npm I at the rate Prisma/client. Both of the packages are now installed. Let's clear the console. And in our .env file, let me open the .env here. We have to do some replacements in the password. You know, this is my password, this one, before the @ and I have some special characters in my password like this $sign, this ampersand mark. So I have to replace these special characters with something else, and I found this link of MDN web docs where they have mentioned all the special characters and their replacing encodings. So I have this bracket, so replace this with %29. So here for this one I will replace with %29, and then we have this ampersand sign. So in the percentage encoding we have ampersand, this one %26. Copy this one and here paste this. Similarly for this one, here write %26. Now the other special character we have this $sign. So for the $sign we have this one %24. Copy this and replace with %24. Similarly this one, let's save this. Now write the npx prisma generate. Okay, our client is generated. To check if the connection is running fine or not, write npx prisma studio. and our DB connection is now open in a DB viewer. And during the debugging I made a record, so let's delete this record for now. Okay, in a new terminal, open the development server, npm run dev, and again in a new terminal start the local tunnel lt-p 3000 port with the domain name of social hope zen. Okay, our local tunnel is running fine. Again there is an error, just try again. This time it's running fine, and here is our development server running, and our studio is also running fine. So everything is running fine. Just for now, just close this studio. So press Ctrl C and it will close the connection of Prisma Studio. Okay, now I will go to the Clerk, and inside the testing, let's send the example of user.created again. Send example. See if something received or not here. Yes, the route has received something. The event name is user created, and this time the status of route is 200 in response. And here if I refresh this, you can see this is succeeded. So our webhook has started working. Now let's see if there is something inserted in our database or not. So inside the table editor we have the user table, and here is our first record. We have received the user ID, email address, first name, last name, and the image URL. And these are exactly the things that should be sent by in this sample object. We have all these things listed here. So you can see the username sent by this webhook call was null. Therefore, in our database, we have null username. Okay, let's move forward in our user.js file. This one, close the terminal. And let's make the remaining actions. We have made the create user. Now let's make the update user. So here write export const update user. Again it will be an async function which will receive some user information, destructure all the information of a user from the user object, and again the try catch block, try catch error. And in case of any error, first of all console log the error and then return the error failed to update in DB, format the code and write the logic to update in the DB. So it would be very simple. Await db dot user dot update, and what we want to update, first we have to apply the filter of ID like this one, where the ID is ID that we have received from our object, and then update the data of first name, last name, email addresses, image URL and username. Let's save this, and here we use this function. If user already exists, then we want to update the user and send all the user information. Let's save this. Okay, the other action should be the delete user. So it would be, so actually we are making a kind of CRUD operation where you can create, update, delete and read. So export const delete user, and for this one again it would be a async function, and in this one try catch block, and in case of any error simply return the error of failed to create in DB. Now inside the try block we will write await db.user.delete, where the ID is equal to the user.id. Or actually what can we do, instead of passing the whole user object in the delete user, we can just simply pass the ID. And here let's make this filter even simpler by something like this. Format the cost and save this. Okay, we should also make the console log if the operation is successful. So here I would make the console log user is deleted from DB. Similarly, we can also make a console log here, user is updated in DB. The next operation should be the read operation, and we will give it a name of get user. Export const get user async, and we will pass the ID of the user as parameter. Here again a try catch block, and in the catch CLG error, and in case of any error just simply return the error of failed to get the user from DB. Okay, now inside the try block we will get the user in response and await dot db dot user dot find unique, where id is equal to the id that we have passed, and then we want to select some specific columns from our data. Let's make the columns as id, first name, last name, email address, image URL, username, and the other two things should be the banner URL, that should also be the true, and the banner id. Actually the banner id have to assume that there would be something about banner id that would be related to the Cloudinary, and we will store that id into our database. Okay, because we are specifying the banner id here, we should also specify this one in our schema. So on the top of this banner URL here I would say the banner id, and it would be a type of string. Now to impose this schema in our database, because we have updated our schema, what I will do, npx prisma db push. Okay, again there is an error saying operation not permitted, so just close our development server and now try this command again. This time it's successful. Write the other command of npx prisma generate client. Our new client is also completed. Let's go to our development server and run the environment npm run dev. Open the Supabase here, and now you can see we have a banner id at the end, which is according to our new schema. Let's test the webhook by making a new user in our Supabase. So first of all I will go to the Supabase. Here in the user section I will delete the existing user. Okay, refresh our local host, continue with Google, and actually what I will do before continuing on the Google, in the Clerk dashboard within the webhooks I will change the setting of my webhook to only listen the user setting, like if the you have to edit the subscribed events, and I will only listen if the user is created and deleted, not the sessions. Let's save this. Now check the terminal if our local tunnel is working fine. Yes, it's working fine. And inside our route.js we have this logic outside the user.created condition, so I will cut from there, and inside my condition if the user is created, only then destructure the event data with all these things. Let's save this. Okay, now go here, continue with Google, set your username and continue. Okay, let's check in our Supabase. Here we have the data of user. We have the ID, email address, first name, last name, image, and username as well. Okay, so our webhook has started working. Now there is one more issue that I am seeing. When I am refreshing, there is an error here. This error is saying hydration failed because the initial UI does not match what was rendered on the server. Actually, this is the conflict between the server side rendering and the client side rendering, which is occurring inside our sidebar file. So to resolve this, I will close the terminal, and we have a file sidebar.jsx. Here I will make a new state, and inside this state I will give the name as mount and set mounted use state false. By default the mount state of the component would be false. It should be mounted instead of simple mount, and use state is imported. Now we have to import the use state from the React as well, so now it's imported. Okay, here I will render the sidebar container under a specific condition. Okay, so make a curly braces here, and similarly at the end of the file close the bracket here. The condition would be if the mounted is true, only then render the content. Okay, we should remove this bracket as well, this parent bracket from there. Let's save this, and at the top I will make a use effect which will only run after the component is rendered on screen. And in this use effect I will simply set the set mounted as true without any dependency. Let's import the use effect as well from the React. Actually, I know why it's not rendering, because we have not returned anything. So if I do something like this, and from here if I remove this bracket, let's save this, format the code. Okay, now let's refresh, and there is no error. Let's start on the new component of this application, which is this one, the post generator that we have on the home page. So for this, let's close all the files on both the sides and open the layout of our app. In the directory, it lies inside the app, and in our app route we have the layout.jsx, and then here we have the page.jsx, where we are simply returning the main page. Now instead of main page, here I would return the home view, and on the top of it I will make the some metadata, like title of this page should be social hope and description something like this. Let's remove this unnecessary settings context, and in our root directory make a new folder with the name sections, and in this one I would make the home view.jsx rafce. Save this and import this component in our page.jsx. Save this, and in our styles, here I am making a new file with the name homeview.module.css. Open them side by side. So here make the wrapper of our view first, and import the css as well. So import css from @styles into homeview.module.css, and there would be the two sides of our home view, the post area and the right side. So post area, in which there would be the two components. The first component would be the post generator, and similarly the second component would be the post, which can also be referred as feed. Then there is the right side of this view, and on the right side again there would be two components, the trending section, and similarly the second one is follow suggestions. Okay, let's come to our css part. Here for our wrapper, make the display flex justify content space between and the minimum gap of 1 rem. Let's save this and see in the browser. Here we have our post generator. Here is the post, and here is the trending suggestions and the follow suggestions. Okay, moving ahead, we would have our post area for styling. So for that one, make the flex as 1, and for the right side make the flex as 0.4% of the total width. Display flex direction of column, maximum height should be 88 vh, and the minimum gap would be 1 rem between the post generator and your feed. The maximum width of this section would be the 40 rem. The margin left of auto, margin right of auto, with the padding bottom of 4 rem. Let's save this, and in the browser we can see these two sections are in the column direction now, with some gap in between. And then make the right side as display flex direction column, the gap of 1 rem, maximum width of 25 rem, and then we have to make some media queries, but we will move on to the media queries a little bit later. Let's see at the moment. Yes, these two things are in the column direction, these two are also in the column direction, and they are having the correct widths. Now remove the first span of post generator and replace this with an actual component of post generator. Again, inside our components, I will make a new component with the same name, postGenerator.jsx rfce. Okay, and then again inside the styles, I will make a file with the name postgenerator.module.css. We will open this on the right side. Okay, here let's import the CSS first. Import CSS from @styles postgenerator.module css. Okay, and import this component. Here it is imported on the top. Now let's start by replacing this here, div.css.postGenerator wrapper, and then we would be having the container inside. Okay, and if I go to our deployed version, here you see when I am changing to a dark mode, this background is actually a box, our custom box component, which is changing its color according to the preferred theme. For this reason, we have to use the box instead of this simple div. So here I will replace this with the box like this and import the box from our box component. Okay, now let's make the top side. In the deployed version, the top side is this avatar and this input, and on the bottom we have these buttons. So let's cover our top side. I would make a flex box. I will be using the R&D component. So flex comes from the R&D, and then for the style I will give it a width of 100%. The gap would be 1 rem, which is the minimum gap between the two elements. And then let's use the avatar from the R&D. Okay, let's give some parameters to this. So here I would use the image URL of our user, and we can extract out the user from the Clerk hook. So the Clerk hook can be imported like this: const user is equal to use user, which comes from the Clerk.js. Let's save this, and from the user I am taking the image URL, format the code. Let's save this and see in the browser. There is some error which is saying use user is not a function. Okay, if I make this component a client side component, then this should be running. Yeah, it's running now. I have to give some proper width and height to our profile image here. So for that reason, let's use the style, and for the width I will give the 2.6 rem, and similarly for the height would also be 2.6 rem. And for the box shadow, if I remember, we have made the variable in our global CSS. Let me double check. Yes, here remember we have made an avatar shadow, so I will be using this variable. Okay, so here I can write variable which is avatar shadow like this. Let's save this, and now if I see in browser, yeah, it is having proper shadow and size is also correct. And if I change to the dark mode, you can see the background color of this box is changing. Okay, cool. Format the code again, and the next thing is our text area. So for that one I would be using the input from the R&D, and then use the text area from there, pass some parameters. So the first parameter would be the placeholder. We can say share what you are thinking, and then we have to give some styles to it. So for the styles, give it a height of 80. It should not be resizable, so resize none, the flex 1, and let me make a use state here, const post text set post text. use state from React, and by default it's an empty string. Here I can use the value as the post text, and on change it would receive an event set post text that would be e.target.value. And I think we can simply use the self-closing component like this. Let's save this and see. Yeah, here's the proper input, and it is setting up the state value correctly. Let's give some styling to our wrapper and container. Target the post generator wrapper, for which I will give the border radius of 1 rem. And then for our container, if you remember, here for our box we have given the class name of container. So for this one, use the border radius of 1 rem again with the padding of 5 rem from all the sides, the overflow as, and the position relative. Okay, it is coming into the shape. Let's make the bottom 3 buttons now. Here we have the top flex box, and here I will say bottom buttons. Again, this would be a flex box, and for this one I would give it a class name of buttons and align center with the justify space between. And I think saying it as bottom would be more justified. Okay, let's make the image upload button first. So for this one I will use the button from the RD and give it a type of text button, and in the style give the background as border color, and within the button I will again make a flex box. Let's format the code first. Okay, so in this flex box let's use the icon from the iconify, and for this icon I will use a specific icon solar camera linear like this one. The width of this icon should be 1.2 rem, and the color that I'm using is primary. Okay, now I will use the typography from the RD, and for the class name I will give the typo subtitle 2. We'll say it as image. Let's save this and see in browser. Here we have a image button, and the text and the icons are not aligned perfectly. So here we used a flex box. Make the align as center and the gap between them as 0.5 rem. Now it should be looking good. Yes. Okay. After this button, let's make the second button, which is the video upload button. And for this one basically I will just copy and paste this completely and will change the things. Now I have to change the icon, so I will use this icon, grid icons video, and the color of the icon should also be something else. I will be using this color code. Let me paste it here, this one, and here we can say it as video. Let's save this, and here we have this beautiful button. Now let's come to our third button, which gonna be the post button. And for the post button I will give it a type as primary. With the style, in the style give the margin left as auto, so it will stick towards the right side of our container. And inside this one again there would be a flex box which would have the align items as center and the gap of 0.5 rem. Now give this an icon. So for the icon I will give it a specific icon, this one, icon amounts and fill, and the width is 1.2 rem for this one. Now the typography element, so it is saying the text post,
Let's save this, and here we have this button as well. Now let's fix some CSS to make it aligned as we have in the production. So on the top I will add a new flex box here. I will add a flex box, and I will close this flex box at the end of our bottom buttons. Here we'll give it a direction of vertical with the gap of 1 rem and align items as flex start. Let's save this. It's looking good. Now we have to fix the positions of these lower buttons. So for this one, here I will target the bottom class and will give it a width of 100%. And now the buttons are exactly in required position that we have in production. There is an error. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, yeah, so we are good to go now. Let's make this component functional. So here I will make a empty node, and I will enclose my complete component inside this empty node like this. So this is my post generated wrapper, and here I have the top, here I have the bottom, and at the bottom of all of this I will make the hidden buttons. So let's make the button to accept the image files. So here the input, and for this input the type would be file. It will accept the images and multiple as, let's make the multiple false. In the style, the display should be none, of course, and then we have to give it reference. So for the reference I will use image input ref. Okay, on the top let's make the reference. So const image input ref, make the use ref from the React, and similarly I will make the video input ref as well, which is also coming from the use ref. Now let's make a button for the video files as well. Button to accept the video file. Just copy and paste this here, and for this one it will accept the all kind of videos. Let's save this, and there is no error or difference on the front end, of course. Now add the function on both the buttons. I will say on change it will send an event, and I will make a function handle file change. Let's send the event as parameter. On the top here make the function const handle file change, which is receiving an event. Let's extract out the file as it lies on the first index of e.target.files, and we can also do a console log. So let's save this and go here. Okay, we want when someone clicks on this image button, then there should be a pop-up. So I will use the same reference on my image upload button. So here on this button I would say on click our image input reference dot current should be clicked like this one. Let's format it so you can see it better. I am saying on click, make the input of image reference as click. Let's save this, and now if I click on this button, there is the input of file selection. Okay, similarly I have to add an on click method on our video button. So here on click I would simply do the video input reference dot current dot click, and then let's set this reference to our video button here. Okay, instead of image input, this would be the video input reference here. Let's save this, and now here if I click on video, it is accepting the video file. If I click on image,
There is an error which is saying image input reference error. Why it's saying so? Okay, let's check. This is the reference, and here is the same reference. Let me refresh the page actually. So now this image button is working fine, and this video button is also working fine. Let's complete our handle file change function that we started here. Okay, after extracting out the file from the first index, make a limit of 5 MB file size. So I am saying if there is the file and file dot size is greater than 5 MB, then give it the alert of file size should be less than 5 MB and return from this function. And due to this 5 MB file size limit, in my next.config.mjs, here I would put some configuration. Here put the limitation of 5 MB as well. So experimental, inside the experimental, make the server actions the body size limit as 5 MB, or let's keep it as 6 MB. Coming back to our code. Now if the file size is less than 5 MB, then we should continue. Now we have to assess the type of our file. So here I will say if there is the file and file dot type dot starts with, this is the string operator function, starts with, and I'm saying if it starts something like image, or if it starts something like video, like if the file is one of those kinds, the image file or the video file, only then execute the detail of this function. First of all, make a state of the file type. So const file type set file type, use state by default null, and here I would say set file type is equal to file dot type dot split, and on the 0 index, here we'll get the file type and it will be selected. Okay, first of all, let's test our code till yet. Here I will do a console log of file type on the top, and inside our code, refresh the page, open the console, Control Shift J. Here you can see it is saying null in the post generator. Okay, now if I select something, let me select an image of mine, and here you can see in the console it is saying post generator is having the type of image. This component is having an image type. That means it's working fine. So remove this console log from here, and let's make an others use state. So on the top here I would say selected file and set selected file. By default again it would be null. After selecting the type, make the reader as new file reader, and then reader dot read as data URL, and reader dot onload means if the file is loaded, then set the selected file as reader dot result. So actually we have just made this code to make our file selection in our state. Okay, let's save this and test in the browser if it's all working fine. Yes, it's selecting the image and it is also selecting the video. Now we want to show a preview here as well, because on the deployed version, if I'm selecting an image here, you can see the preview of the image, and I can also remove this preview. Same case for the video. Here you can see I can see the video preview as well. I can even play the video. So let's see how we can do the same thing. Here we have the top side and here we have the bottom buttons. In between them I will make the preview. So first condition would be if there is any file type, only then make a div with the class name of preview container, and inside this one again we will check the file type. If the file type is a kind of image, let's for now only deal with the image type. I will return the image component from the auntie, and the src would be our selected file. Then give it a class name of css dot preview. Close this component. Also we have to give the alt, so for the alt give this preview of post. Format the code and specify some height and width. So for the height I would give it 350 pixels, or we can write it as in string 350 pixels, and the width as 100% of post generator. Let's save this and hope this should be working. Okay, let's switch to dark mode in the image. Okay, I selected the image, but there is no preview at the moment. So let's convert to the dark mode, click on image, and here we can see the preview of the image. Same kind of stuff I will also do for the video file type. Here I have written if file type is video, then render the video like this. Let's format it. Let's test this, refresh it here from the video. I've selected a video, and here is the video preview. Cool. Let's style these things. In the CSS, after this container, we will be having the preview container, for which make the border radius as 1 rem with the overflow hidden, and the position relative with the width of 100%. Let's save this, select an image. Let's select some nice image. Okay, here you can see the image is selected and it is having beautiful boundaries. Similarly, if I select a video, okay, the height of video is not correct. I think if we define the 350 pixels here as well, height as 350 pixels, then it should be fixed. Yeah, it is fixed here. For more in our CSS, we can write for the preview, the width should be 100%, the border radius as 0.5 rem, and the object fit as cover. Yes, it's looking really fine now. Our next target is to make the remove button. So here is our preview container. Inside the preview container on the top, let's make the remove button. For this button, again I will be using the undo button, and inside which one I will make a typography of remove, and the class name would be typo caption. We have to make an on click handler for this one, so handle remove file. Let's make this function at the top. Here we can say something like this. We have to make the two things null. The first one is set selected file type as null, the set selected file as null, and the second one is set file type as null. Let's test this, select an image, remove this, so it's working fine. Now let's style this remove button. Here for this button, I will give it a type of default with the class name of remove, and the style. In the style, this is very important thing, that we are giving it a position of absolute. And if we are giving it a position of absolute, we have given the position of relative to our preview container. Here you can see. Okay, let's make this remove styling. Give it the z index of 2 so that it should be on the top of our preview. And then from right, 1 rem distance, from top 1 rem distance. Save this, refresh our page, select the image. Okay, so when I am inspecting my page here, you can see this button is actually behind our image preview. So we have to fix the z-indexes. Okay, why the z-index is not correct? Why it's not applied? Here is the remove. Okay, I forgot to give it the class name of css.remove, therefore it is not applied. So css.removed. Now it's all fixed.
Now we have to install some packages to make the flow of our posting. Okay, so in a new terminal, here write npm I. The first thing is the React query. We're gonna use the React query. So 10 stack React query, and the version of this would be 5.14.2, and the other thing is 10 stack React query DevTools, and the version of this would be same. The other thing is Cloudry that we use to host our images assets, and the version gonna be 1.41.0, and last package is React Hot Toast, and its version would be 2.4.1. So all packages are installed. Let's first set up the React query in our application. So inside the lib folder, here I will make a new file with the name queryprovider.jsx RAFCE. It will make a query provider function, and in this function let's import the query client first. So const query client, this would be using a use state, and inside the use state I will make a new instance of our query client like this, and query client is imported from the React query. Okay, now query client provider, and make the client as our state query client. Inside this one we want to use our dev tools as well. So here write React query dev tools, and then simply give the children's. Here we have to take the children's as parameter, and we want initially when project opens this should be false. So initial is open false. Let's save this. Now go to our main layout. So inside our app, this layout in the root folder, layout.js, on the top of this styled component registry, here put our query provider that we have just made in our lib folder. You can see here I have imported from the lib folder. Let's save this and see if there's an error or not. Yes, of course, the common error of server-side rendering. So to fix this, inside our query provider, write use client, save this, and let me put it here. Refresh the page. It is showing nothing. So let's see why this happens. Inside our query provider, we have this thing. Inside layout.js, we have enclosed this. Oh, okay. This should not be inside the dev tools. Dev tools should be the self-closing component like this. Now if I save this and see in the browser, everything is running fine. Now let's set up our connection with the Cloudry as well. So I will again go to our library folder, which is lib, and here make a new file with the name cloudry.js, and I would write import Cloudry from Cloudry like this. Now we have to set up the configurations of our Cloudry. So Cloudry.v2, remember we have to use the v2 for this project, and inside the configurations we have to put our cloud name. The next parameter would be our API key, and the last parameter would be our API secret. Okay, after setting these, yeah, I will let you know how we can get these values from our Cloudinary dashboard, but let's first complete this file. So export const cld global. This is the same approach as we set up our Supabase connection. So Cloudinary, otherwise it would be simply the Cloudinary. So if the Cloudinary is available in our global scope, then assign that one to our CLD, otherwise take a new one. And the last thing, again for our production environment, this is exactly the same thing that we did while making our db.js, this one. Okay, let's save this. If you don't have an account on Cloudinary, then make a new one, and doing a sign up or login, it will give you such a screen where you can navigate your dashboard reports. And I think it's the most easiest way if you click on here getting started, and here they have given instructions of the SDK, and similar just simply click on this view credentials, and this is the only thing that we need. Copy the cloud name, and in our project paste the cloud name, then copy the API key, paste this here, and copy the API secret and paste it here. That's it. Now we have to change our schema. Actually not change, but we have to add something in our Prisma schema to make the post functional. So here I will define a new model with the name post. It will have an ID of type integer. So define it at ID, and by default it would be auto incrementing. And then next thing would be the post text. It will be an optional string because post can be without any captions. And the next thing would be the media. We would store the media links. So again it would be optional. Then author. So this relation would be on the basis of ID in our user model here, and in our post model it would be joined through the author ID field. So first let's define the author ID. This would be a type of string and it will be mandatory, and I will give it on delete. This should be cascade. And to complete this relationship in our user model, here I will make a new field with the name of post, because each user can have multiple posts, therefore it would be a type of an array. And now this relation is completed. If I format my code, here you can see it more better. Okay, the next thing would be CLD ID, and CLD ID would only be there if we have attached any media with our post. And then created at this will be a type of date time, and it should be imported by default. So let me remove these extra brackets. Okay, then a post can have multiple likes, so there would be an array of likes. Of course we have to define the model of likes. Similarly, a post can also have multiple comments, so it would be an array of comments. And the last thing, it can have multiple trends included. Now we have to define three more models: like, comment, and trend. So model like. The first thing in the model like would be the ID, and it would be a type of auto increment. The next thing, its relation with the post. Here you can see I said that it should be connected with the ID in the post, and in our like model it would be connected through the post ID that I have mentioned here. And again on delete, it would be a type of cascade relationship, means if any post is deleted, then all the relative likes would be deleted from the likes table. Okay, the next thing would be the author connection. It's same as we made the connection of the post with the user. Similarly, the relation of like with the author, then author ID, created at, and that's it. Now let's go to our second model, which is the comment. It will be having an ID again. The comment would be a type of an optional string, the author user relation, and then author ID. Similarly, its relation with the post, post ID, created at, and that's it. So actually all of them are having one-to-many relationships with each other. How they are justifying? One user can have multiple posts. Therefore, inside the user, post is having a type of an array. Then a post can have multiple likes. Therefore, here the model post is showing an array of likes in its data type. And then again the comments is a type of an array because one post can have multiple comments and it can also have multiple trends. So they all are having one-to-many relationships. Let's go to our trend model now. So inside the model trend, similar case, it will be having an ID, the name of trend, the posts that are related to this trend. Then we have to give the post ID for the connection, and yeah, that's it. We have completed the schema for now. Of course, we will add more things as we need, but for the posting, we have completed the schema. Now switch to our previous file, post generator, where we have to complete our functionality of posting. Here on the post button, actually on the top of it, I would say on the button, on click, submit post. Let's make this function on the top, make it a simple arrow function. First check if the post is completely empty or not, because you can't post a completely empty field. Okay, the completely empty means if there is no post text and there is no selected file. So this will be a completely empty post and you can't make a posting with this. So to make this check, here I am adding a condition. In this condition, I am simply saying if the post text is an empty string, or if the post text is undefined, and if the selected file is also none, then this is a type of empty post. And in this scenario, show an error. The error would be saying can't make an empty post, and then return from it. Okay, now I have to make this function of show error, const show error. This will be accepting the message, and then toast dot error, this would be having the message. Let me define some default message so that if no message is given to this, then it will render the something went wrong. Okay, from where I have imported the toast, I have to import it from the React hot toast. And to make the React hot toast functional, I have to go over layout that we have inside the app folder. This one inside the app route, we have layout.jsx, and just above this closing tag of theme provider, make the toaster from the React hot toast, import it. Let's save this. Okay, and also we have to set up the hydration boundary. The hydration boundary is needed for our query client. So hydration boundary, and close it below the box. We have to give it the parameter of state. So dehydrate the query client. Okay, so I have imported the hydration boundary, query client, and dehydrate all from the React query, and this query client should have an instance. So I can say something like this: query client is equal to new query client, and then just copy and paste it inside the dehydration. Let's save this and see in our browser everything should be working fine. Let's refresh the page, and yeah, here we are having a debugging tool of our React query, so everything is fine. And if I try to submit an empty post, then it is saying can't make an empty post. So that means our toast message is also working fine. Switch back to our post generator. And to submit a post, I will be using the mutation from our React query. So const mutate, let's import it as execute. And this also gives us the state of pending. Use mutation. And mutation function would be having some data, and this would be our server-side function of create post. And then on success, handle success function would be called, and I have to make the instance of query client as well. So const query client, as this is a client side component, so use query client hook, and then query client dot invalidate queries. Okay, and in the invalidation queries, I will give the all type of post queries that are running in the background. All should be invalidated, all should be refetched. Okay, and then on error, let's show an error something, make the function of handle success. So handle success, we have to reset our post generator. So first of all, make the set selected file as null. The second thing would be make the file type as null, then the post text as null, or I think it should be an empty string, and then toast dot success, post created successfully. Okay, yeah, it's fine till yet. Now we have to define the function of our create post, that is taking the parameter of data, and we have to execute this. So to execute this, here we have checked if the post is empty or not, and if it's not empty, then I would execute, I will give it the post text and media as our selected file. Let's save this. So from there our execution would be started. It will go here in the mutation function, and mutation function is assigned to the create post, and is pending would be tracing out the status of our function call. Let's make this create post function. So inside our actions, we have made the actions here. Make a new file with the name post.js. Okay, before making the action, we should update the schema of our database in our Prisma client. So for doing this, in our new terminal, I will write npx prisma db push. So it has generated a new Prisma client. That's mean our schema is now implemented in our database. If I go to our database, social hope YouTube, inside the table editor, here we have the table of trend, post, like, comment, all are there. Okay, let's make the function now. So export const create post. It will receive the post data here. Make it as an async function as well. Then make our try catch block for this one. Try catch inside the error. Console log the error, also throw new error, which would be saying fail. Our post would be having the post text and media. Let's only work with the post text for now, and then we will handle the media. So extract out the information of user on the server. So for the server side, we have the clerk function of current user, and on the client side, we have the hook use user. Right now, this is the server side action, therefore we have used the current user function. And then const new post would be equal to await, have to import the db dot in the post model, make a new, and for this document the data would be post text would be equal to the post text, and then to connect the author, and then the id would be equal to user into id. Let's save this. I will also do a console log of our new post. At the end, return the data as new post. Let's save this, import this create post function inside our post generator here, and let's see what happens when we gonna upload a post now. So open the console as well. This is ZAINKEEPSCODE, post this. Okay, here is an error, current user is not function means it's not defined, so we have to import the current user from the Clerk.js on the top and make a clarification that it's a server-side file. So we have written the use server and then try again, open the console, post, let's see, open the terminal. Okay, something is returned and it's actually an error, failed to create a post. Actually the error is very weird. It is saying can't reach database server at this one. So actually this is the Prisma initialization error. So here if I write npx Prisma Studio and see if it's open, if it is able to connect with the database or not. Fetching rows in this table. Prisma client error. Okay, let me check our .env. So .env, here is the connection limit, pg bouncer. And what if I try to manually generate the client? npx Prisma generate client. It is saying operation not permitted. So let me close the development server, and if I try the same command again, okay, the client is now generated, and npx Prisma db push, the db is also having the new schema. And now if I try npx Prisma Studio, now our studio is also fetching the data from our Supabase. Okay, and now if I run our development server again, npm run dev, the server is started. Refresh our URL, try again, hit the post button and see in the terminal what happens now. Okay, now it has returned the newly created post, so it's working. Prisma sometimes give this type of weird errors, but anyhow it's fixed now. What I did, first I did the npx Prisma db push, then I did npx Prisma Studio, but it was not fetching the data, so I closed it. Then I returned the npx Prisma generate client. Then it was giving an error of operation not permitted, so then I closed my development server and tried the same command again, and on the next try it was working. Okay, so if I go to, let's close this Prisma Studio, and inside our post table here I'm having a new post created, this one, and let's check if the author is connected or not. So here it is saying author connected, and if I click here it is taking me to the user table, to this author. That's mean our user connection is also working fine. Now let's see how we can upload the media. Before saving anything in our DB, make the two variable, the Cloudberry ID and the other one is asset URL that we will use to access our media file. Okay, and then if media exists, then upload it on Cloudberry. So await upload file, and upload file, of course it would be a media, and then we have to give the path to store on our Cloudberry. So inside the post folder, use the user ID to store this. Let's make this upload file function. So inside our actions, make a new file with the name upload file.js, make it a use server file, and then export const upload file async function, which will be accepting the file and folder path. Then try catch. Inside the catch, do the console log error and also return the error from this one. So return error as failed to upload, and in the try const response as await cld imported from the library v2.uploader.upload, give the file in parameter and then some configurations. So we have to define the folder. So folder would be inside our social hope YouTube folder. Use the folder name, and then next parameter is resource type. It will automatically detect if it's a video file or if it's an image. To handle the errors in this flow, I will remove the await from here. Let me format the code like this, and on the third parameter here it will be handling the errors and the results. So it would be an arrow function which is saying if error occurs then console log error while uploading, and if it is successfully uploaded then console log file uploaded and return the result. Let's save this. So how this is working, we have used the cldv to uploader, and the first parameter we have made the file. In the second parameter we have mentioned the folder name and the resource type, and the third parameter we are handling the results or errors. Okay, the response would be generated here. So return response. Let's save this. Come back to our post.js, and here destructure the public id and secure url from the response of Cloudry, and cld id would be equal to our public id, and asset url would be equal to the secure url. Then after this post text I will add the new fields of media, which would be the asset url, and then cld id as our cld id, and author is already connected. Let's save this, and in our post generator let's use this is pending variable. So here on the top of our post generator I would import the spin component from the design. Okay, and its spinning would be dependent on our is pending variable, and it will be giving out this message. Okay, let's close this at the end of our post generator. So here the spin component would be closed. Let's import it from the design. Save this. Okay, try again. So here I am saying try again and select an image. Let's take any random image. Okay, this one. Post this. It's uploading the post. See here. Okay, I think there is an error again. So this error is saying upload file is not defined. We have to import the upload file function, and where we are displaying this message I think we should say like error dot message if message exists. That would be enough. Okay, now let's try to upload again. Post and see what happens now. File uploaded. Now the post should also be saved. Yes, now the post is also saved. If we go to our DB, here is a new post with the caption try again. This is our media file. So if I visit this link, here you can see our uploaded image. This is the author ID, Cloudry ID. We will use the Cloudry ID when we have to trace any media file in our database. We need to trace it to update a media, to delete a media, like all the CRUD operations we will be doing on the basis of this CLD file in our Cloudry. Okay, this is working fine. So let's move on to the next step where we have to fetch the post in our feed. Let's close all of these files and inside the component folder make a new file with the name post.jsx First work on the fetching of our data. So const data is loading and is error, the common variables of our use query. But as we have to do the continuous fetching of data on scroll, so instead of simple use query, here we will be using the use infinite query. Use infinite query is also from the React query. Let's pass the parameters in it. The first parameter would be the query key and I will give it the key of post. The second parameter is query function. Let's give it a query function of get my feed post. Just keep it simple for now. Make it a client side component as well. Go to our server side actions inside the post.js. Here we will make our function of get my feed post. So export const get my feed post. It will be an asynchronous function and import this here. Make a try catch block to avoid the crashing of our server. In case of an error, first of all console log and then throw a new error failed to fetch the post. As we are keeping the thing simple on the first iteration, therefore let's fetch all the posts at once for now. So const post equal to await db.post.find many. Give it no argument, so it will fetch all the posts and in return give the data as post. Save this and here the post would be received in our data variable. So simply do a console log of our data. Let's save this. Let's see in the browser if there is an error or not. Yeah, of course we have to import this post component in our page inside the app directory. Inside the app, here we have our page where we have the home view. Here we have written the span of posts instead of this span. Now let's import the original component of post from the component. Save this and there is no such error. Open the console log and it is saying undefined. Let's see why this is saying so. There is an error as well. Okay, because we have used the infinite query hook inside the post.jsx and we have not passed any parameter to check the next page, therefore it is giving error. And as we are just checking if the posts are fetched correctly or not, so let's use the simple hook of use query for now. Save this. Now here you can see it is throwing some data. In the dev tools you can clearly see there is the data of 3 posts that we made while testing our post generator component. That means our data is fetched correctly. Let's use the other two variables as well, which are is loading and is error. So let's deal with the error state. If there is an error, in that case return the typography from the undesign, which is saying something went wrong.
Here the typography imported from the design simply, and our next state would be if it is loading. Let's format the code. I would like to make a spinner here, so make a flex box. Inside the flex box there would be a spin component from the design, and then again typography which would be saying loading. Spinner is imported. Let's import the flex box, give it the vertical direction with the align item center and the gap of large. Test in the browser, refresh the page, and here's the spinner loading. And just now we have the data, so it is saying the text of post, and if by any chance there is an error, then it would give us the typography of error. Let's understand what do I mean by continuous fetching or infinite query. Let's suppose this is our one post that we have posted on our social media platform, right? And similarly this one is second post, and similarly we have two more, and as a total of we have 8 posts, right? And this is the screen of our device. Now if you see, these posts would be coming up in the screen of our device, and because this is the length of our device, only 3 posts can accommodate in the screen size. Now on the initial load, when we are loading the post for the first time, if we load all the 8 posts, then it would be unnecessary because user can see only 3 posts at the moment. That means these posts that are lying under the screen, they are useless at the moment. So what we gonna do? We should have a solution which should only fetch these 3 posts, and when user scrolls up and there is a need of other posts like these one, then these 3 posts should be fetched and rendered in the screen. Similarly, when these 3 posts are scrolled up and there is a need of other posts, then the remaining posts should come up in the screen. This would be an optimized solution, and there would be the multiple benefits of doing this. See the benefits in detail. Benefit number 1, low network usage. Because we're gonna fetch only limited posts at a time, so it will be very friendly for our network. Let's suppose you have a platform where there are thousands of users and each user has posted 10 posts. Then just imagine the number of posts, and if you fetch all the posts at once on the client device, it will consume a lot of network, which gonna make our app slow. Okay, let's go to the benefit number 2, which is less server fatigue. Because when we are limitizing the number of posts that we need to fetch, that means server has to send less number of data, and less number of data means less processing plus less fatigue, and your server cost would be very low. Okay, go to the benefit number 3, which is the less client side fatigue. Because in this approach, client would be receiving the limited data, and instead of thousands of posts at once, it will be handling only 3 to 4 posts at a time. And due to this fact, the low-end devices which are not running on a very good hardware, still they can run your application very smoothly, so that the chances of your app to go viral is very high. And what is the fourth benefit? Which is low response time. This is directly connected with the low network usage, because we are putting less load on the network so that your network request would be completed in less time, and this will result in a low response time. and user will have benefits of using the infinite query or continuous fetching. There are many more that we can derive from these benefits, but these four are the major benefits. Let's go to our code and see how we can implement this. Delete this console log, and in our get my feed post function, we have to do all the things in find many parameters. Let's include the data of author as well. It will join the users table on the key of author, so you will be having the complete information of the author user in the result of post. Then the next parameter is take. How many posts should be fetched at once? So I am giving it a number of 5. You can give it more or less depending on your needs, but I am saying in one time fetch only 5 posts, and when user scrolls the 5 posts, then fetch the other 5 posts. And on which basis backend gonna keep track that which posts you fetched last? This all handled by a cursor pointer. So I'm calling that cursor pointer as last cursor. If any last cursor exists, then we have to take the post after that cursor, so skip 1. By the way, in a simpler terms, cursor is just an ID of your post. So the ID of your last fetched post, we are saying that ID as a cursor, and here we are referencing that as last cursor. Now I am telling MongoDB that you have to start from this ID. Okay, so I have just simply given cursor equal to ID of last cursor. So here I am telling my database that you should start fetching the data, you should start fetching the documents from this ID. After the logic of last cursor, then order by, created at descending, so that the post would be fetched in the most recent manners. By the way, from where we gonna get this last cursor? Actually, this last cursor would be coming as a parameter on the top. Now what if our last cursor is actually the last document in our table? Then the length of our post would be 0, because there is no cursor after the last document. So in that case, we have to make the things a little bit different in the response. I would say if the post dot length is equal to 0, in that case return the data of empty array with the metadata something like this: last cursor as null and has more variable as false. Format the code. This metadata key would be telling our React query that should it fetch the next documents or not. If the has more is true, means if there are more posts after the last cursor, then yes, it should fetch more posts, otherwise no. Let's remove this default return statement, and if the number of posts is not the 0, then calls last post in results, that gonna be post into post length -1. So we are getting the last post in our fetched post, and then to make the cursor out of it, we simply have to take the ID of our last post. Then we have to check if there are more posts available or not. Await db.post.find many, and in the parameter, let's say skip 1 and cursor equal to ID into cursor. So if the length of more posts is greater than 0, that's mean the has more is true, otherwise not. So how we gonna return this? We gonna say data into posts with the metadata as last cursor equal to our cursor and has more dependent on the length of our more posts. By the way, here we should also mention our take limit. So instead of
making it manually at all the places. Let's make a constant of take 5 like this and simply use this at all places because this should be in sync in our all the databases call. Everything is fine now. Save this, and now instead of use query, use the use infinite query. Use infinite query has the third key of get next page parameters, which will be deciding either we have to fetch the next iteration of our post or not. Last page as a parameter. So actually, what is this last page? Last page are the last results that are received in this data variable. So here we are saying return last page dot metadata dot last cursor. If you remember, in the post we have sent the last cursor in the metadata, so we are retrieving that data here. And you also know we have to send the parameter of last cursor here. So remove this comma. Yeah, here we have to receive this last cursor parameter. Let's send this. So page parameter equal to an empty string by default, and send this parameter here. Let's do a console log to check our data, what is received now. Okay, it is undefined. So the page parameter is undefined at the moment, and because we are using the continuous pagination fetching, therefore the results would be also in the pages array. Because we have set the limit of 5 posts, and at the moment we are only having 3 posts in our database, so there is only one page. And in the metadata it is saying has more true. However, it should be false because we are having only 3 posts in the database, and the limit is of 5 posts, and all of 3 posts are already here. So this should be saying has more false. Let's see why this happened. Just remove this. Go to the post.js, and here we are getting this. Okay, the issue is we have to apply this order by created add while checking more posts as well. Now save this, and in our dev tools, let's wait for the results now. Refresh the page. Here are the result pages, and yes, now the has more is false, and the last cursor is the ID of our first post that we made on the platform. So let's double check this in our table editor. Within the post table, you can see the ID of our first post is 1, which is exactly we have received here, and has more false because there is no more post prior to the ID 1. Now we have to tackle with the second problem, which is how we will know that now we have to fetch the next post. How can we make a trigger that will trigger the fetching of new post when the scrolling is done till the last post of the previous fetched data? Okay, let's handle this. Inside our post.jsx, remove this console log, and as I am saying, we have to go step by step. So let's start with simpler approach. Check if is success is here. We can also import the is success from here. Is success like this. Return a flex box, and for this flex box give it a direction of vertical with the gap of 1 rem between each post, and data into pages into map. For each page, in each page we will be having the data of post. So page dot data dot map for each post along with its index number
simply return our div and give this div a key of index, and I am simply writing a span of post. Now give this some style. For the style, give it a width of 100% and a background color of, let's save this, format the code, revise this, that within the data we are checking the number of pages, and for each page we are mapping on the post. Save this and see in the browser. Here we having the post, give them some heights. So for the height I will give each post a height of 30 rem. Yes, this is looking correct. And you can notice in the application I am scrolling till the end of my post, but still no more posts are loading. The first reason is we don't have any more posts in our database, but the second thing is we have not made any such logic. Let's fix the first thing. Let's make new post. So this is an other dummy post. Post this is second dummy post, and this is third dummy post. Let me make 5 to 6 more like this. Okay, now we have enough number of posts in our database, and if I refresh the page, the 5 posts should be fetched 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Yes, because we have set the limit of 5 posts, and at the moment in my post table I have 9 posts as total. So still I have these first 4 posts to be rendered. We're gonna make this possible by using the React intersection observer library. Let's install the dependency. In a new terminal, write npmi react intersection observer at the rate version 9.5.3. It is installed successfully. Go to our component again, and on the top destructure the ref and in view from the use in view, which is again coming up as a hook from the React intersection observer. Here we are mapping on our data. I'm gonna do this mapping conditionally. So instead of simply mapping, I will pass it through a condition where I will check either if it's a last post or not. So the function name is check last view ref, and I will pass the index and the page. Remember, the page is from our first map and the index is from our second map. Means index is the index of our post and page is actually the group of posts. So if this is actually the last post in our view, and if this is not the case, then render something else. Let's suppose I'm again saying as give it a key. So for the key, instead of using the index, let's use the post ID. Same case for this one. Okay, I have formatted the code, so now it's looking better. I am checking if it's in the last view. Then when I am returning the div, let's add a reference of ref as well. If that's not the case, then simply return the div, but I will keep the styling constant. Let's define this function check last view ref on the top. Export check last view ref. It will be accepting the index and the page, and there will be simply a condition if the index is equal to page into data dot length -1, then return true, otherwise return false. Format the code again, hit save, and the last thing is we have to make a use effect. In the use effect, we will decide we have to fetch the next data or not. So this will be dependent on the 3 things: has next page in view and fetch next page. Has next page will be coming from our infinite query, and similarly the fetch next page and in view is coming from our use in view hook. So the condition is gonna be very simple. I'll be saying it's in view and we have the next page available in our database. Then let's for now simply console log fetch the next page, or you can also say fetch the next iteration of data. Go to our browser and use effect is not defined. Import it from the React. Now let's see, it is fetching the data. Here are the posts.
open the terminal side by side. Let's scroll down, and on the last post, as soon as this post comes into the view, here we have a console log of fetch the next page iteration. Let's try this again. Refresh, open the dev tools. There is nothing such message. There is no such message available. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and as soon as the fifth post comes into the view, this is the message. Means our setup is working fine. Now we only have to give the real function of fetch next page data. Now if I refresh the page, let's hope now after fetching the first 5 posts, it should fetch the next 4 posts in the next iteration. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, 7, 8 and 9. Of course we have to make the proper loading signs. We should choose the R&D spinner to indicate that it's fetching more posts, because at the moment everything is happening behind the scenes, and it's actually very easy to do because this use infinite query has made everything very easy. There is 2 more statuses, is fetching next page and is fetching. So is fetching would be working while fetching the first page, and next page would indicate the fetching status of our next pages, and is loading is the first time loading status. So now we have to make the spinners on the basis of these. Our post logic is ending up here. After the post, I can simply make a logic if it's loading, or if it's fetching the next page, or even if it's simply fetching, then return the loading status. We have made the loading spinner here. I am just copying this and pasting it here. Save and see in the browser, refresh the page. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and here is the loading spinner, and here are the more posts, and then there is another loading spinner. Everything is very fast, therefore we are not able to see it very clearly, but you can observe this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits, and then here it is. Now this is the right time to make the UI and the integration of each individual post in our application. I hope you are enjoying that tutorial at this moment and you are feeling excited to move ahead as I am feeling. Let's make the post component. So inside the components, make a new file with the name post.jsx rafce. Save this, and inside the post where I have written the span of post, now I am replacing with the post component, and similar case for here, replace this with the post component. Let's pass the data as well. So data would be equal to, and same here, data would be equal to the, let's save this. In the post component I can receive the data like this, and if I do a console log, then data should be displayed here. Yes, it is displaying here. Okay, now let's make the CSS file as well. So inside the styles, make a new file with the name post.module.css. Open this side by side, import its file from the relative path. So from the styles, import post.module.css and make the wrapper first. Then we have to make a box inside this, and then the container. So container. Now if I go to our deployed version, the first thing we have to make this profile information inside the post. So let me make a comment where I'm saying profile info, and for this one I would use a flexbox from the Ant design. Make the things as align items center and justify content space between. Why I am making a space between here? However, in the deployed version we can see there is only one element on the left side, there is nothing on the right side. Then why I have written the justify content space between? If I go to my profile, you can see if the post is related to your account, then you have a menu here by which you can delete your post. So for this menu, I have made the justify content as space between. I hope you got the idea. Let's work on the left side first, which will be our profile info. This would be again a flex box with the gap of 0.5 rem and align items center. In this one, the first thing gonna be is our avatar. So AVA avatar from the design, and in the data we will be getting the information of the author as well because we connected while fetching the data. So the size of this would be 40 pixels, and then the src. Let's give the src as data into author profile image url. Let's save this and see in the browser if there is any error or not. No, there is no error, and we can see the profile images correctly as all the posts are related to my account at the moment. Therefore we are seeing the Z profile image everywhere. The next thing in this left side is gonna be our name and post date. So name and post date. Let's make a flex box again and give it a vertical direction. Then add the typography from the design, and we have to make the first name and last name of the author here like this from our data. And for the styling, I will be giving it a class name of typo subtitle 2. Save this. So the name is done. The next thing is date. So for the date, let's use typography dot text, and for the date we have to format the date as well. And for formatting the date, I'm using the day.js package. You can install the day.js. Let's go to a new terminal and here write npm I day.js. This is installed. Import the day.js from the day.js. Now give it some stylings. The first name is the class name, so the class name gonna be typo caption. Then the type of this would be secondary, so it would be having a grayed out color, and it would be a and strong, so text would be a little bit bold. Let's save this. Yeah, here we have the date correctly visible. Let's give some styling to our wrapper and container. Inside the css, target the wrapper, give it the border radius of 1 rem and the overflow as hidden. Now the container, for the container padding 1 rem, display flex direction of column and the gap of 1 rem. Let's save this, and yes, I think now we can remove this blue color from the background. Okay, so inside the post.jsx, here I provided this styling just for the debugging purpose. So let's remove this from both the conditions. Save this, and yeah, you can see from the deployed version, after the profile information, the next thing we have to cover is the captions and the media. Either it's a video or an image, we have to render that. Inside our post.jsx, okay, the profile info is completed here. Now make a new comment of caption. For the caption, use typography dot text, inside which I will be using a self-closing div to render the post text as the inner HTML, and we can use such a parameter of dangerously set inner HTML. And what I'm actually doing, I am replacing all the \n element with the br element, because \n would be replaced with a new line while rendering on the screen, and all of this HTML would be enclosed within a div. Let's save this and see. Yeah, all the captions are here. Let's move to the media part. So post media. First we have to decide either it's an image or a video. So deal with the image first. I will make a function get file type from URL, and I will give the data.media as parameter, and if it's an image only, then render the image component. So for the image, make a div of css.media and use the image component from the design. It's a self-closing component, and in this one, the conventional thing, we have to give it a source. So for the source, give data into media and alt gonna be equal to the post media, the style as object fit. Let's define this function of get file type from URL. I will make a new folder with the name of utils. Here we will place all of our utility functions. Make a file index.js. Define this function in this file, and it will be accepting the URL and will be giving back the type of media on the basis of the URL. So the first condition will check if the URL is null or undefined, and it will return the type of media as unknown. And if the URL is not null or empty string, then it will pop up the extension of the URL, URL dots. So what it will do, it will split the name, it will split the URL of the media by taking the full stop as a divider and give us the last element of the string. Last element that is left will be the extension of the media. Now we have to make a very simple switch statement which will be checking the extension. If it's JPEG, PNG, GIF, then it will return the type of extension as image. Otherwise, in that case of extension, it will give us the video, or by default it will be an unknown media that we have also mentioned here. Let's save this and import this function. See in the browser, can we see the image now? It should be here. Here we have posted an image of Prisma icon and it's there. If I post another thing with the image, let's post something like this. Let's post this. By the way, I like the dark mode instead of the light mode because it puts less strain on my eyes. Okay, the post is created successfully. It should invalidate the post now, and here you can see now the posts are refetching. How it is refetching automatically? Because if you remember, in our post generator, here we said on success, when the post is submitted, all the queries which are having the posts in their keys should be invalidated, and basically the meaning of invalidate, the previous data should be removed and the new data should be fetched after completing the new fetch. And inside the post you can see our query is having the key of post, so it would be revalidated, and now you can see it has fetched the new data without refreshing the page, and I can see the image of a mock laptop. Let's try by uploading a video as well. Let's see this. Let's say this video as tutorial. Post this. Okay, the video is posted now. Let's wait for the refetching. It has started here, and here is the new post with the tutorial. Of course, we can't see the video because we have not handled the video extension yet. Let's handle the video extension now. Okay, so inside the post.jsx, let's format the code first and go for the second condition. Again, I can use the same statement from here, and I will check if the type is a video. Then return the same div with the div css.media, and inside this one return the video with controls enabled and styling like this. Let's write the styling of our media div as well. The media div equal to position relative with the width 100%, height as fit content, then the overflow hidden, the border radius of 1 rem, and the display flex. Now it should give us the video here. I think if it's compiling, okay, I have not saved the post.jsx. Yes, here we can see the video as well. It's loading and we can play the video as well. I think we should give the maximum height to our video because I tried with some other video dimensions and that was not looking right. So the maximum height should be 40 rem, and it would be good if we define the image dimensions as well. So for this one, object fit would be equal to cover with the border radius of 1 rem. Of course, this is just to reassure our styling because we have already did the object fit cover in our parameter and the border radius is already 1 rem. Anyways, let's move to our like button. So let's make the section of actions, and for the actions I will be again using a flex box, and there would be a like button, and then there would be a button for comments. Let's make the component of like button. So inside the components like button dot gsx rfce, import this in our post dot gsx like this. Let's save this, and I will pass some parameters to this button. The first parameter would be our post id, which would be equal data.id, then likes, likes would be data.likes, and the query id. We have not managed the query id at the moment, but let's manage this. Here the query id would be received through the parameters in the post.gsx, and inside the post it would be provided here. You can send the query id as query id, and this component would be receiving the query id. Here by default it would be all. So what is the query id? Actually, query id is giving us the indication on which page we are. Currently we are on our home page where we want the posts of all the persons, of course under a special scenario like the persons that we have followed and the persons who are following us, but generally it's called as the fetching of all the persons. And if we are the and if we are on a page of a specific person, like if you are on my profile, then this id would be giving us the id of a specific person, so that we are reusing our post component, but we are not fetching the posts of all the people on the platform. However, we are only fetching the relative posts of that specific profile person. So that's why we are using this id. Right now we have not used this too much because we have not started the profile pages, but I think it's a good thing if we keep it in mind from now. So this id should matter in our query key, and here I can specify it as an id. Now instead of query id, here give it as id. In the like button, receive all the parameters. The first one is post id, then the likes, and then the query id. Let's save this. I think we should also do a console log to make sure that everything is received correctly. Okay, likes is undefined and all. Of course the likes would be undefined because no one has liked any post at the moment because we have not started this feature, but at least we are starting this. So first we have to get the information of our logged in user from the Clerk.js by using the use user hook. Then we have to keep the track of is our post is already liked or not. So set is liked or not. And we are going to do here a very good thing, which is the optimistic updates. I will let you know how those work. And on the initial load of each post, we can check if the post is liked already or not by using a use effect, and this use effect would be dependent on the two things, on the user and the number of likes. Of course each like would be having the complete information with it. So if I go to the schema, Prisma schema, here you can see for each like we are having the post id, its connection with the post, the author id, the created, and even the id of each like. So I think we are having all the things. Okay, so to check if it should be liked or not, we can make a simple sum function. If any like is containing the same author id as the id of our user id, okay, set is liked, I should use this. If that's the case, then it will return to the true, and that will be assigned to our is like. So it is basically checking if our current user has liked this post or not. Import the use state as well from the React and see if there are any bugs or not. Okay, use effect is not defined. Of course it's not defined. Also import the use effect from the React. Okay, in the return we will be using a button from the rnd. which will be using a flex box. Here we have to make the icon from the iconify. The icon name would be ph heart fill. The width of this icon gonna be 22 pixels, and let's assign some styling to it. So let's format the code and explain the styling. Okay, here it should be saying is light. So I am checking the style of our heart button. If it is light, then I am giving it our primary color, otherwise I am assigning it a grayed out color. So that's very simple, I think. And the next thing is typography dot text, give it the class name. So class name as typo body 2, and then here we have to check the condition. Should we state only like here, or should we give the number of likes as well? So here I have written the condition. If the number of likes is 0, if no one has liked the post, then simply write the like. If other people have also liked this post, then also show the length of those likes, the number of those likes. Let's save this and see here. It is saying undefined likes. I think undefined should not be the case here. It should be saying the 0, because here I have put the optional operator. So I have to check what's happening here. In the post, let's check our DB. So in the Prisma Studio, likes is an array which is having nothing at the moment, the 0 likes. So if I console log the data of each post, author, by the way, I am using the Ninja console as the extension. It makes the error process very smooth. We can do the console logs within the VS Code. Okay, so you know what's the problem? We have not returned the likes in the response, therefore it is saying like this. So I would go to our post.js, and here I have included the author. I would also include the let me see in the model how I have. Okay, I have declared it as likes. Let's make it as true. Let's save this, and I think I should also do the comments as well, all things at the same moment. Okay, now if I see in the post.jsx, there's the author, and yeah, now likes is having an empty array and comments as well. If I go to the browser, yeah, because the length of the array is 0, therefore it is simply saying like. We have to style this button now. In the like button.jsx, for this button, give it a size of small and some stylings like this: the background transparent, border none, box shadow none. Format the code, and then for this flex box, give the gap of 0.5 rem between the elements and align items center. Let's save this. Now we have to work on the feature of liking and disliking a post. But you know, right now when I'm clicking this button, there is no effect. However, in the deployed version, if I'm liking a post, there is a very beautiful button effect which is looking like a celebration or confetti. So we have to give this effect here. We can use the happy provider from the auntie and enclose our complete button inside this happy provider. Remove this closing tag from here. On the top you can see the happy provider is imported from the Ant Design Happy Work theme. Commit the code. Let's save this, and now if I'm clicking on this button, this is a beautiful celebration effect that we want. Let's move towards the logic now. Switch to the dark mode. I think this comments is looking weird at the moment, so I am just doing it a comment out. And in the like button, we have to work with the use mutation hook again. So const mutate the use mutation. In the use mutation, make the mutation function
that would receive the post ID and action type, and on the basis of action type we will be updating our post like. Update post like would be a server side action, but the thing to ponder here is what is this action type. We have to decide what we have to do. Either we have to like or unlike. Let's make a decision here. Const action type, if it is liked then the action type would be unlike, and if it is not liked then we have to like this. The next thing is we have to mutate. So on the button simply say on click mutate with the post ID and the action type. Format the code. Let's save this, go to the post.js and work on a new function which is update post like. So export const update post like, which is receiving the post ID and the action type. Make a try catch block. In case of error do the console log, and also through new error. The error is saying failed to update the post likes. Let's save this. Now we have to fetch the information of the user on the server. So I will be getting the user ID from our await current user function, and then we have to find the post in DB, if such post exists in DB or not with this post ID. So for this const post is equal to await db dot post dot find many, where ID gonna be equal to our post ID, and include the likes as well, and if such post doesn't exist then return an error, and in the error say post not found. And in the other case, if the post is there, then check if user has already liked the post. So for doing this I can apply the same logic as I applied in the front end component. I will do post.likes.find. If there is such an author which is equal to our currently logged in user, then give the true. And here tackle with our first condition, if user has already liked it, if that is confirmed. So for this one, if the type of our incoming action is equal to like, I can say this one, I can say this one as type instead of action type. So if the type of our incoming action is like and the user has already liked the post, then we don't need anything to do. We just simply return the data of post and that's it. We have to delete the like. Let's suppose if the user has already liked the post and he has given us the action of unlike, then we have to delete his like. So else await db dot like dot delete, where id equal to like into id, and do the console log like deleted. So that's the first scenario where user has already liked. We have managed. If the user has already liked and he has submitted the action of like, then do this, and if he has submitted the action of unlike, then do this. Okay, we did a little mistake here. This should not be closed here. This else is the part of this like, and then we can close this here and now write the else condition. In the else condition I am saying if the user is trying to unlike the post, then return the post. Because he has not already liked and he is again trying to unlike, then just simply return the post. In the other case, if user is trying to like the post which he has not already liked, then I can write something like this: await db dot like dot create data into post into connect into id post id, and the author will be equal to connect into id into user id. And after doing all this, do a console log, and at the end we will be returning the updated post. So here I have said from our post table fetch this post which is joined with the likes table, and do the clg of updated post equal to the updated, and in the return we can send the data of this updated post like this. Let's save this. We have completed all of this inside our like button. I'm calling this, we have to import the use mutation which is already imported. So I think everything is fine. Let's try this out. Let's click on this like button and see in our console what's happened now. I think let's open our network tab, our console, click on this like button. We have to import this update post like function from our action. Let's save this, refresh our page in the browser, go to the dark mode. Okay, open the DevTools side by side. Now click on the like button and see if there is any error or not, and also check our console. So there is an error. Let's see what's this error about. Failed to update the post likes. What's the main error? Cannot read the properties of undefined find. That's weird. Let's check where we have written the find statement. Okay, we have written here post.likes.find. So it is eventually failing here. Let's check if it is receiving all the parameters correctly or not. So if I click on like and open the console, here it has received the 11 but undefined as well. Why this is undefined here? The type is undefined. Action type, if it's liked. Okay, and what if I send all of this data within a single object? So if I send this in an object like this, then all of this would be as params, then here as params, and in our posts receive this as params, and then I think I can do something like this, const into post id and action, and action type, I can receive the action type as type from the params. Let's save this, and now if I hit the like button, let's see what happens now. Okay, now it is saying 11 and like. Again there is an error. This time the error is saying failed to update the post likes. Failed to update the post likes. Actually it is saying cannot read the properties of undefined. Why it is saying it like undefined? Has I used the find somewhere else or not? Okay, the issue was when I debugged and I tried to do a console log of this, then here it said like it is a type of an array. The mistake that I did, instead of find many, here should be the find unique. Now save this, and in the console if I try to like the post again, so post number 11, action type as like, and wait for it now. Okay, it is saying like created for the id 11 post, and in my db I should refresh this, our db, for the post number 11
Within the likes, I have a document which is connected through the like table. Actually, I can open the likes table as well. So in the likes table, I have a new entry with the ID 1. My post is also connected. The post ID is 11. The user is also connected. So overall, it's working well. Let's go to the browser. And now if I refresh the page, here you can see the post is liked. If I click on it again, now it should be disliked. So in the browser, it is saying 11 and the action type is unlike and there is an error. Interesting. Failed to update the post. I should see what's the error exactly. It is saying unknown argument var. Okay, here the argument should be where. Now go to our browser, refresh this one and try to unlike the post again. Let's unlike this, go to the console and hope this time it should be working. 11 unlike and like deleted. Validate in our database, in our like table, no entry is there. Now our next task is to make the like update as an optimistic update. So in our like button.jsx, we have to define the states of on mutate, on error, and this is the point where we're gonna make the optimistic updates. Okay. So the first thing is on mutate. This would be an asynchronous function. And let me explain you that the on mutate function will run just before the mutation function. Means this would be executed before this one. Okay. So here, first of all, await query client. We have to import the query client here. So const query client is equal to use query client from the React query, and then cancel the queries, all the queries which are having the ID of post with the query ID that we have received in the parameters. So what is the purpose of this one? Actually, this one cancel any ongoing refetches, so that when we have when we're gonna update the like status, all the pending requests would be cancelled. And then the next thing we have to do is to take the snapshot of the previous cached values. So const previous post that we have received in our React query cache. So query client dot get query data against this key. And then the next task we have to do is optimistically update the new value. So query client dot set query data. We have to we have to mention the ID of our query, and in this parameter we are taking our old data. And actually, let's just simply do a console log of this data first. Go to the browser, open the console. Let's open the console side by side, and if I click on this like, here you can see our old data. Okay, you can see it is generated from the like button at the line number 30, and this is exactly our line number 30 where we have made a console log, and this is the state of our. Now we have to modify this cache data according to our update. So in return, I would return the old, and within the pages old dot pages dot map for each page, return the page, and then in the data page dot data dot within the each post dot id is equal to the post id that we have received on the top. Then return the post data, and for the likes we have to update cache likes, and in the parameters I would send the post dot likes user id, and also I have to send the post id like this. Let's move this extra bracket from here, and then the user id and action type. And if that's not the case, if this is not the post, then simply return the post. Okay, here write the return. Let's format the code. Now we have to make this function of update query caches likes. So I will go to our utility function file, and here make export const update query cache likes. This will be accepting these parameters, and here I will check if the action type is equal to like, then return the all old likes plus add a new one for this author ID. And if the action type is unlike, then we have to delete a like which is connected with this author ID. So we can like post likes dot filter for a like where the author ID is not equal to user ID. So it will return an array of likes where the author ID is not equal to our submitted user ID. And now if I try to like this post, you can see it has immediately updated its state without waiting for the network request to be completed. And this is actually a very cool feature because you don't want to make a loader on such micro interaction where the user is commenting or if the user is liking a post. It should be immediate for the user. So we are giving immediate response for the user by updating our cached data, but in the background we are doing the proper processing of request. Now we have to handle the states. What should happen if there is an error occurred while liking a post or unliking a post in the network request? So we should revert this condition, although we have immediately updated the state from like to unlike and from unlike to like. But if something went wrong in the network request, then we should send some message here. The user should be notified that there is something problem. So how to do this? In this onMutate function, we have completed this setQueryData function here. I will return a context object of the previous post that we have fetched earlier updating our cache data. Okay, why I have returned this? Because I have to manage the on error state. And in the on error, there would be three parameters: the error state, the variables, and the context. And this context is actually equal to this previous post that we have returned from the onMutate function. So if there is an error, then I would say this is error. I will do a console log of an error, and in the query client dot set query data for our post, I will set our previous state of the post so that if there is any error, then the state would be reverted. And then there is the last step, onSettled. OnSettled will always execute either if the request is successful or unsuccessful. So here I would say onSettled always invalidate all the queries with the post and fetch a new data from the server. That's cool. Just save it and test in the browser. Refresh the page. Now if I am liking and unliking, it's all working fine. Similarly, I can like other posts as well. Let's move on to the next feature, which is the comments. Remove this comment of comments from here and make an actual button, comment button. Make a new file in our components. Give it a name of comment button dot JSX and import this in our post.jsx. Okay, we have to receive the comments as a prop in our comment button. So of course we have to send this as a prop from post. The comments would be equal to data into comments dot length. Because on the button we only want to show the length of comments. If I see on the deployed version, you can see we are showing the length of our comments. There are 4 comments available on this post, and if I click on show more button, then these all are the comments. So we don't need to send the actual data of comments on this button. We just need to send the length of comments that we have passed. Okay, so in the button, I am importing the button from the design, which will be having a flex box. Again, the flex box will be from design. The gap between the elements would be 0.5 rem with the align item center. Then we have to make the icon of our comment, which would be looking something like this. Iconify, actually it would be icon from the Iconify.
I am using this icon with the width of 21 pixel and the color gray. Then the typography, dot text, and here I will make a condition: if the length of our comments is greater than 0, then show the number of length, otherwise only show the comment text, like this. Let's save this, and all the things are imported. Now for this button, give it a type of text with the size small. Save this and see in the browser. Here we have this button of comment. This is exactly same we have on the deployed version. The next thing, we have to work on our comment section where we can expand and contract the comments detail. Let's work on this. Okay, again inside our post.jsx, after this flexbox, here I would make a comment section. Again, this would be a component, something like this, comment section, and I will be passing the actual comments data in this one. So data into comments, then the default state, should it be expanded or not. So by default I'm saying expanded as false, the post id as data into id, and then the query id is our React query id. Let's make the file of comment section. Okay, here's our component, and import this inside the post.jsx. Receive the props in our section. The first prop is comments, then the post id and the query id. I think I should remove this dependency of expanded from here because we can control all of this within the comment section. Now let's make the expanded state within the section expanded, set expanded and React use state. By default it's false. Come to our main JSX part. Again, this would be a flex box with the direction of vertical, and the gap between each comment would be 1 r. It's not the gap between the comments, but the gap between our button of expansion and the comments. If I go here on the deployed version, here you can see this one is this gap between the comments and this button. Now the first element would be show more button, and this button should only be rendered if the length of our comments is greater than 1. Okay, so here I'm saying if the comments dot length is greater than 1, only then render this button. The button from our design, this, the type would be equal to text, and on clicking this button, set expanded as true. Okay, define its body, make a flex box, and inside the flex box again an icon from the iconify, and its icon would be equal to, and then simply show more comments. Let's format the code, save this, and I hope everything is fine till yet, and nothing would be rendered in the browser because till yet we don't have any comment. But there can be a problem if we simply set it as true, because let's suppose by default the expanded is false and you clicked on this and the comments become expanded, but then again you want that the comments should contract when you click again on this button, right? So I think instead of simply setting it as true, I will take the previous value and will negate the previous value. So if it's expanded, it would be contracted, and if it is contracted, then it will be expanded. Then we have to make the comments. The first thing, if the comments dot length is greater than 0, only then make a flex box, and this flex box would be having the direction of vertical. Of course, we want the comments to be rendered in the vertical direction. The gap between comments would be 0.5 rem, and the class name. Let's define a CSS file for this comment section. So I will go to our styles and here make a new file with the name comment section .module.css. Open this side by side here and import this on the top. Import CSS from @styles and comment section module.css. Now for its class name, give it css.comment container. It will be better if we say this as comments container. Okay, then inside this we again have to check
if it is expanded or not. Then for now render a span like this which is saying not expanded, and if it is expanded then do the comments dot map for each comment along with its index number. Again expanded comments, we have to provide the key here as well, index, like this. Of course nothing will be working for now because we have not made the logic of comments integration, so I think we should move towards the input where we can write a comment. For doing this I will enclose all the things that are under the flexbox inside an empty node, and then here would be the comment input. Inside the comment input, make a new component with the comment input, give it the query id and the post id as the parameter, and make a new file for our comment input.jsx rfce. Import this component inside the comment section and also send the set expanded function as the parameter here. Okay, let's remove let's receive all the parameters here, post id, set expanded and query id. Let's write the JSX. So first of all, flexbox from the onDesign, the gap between the elements would be 1 rem and the align items center. Then we have to show the avatar of our user. So for the avatar I will be using the component from onDesign again. I have given the source as our user.image URL, and we can import the user from the clerk by writing use user like this, and size of 40 pixels with this minimum width. Then we have to make the input box. For the input box, input dot text area, and for this text area we have to make the disabled state. Let's keep the disabled state empty for now. Import it from onDesign. First write the placeholder for this one, write a comment, and then the style. So inside the style, resize value as none so that its dimensions should not be draggable. And in the auto size we have to define the minimum rows. I am defining the 1 row and maximum row as 5. Then the value as value, and on change make the set value as e.target.value. Now make a use state here from the React, and by default the state is an empty string. After making this input box, we have to make the button to post our comment. So button would be imported from the onDesign. Its type is as prime. We can make this enclosing component like this, where we have to make the icon of post. So for the icon I will be using this specific name with the width of 1.2 rem, and close this. Let's format the code. So we have made the avatar, we have made the input box and a button to post this. Let's save this and see in the browser. Here we have this beautiful comment section where we can write anything and our value is updating. Now we have to make it functional. By clicking on this, the comment should be posted. So for doing this, on the top here I will be using the use mutation from the React query. The first state would be is pending, then the mutate, the use mutation from React query, and then the mutation function. In the mutation function, the post id would be as a parameter, and then we will be making a server-side action of add comment, which will be taking the post id and value as the parameter. Let's save this. Go to our post.js inside the actions here, and to the bottom here make a new function with the name add comment. This would be an asynchronous function which is receiving the post id and the comment body
all the things would be enclosed inside a try catch block, and if there is an error, then simply console log the error and throw new error that failed to add a comment. Now we have to destructure the information about our user, like the ID of our user, and we can use the current user function of clerk, and then const new comment await db.comment.create, and inside this one the data would be sent as comment that we have received from here. Now we have to connect it with a post, so post connect, the ID would be the post ID, and also we have to connect the author, so author connect into ID into user ID. If all the things go well, then we are doing a console log, and the return we are returning the new comment as the data. We can use this function add comment in our comment input here. Let's import this function, and on settled we have to refetch all the things regarding the post. So query client, of course we have to make the instance of query client, so const query client equal to use query client, and then query client dot invalidate queries that are, and set value as. Now this mutate function should be triggered on clicking this button, so on click we have to simply mutate this with our post ID, and this button should be disabled in some scenarios. So this button should be disabled in two scenarios, either if it is pending or if the value is none, or I can add a second thing, if the value is equal to an empty string. Remove this extra equal sign. All good, format the code. So I have made a condition that it should be disabled if our request is pending, or if there is no value, or if the value is an empty string, then the button should be disabled. Go to our, I think I should initialize the npx Prisma Studio to test my connection with the database, either it's running fine or not. Okay, so it is fetching the data, my connection is fine. Now let's comment on the post. So on this tutorial post, this is a good tutorial. I should open the console here. The browser, it is saying comment created with this data, and this is the our author ID. And if I check this in my database inside the comment section, this is my first comment, and this is connected with the author, and this is also connected with the post. So all is working fine. Now we have to implement the optimistic update on our comment, so that when I'm making a comment, it should be updated immediately. So for doing this, here I will make a function of onMutate, which would be an asynchronous function. And first of all, make the set expanded as true when someone is commenting, and then we have to cancel all the outgoing queries regarding the post. And then the next thing is we have to make the snapshot of our previous data. This is the same step that we did in the like button, so therefore I am just copying and pasting to make the process faster. And then we have to optimistically update to the new value. Query client dot set query data of the post with the query ID, and here return the new data by restructuring the old data inside the pages, old.pages.map for each page. I'm doing this very fast because we did the same thing in our like button. So the only difference is here we will be changing the comments instead of like. So page.data.map for each post. If post.id is equal to post id, then return the post, and for the comments of that post, destructure the old comments and add up a new value. For that one, the
comment value should be like this. The author ID should be user into ID, and then the author first name. Now we have to set the author information because we need to see the author information in the comment section. If I go to deployed version, here you can see we are seeing the author information. This is from Rahul, this is from Zain, and we are also seeing their profile photo. Therefore, I am setting the author information as well with the comments. And if the post ID is not same, then simply return the post. At the end, after doing all these things, here we have to return the context value. So previous post like this, I think this should be here. Yeah, at the end. Let's handle the on error now, because on error, if there is something wrong happened during the submission of our comment, then the cache value should be reverted to the previous values. So for this thing, the first step that I would do, I would make a toast error of failed to add comment, and then I will set the query data to the older data of our context that we received here, which is essentially the data before manipulating it manually. Let's save this. But if I go to our website, here you can see, even though I'm making a new comment, the length of the comments is changing, but we are not able to see any data of comments. Of course, we have not made the body of our comment component. So let's move to our comment section now. And here, instead of simply writing a span, now I will make a proper comment. And inside the comment, the data would be sent, because in this scenario, if the comment section is not expanded, we have to show the last comment on this post. So I'm saying comments into comments dot length minus 1. So it will fetch the last comment, and then inside the components, make a new file with the name comment.jsxrfce. Import this component here, and same case when the comment section is expanded here. So I would simply use the comment with the key index and the data of our comment. Let's save this, and here receive the props. We have sent the data here. The first thing on the top, we have to import our theme value from our settings context. So I would use the settings, and from there destructure the theme, for which I am using the use context from React and giving it the settings context as the parameter. Now if I do a console log of the theme, then it should give me the theme, should give me the name of our active theme, which is the light. And if I switch to the dark version, you can see now it is giving us the dark version. Move towards the body of our comment, use the box element. In the box element, the first thing is avatar of user, avatar from Andy. By the way, import this as well from our relative folder, and then the size. And in the src, use data into author into image URL, then the person comment. For the person comment, use a flex box. The direction should be vertical with the flex of 1 and the gap of 0.5 rem. Import the flex from the art design like this. Why I have given this the direction vertical? Because in the deployed version, you can see first we have to render the name and the date of the comment, and on the second row we have to display the actual comment. First work on the first row, which is the name and date. Again, I will be using the flex box, and inside the flex box for the name, typography dot text, and I will be using the first name and last name from our author. The next thing with the date, for the date, typography dot text. Yeah, it is a secondary type text with the class name of typo caption, and its weight should be strong. As we have already used the date.js in our project, so I am again using the date.js and using the utility function of format, which will format the date in a beautiful way of day, months, and year. Let's save this and see in the browser. Now at least I can see the avatar circle and the date of comment. But the problem that I am seeing that the image URL is not rendered. Let's see why such thing happened. If I do a console log of data, then in the console, in the data, there is the author ID comment, but there is no data related to the author in detail. So I have to check the post.js actions. Here I have made the get my feed post. We have to do some changes here inside the comments because we want the connected authors. So here use the include and make the author as true. Let's save this. Go to our comment body here. Now if I check the data of my post, here is the author information and the complete detail we have, and now the avatar is also rendered. Let's move on. For this flex box, I will give it the line item center and justify content space between, and then we have to work on the comment text. For the comment text, again we can use the typography text, and it's the more simple thing to do. We are simply using the typo body to class name and passing the data comment as children. See this, and here is the comment body. If I click on show more, I can see all the comments in detail, and if I click on this again, I am seeing the less comments. Means only the last comment. Okay, after this box that we made on top, I can close all the things inside a flex box, gap of 0.5 rem, and for our person comment flex box, give it a class name of css dot comment. We can import the css from style post.module.css. will be using the same file for the comment section. Here we have the post module, and after this target the comment. Please remember we have given the comment class name here. Make the background color something like this, the border radius of 1 rem, the padding of 1 rem, and if I save this, see in the browser, yeah, this is looking something like this. On the light mode, it is looking correct. The background color of the comment and the typography color, everything is looking correct. But when I'm switching to the dark mode, it's no more looking fine. Only for this reason I have imported the theme class name from here. Now I will be connecting it up with this. So for doing something like this, use the cx. I will introduce you what is the cx, and here use the theme. Now cx is actually the class names module. Let me check if we have installed this during the project or not. Yeah, we have installed this. Port cx. By using the class names, we can actually combine the modular class names. Now if I save this, and here I make a special class of dark, and for the dark give the background color of pure black. Now if I see, I think the background color of comment is looking too much dark, so we can change the color value a little bit like this. We have to do some work on this button for its styling. Okay, so inside the comment section we have this section here, and here is the flex box. For this flex box, make the align item center with the gap of 0.5 rem and justify as center. Yeah, now looking all correct. If I make a new comment, this is the third comment here, and post it, I can immediately see my third comment, and the input is now cleared. The post button is also disabled. As soon as I write something, it is again enabled, and yeah, things are really working fine. Let's say if all of this is looking correct on the mobile screens or not. So I will go to the 12 Pro. It's looking correct, but there is something wrong with the trending section and the follower suggestions that we made on the right side. So as soon as we clear that section's components, then everything would be fine in the middle as well. But I think overall it's looking great. Let's start working on the trend section in our application. So close all the files at the moment. Close all. Okay, go to our home view. In the right side we have specified the trend section. Remove this, and here write popular trends. Now we have to make a component of popular trends. So inside the components folder, make a file with the name popular trends.jsx rfce
Save this and import the popular trends. Now if we think logically, in this section we will be just fetching the top trendings hashtags in our application. But before fetching something about our trends, first we need to know how we can submit the trends from our post. Okay, that's the main point. Let us see the schema. So inside the schema, here we have specified the module of our trend, which will be having an ID, the name of the trend, the post to which it is connected, and the post ID. And so we have to define this structure in our database from our application regarding each post, if it's containing the trend hashtag or not. So I will go to our post.js server side action, and here on our first function create post. After creating a post, before returning the data, now I will check if my post caption is containing any hashtag or not. If it's containing any hashtag, then I have to generate the trend document from it. So here I would write the trends, and then I will make a utility function check post for trends, and I will only submit the post text in it. Okay, go to our utils file, and here make a new function. Just copy and paste the name of this function here, accept the post text, and by default I will be giving it an empty string. And the first step that we have to do, split the post text into individual words. Okay, so I will be taking the first split as post text dot split, and I think before splitting I should trim the post text so it will remove any special characters from start and from the end of our string. And then I'm splitting the caption by the number of spaces. Okay, let's format this. Now on the third step, after splitting this, I have to filter only those words which are starting with the hashtag, because only those words would be a part of a trend. So I can use a very simple logic. For each word I would be check if word dot starts with a hashtag, and then for all such words I will map the words into the array of first split, and I will also convert all such words into the lowercase. So map for each such word, by the way here should be also word, not the word, and for each such word return word dot to lowercase. Let's format the code and revise the logic. First I have trimmed the string for any special characters from the start and end of the string, then I have splitted the string by the number of spaces, and then after getting the words I am only filtering out those words which are starting with the hashtag, and then I am converting all such words into the lowercase. Here I will give the response as first split. Then at the second step I have to check if there are any words that are having multiple hashtags, because it's possible, let's suppose you have written hashtag ZAINKEEPSCODE, then without any space you have written hashtag Next.js. So from this logic that would be considered as a single trend, however it is containing the two hashtags. So we have to split such words as well, and for this here I am again using a very simple logic. I am splitting our first split by each word. Here I am iterating each word in the first split, and then for each word I am splitting the word by the hashtag. And if this split is containing more than one word, means if there are two hashtags, then I am slicing them down and putting them in our original array of response. And then because during this logic there is a high chance that our response array would be containing the duplicate hashtags, because we have done a destructure of our second split. So to fix this, at the end I will simply make a set of our response. So by making JavaScript set, any duplicate values in the array are deleted and only unique values would be there, and at the end it would be returning the response. I hope you understand this logic. Now let's save this and import this function from the utils. Then here I will check if trends dot
length is greater than 0 means if the post is containing any hashtags, then call the function of create trends. I will be sending the trends and the new post into id as well, so that our post can also be connected with each trend. Let's copy this name from here and write the definition of create trend. So at the bottom here write export const create trend. It would be receiving the trends and post id. Make a try catch block. In the catch I am simply throwing the error, and then const new trends await db dot trend dot create many, because we can because there are high chances that a user has used multiple hashtags, so we have to insert the many documents in our trends table. And then as the data trends dot map, for each trend the name of the trend would be the trend and the post id as post id. There is an error that the await should be an asynchronous function, so yeah, let's make it as an asynchronous function. And then in the return we can return the new trends. Let's save this, but I think there is an issue. This should be enclosed inside the brackets, so that it will be posted as an object like this. This should be removed from here. Okay, so this is the correct way. We are doing db.trend.create many. We are creating many trends in our database, and then we are iterating on the arrays of trends with this logic, and then at the end we are returning the trends. So this is pretty simple. Now test this logic inside our application. I'm just doing a refresh. Go to the dark mode, and here is my new post. Say it as hashtag ZAINKEEPSCODE hashtag Next.js. I would also love to submit an image with this, post this. Let's see in the console if there's an error. Not the file is uploaded and the post is created as well. Now go to our database, and inside the trends section there should be two trends. Now there are two trends, the ZAINKEEPSCODE and Next.js, and both are connected with the same post. After completing the create trends function, the next thing I'm making is get trends function, because in this component popular trends that we also have on our deployed version here, these trends are coming from the server on the fly, and this complete component is server side render component. So first let's see how we can make a function to get the trends, and then we will write the JSX for this. So export const get popular trends. It would be an async function. There is no parameter needed for this one because we need to find the most trending hashtags only. There is a try catch block, and again inside the catch block I am simply throwing the error back, and in the try block let's fetch the trends from db.trends.group by. So first I am grouping the trends by their name. So in the by I am providing a single key of name, and then I will count the iteration of each trend, and I will count them by name. So name is equal to true, and then I will order by all the trends alphabetically. So order by count into name into descending order. Okay, and as I only need the top 3 trends from the database, therefore I would say it as take 3. Let's format the code and revise this. Actually at the end we have to return the data as well, so return data into trends. So what's happening here, first of all in my database I'm going to my trends table and then grouping the data by name. Of course name is the name of our trend. If I go to our database, here you can see in the trends table the trend name is stored in this name column, and then I'm counting the iteration of each trend and then order by name alphabetically and taking the first 3 trends. Let's save this, and here we can start in our popular trends section. Make a proper css for this one, so import css from styles, Inside the styles, make a new file with the name popular trends.module.css. Open this side by side and import CSS from styles into popular trends. Then div.css.wrapper, and then I'm making a class for the background. Actually, for this background we can only take this as a self-closing component like this, and then let's make the head of this component. So inside the container, make a flexbox from the on design in the vertical direction, and then typography, class name typo, subtitle 2. This is the benefit of making the typography class names at the start. You remember at the start we made this file of typography.css, and till now I'm only using all the class names from this file. So it makes the whole process very easy, and our fonts are also synchronized across the website. And then top trending heading. After this heading, again there would be a typography element, and for this one I would say popular trends. For its class name, give it typo h4, and see in the browser if we have any error till yet or not. Okay, no, things are going well. I think I should keep it here. Let's work on the CSS. So for its wrapper, give the padding of 1.5 rem and 1 rem, then the border radius of 1 rem, position relative, and for the background, make the variable of primary low. We made this variable at the start in our global CSS file. So in the global.css, here you can see this. I'm using the same color here. And then inside the container, make display flex direction column, gap of 2 rem, z index of 1, width 100% and height 100%. Save this. Okay, the background color is looking correct. Now we have to work on the background class, which is most probably the last class in our CSS. For this one, make the position absolute, and I'm gonna use a background image for this. So inside the background image, let me give it a URL. I'm just copying it from here and pasting it like this. Actually, what is this one? This is just the PNG of a hashtag. If I go to my public folder, inside the images, this is the hashtag.png. So this is simply this one. Okay, so I am this PNG. From top, it is having 0 distance, right 0, the width of 10 rem, height of 15 rem, and the background repeat, no repeat, so that we should not have more than one hashtag in the background. The z index of 0 and opacity as 0.5. Let's save this, and yeah, it's just this because we are having nothing inside our block, therefore the height is very less and png is going outside of the container, but it will be fixed automatically when we're gonna fetch the trends from the database. Now, as we know, we decided that this component would be pure server side component, so we can't use the use query hook because you can only use the hook on the client side components. But there is an alternative method available in query client. So I would make an object of query client from the new query client. Okay, and let's see how I'm doing this. I will make a try catch block. My whole component would be inside a try block, and if there is an error, then I will return an alert message instead of my component alert from the auntie. Sorry, yeah. Now I have to pass the prop of message as error, and then the description like this. The type of this alert message will be an alert and show icon. Let's save this. Okay, as I have made my complete component inside try catch block, so if there is any error while fetching the data of trends, then instead of this component, this catch block would be rendered. Okay, on the top inside this try block, const data
await query client dot fetch query, which is an equivalent of use query, and we have to pass the same kind of props. The first one is the query key. This can be trends, and because we are using try catch block, so our complete component should be an asynchronous component. And then the query function. For the query function, I will use our recent generated method get popular trends method, and then the stale time. So I am making the stale time as 1 day for this one, so that this query would be always updated after the 1 day. Let's save this, and I'm just doing a console log of this data for now. Okay, it is saying unable to fetch the popular trends. If I do a console of this error as well, so I will know the reason why this is happening. Cannot read the properties of undefined group by. Okay, inside the post I have to recheck this function db dot. Okay, so the issue is here. First I forgot to put the await, as this is an asynchronous function, and then I put the wrong name of our table. It is just the trend, not the trends. I confirmed it in our database. You can see this is only the trend, not trends. So if I save this now, and here you can see in our data we are having some data. We made only the 2 trends in our post, the Next.js and ZAINKEEPSCODE, and they are coming up here. To display them, after this, here I will make a new flex box with the vertical direction, and the gap would be 15 pixels. Data dot map for each trend along with its index number. I will return a flex box, and the first thing is this flex box will be using the index as the key, and the gap between the elements would be 1 rem. Align items center. Then the trend icon, and for the trend icon I'm using the avatar from the R&D. For its style, I'm using this background color here. Then we have to give it an icon, but the problem in giving an icon is this: because we have to import the icon component from the Iconify, and by default Iconify is a client-side library, so it will give us an issue because the component is server-side hydrated and we are using a client-side component, so Next.js will raise an issue. So how we can solve this? To solve this problem, I will make a new component inside the components. The name of this file would be iconify.jsx rfce, and this file would be specifically a client-side rendered file. Here what I will do, in this file I will simply return the icon from the Iconify and give all the parameters. I'm just destructuring all the parameters that this component will receive. So here I have written the other, and here also other. That's it. Now if I save this, and here instead of icon, if I import our Iconify icon and give it some parameters like this, let's save this and see in the browser. The icons are rendering smoothly. Let's move ahead. After this trend icon, we have to make the trend info available. So trend info, and for the trend info, again make a flex box in the vertical direction. The first thing we have to do, we have to mention the name of our trend, and after mentioning the name, we will mention how many posts are related to this trend. So if I format the code, you can see this is simply a flex box in the vertical direction. In the first typography, I have set the name of our trend, and in the second typography, I have set how many posts are according to this trend. Let's save this and see here. Okay, here we have the proper information. Our this component is now completed. If I go to our deployed website, yes, this is all according to this one. Here I am seeing an issue in our underdeveloped website, that when I am scrolling down to see more posts, our sidebar is also scrolling. However, this should not be the case. Our sidebar should be fixed, and this section should also be fixed. Only the post should scroll down as it is behaving in the deployed version. So let's see how we can fix this. I will go to our posts.module.css, I think. Okay, here if I can do something, no, this is all related to a specific post. So we can navigate to the home view, and in the home view we can see that our post and post generator is rendered inside the post area, and post area is inside the home view css. So I will go to the home view.module.css. This is our post area, and for this one I would make the overflow y as auto. Let's save this and now see in the browser. Here you can see now we have a scroll bar for our post area, and if I'm scrolling down, everything else is fixed in its position, only the post area is scrolling. But the issue is this scroll bar is looking so much weird because of its color, its height, its width. We have to customize this. To customize this, I will go to our global file, global.css, and I have made some styling for our WebKit scroll bar. The first thing is I have made the width as 2 pixel, and the second thing I have given the background color to our track as none. Then the handle of scroll bar would be having this gray color with the border radius of 99 pixel, and again the thumb would be having this grayish color. Let's save this and see here. Our scroll bar is all good now. So it's time to move towards our next section, which is the follow suggestions. This one, but I think we should work on this component after completing the profile page, because this is more related to the following, unfollowing, and we have not made the profile of a user yet. So it would make more sense once we complete this part, then we can just simply go to follow suggestions and we will customize the fetching of our posts according to our followers and followings. Yes, so I think it would make more sense. So let's start this my profile page, and then we will move back to our follow suggestions. To make the profile page, the first thing that I will do, I will close all of my files and then go to the sidebar.jsx. Inside the sidebar.jsx, if you remember, here we used a function with the name sidebar routes. Now in this function I will send some data about my user. So first destructure the data from the use user hook like this, and then inside this function I will send the user information as the parameter. Now go to the sidebar routes function, here receive the user information, and instead of simply sending to the profile page, now I will send to the ID of my user like this. Let's save this as well. See here, now if I go to my profile, of course this is a 404 because we have not made such page, but we can see our user ID in the URL. Now let's make the page. Now we don't need this files as well. So inside the app, here I would make a new folder with the name profile, in which I will make a new folder with the name of ID to specify the route, and inside this ID make a new file with the name page.jsx rfce. The name would be profile page. Let's save this. In the profile page we can give some metadata here. So export const generate metadata params. This function is set by Next.js. You can generate the metadata dynamically by using this function. It will be automatically set into the head of our page. So it will return the title. In the title I will receive the person names from the parameters. So it will be looking something like this: params.search params person name, and in the description I'm giving some information for the crawlers like this: profile page of user and then the ID of that user. Let's save this. Now we have to send this information, the person name as a search parameter, and we are already sending the ID. So again I will go to the sidebar.jsx, and here I have to check some condition here. Inside the href where I am simply returning the route, now I will make a condition here. Okay, so in the condition I would say if the route is equal to our profile route, let me give it something like this: So if this is equal to our current user profile route, then return something like this. This will be the profile page, and then I am sending a parameter of person and sending the value as user dot first name, which is coming from the Clerk.js. And if this is not the case, if it is not a profile page route, then I am simply returning to the route like this. Let's save this. Okay, as we have made at least something here which is saying profile page. So now our profile page should not be empty. Yes, this is not the empty. And let's go back here, go to my profile again. Okay, nothing is rendered here. It is still saying social hub, which is our default title. Let's see why this happened. Okay, here by mistake I made the D as capital, however it should be in small case. Let's save this, and now you can see it is saying Zan's profile. I also did a console log just to debug, so I can remove this. Okay, now we can finally start our profile page. So for the profile page, I will make a new section with the name profile view, and in the user, actually all the parameters that are received here, they all will be received in the page as well. So you can write params here as well. And for the user ID, for the profile page, I will make a section of profile view, and all the parameters that we have received here, they would also be receivable in the page as well. So user ID, this would be equal to params into ID. Okay, let's make this section of profile view inside our sections folder. So inside the sections here, make a new folder with the name profile view. Inside this, make a new folder with the name view, and here is the profile view.jsx rfce. Import this here. Let's save this. There should not be any error. Yes, everything is working fine. Okay, our profile view section would be a client side component, so write use client at the top, and then also make a proper CSS file for this one. So inside the styles, make a new file with the name profile view.module.css. Open this at the right side, and then import it CSS, import CSS from. Now if I go to our deployed version, the first thing on the page is this one, which is the head of our profile, where we have rendered the banner, we have rendered the username, and then these tabs. So work on this top section first. On the top, make a wrapper inside which the common practice of making a container inside the wrapper, and then here we will render the profile head. So make a component with the name profile head. Inside the components folder, of course, just make a new file profile head.jsx rfce. Save this, import this here, and we have sent the user ID as the parameter from our main page, so receive the ID here. Now we have to fetch the information about our user first. Okay, on the top here we will again use the use query hook. So const data is loading is error, the use query from the 10 stack query, the query key would be equal to user information, and then we would specify the user ID. The next thing is the query function. For the query function, I will make a server side function again with the name of get user, and I will give the user ID as the parameter. Now inside our actions, here we have the user.js, and this is the get user, right? But we have not returned this user, so simply write a return call here, data into user, like this. Import this function here, and I will simply do a console log about the data, what's happening. Okay, it is sending me undefined, and then it has sent me some real data about my user. Yes, correct, this is my data, Zan, and everything is correct here. Now we can send this data in our profile head. Pass the props here. Data is equal to data. Then of course is loading, and the last one is error equal to is error. Let's save this, and also we should have to send the user ID as well. Okay, now go to the profile head and receive all these props. So on the top here I have written the user ID, data is loading, and is error. We again have to make a CSS file. So inside the styles, make a new file with the name profile head.module.css. Open this on the right side. So for the profile view, we have the wrapper with the width 100%, the height of 100 VH, maximum width 70 rem, margin left auto, margin right auto, so that everything should be in center. From the bottom I am giving the padding of 4 rem and the overflow as scroll. Okay, and then we have a container. For the container, display flex direction column, and the gap of 1 rem. Let's save this, and I think that's it, because yeah, we have only used the wrapper and container. Okay, inside our profile head, import the CSS styles profile head dot module CSS, and then make a container of this one, div dot css dot container. Now work on the banner. So banner div into css into banner. In the banner we are simply rendering an image, so I will be using the image from the R&D because there is an option to preview the image within the R&D. If I go to deployed version, here you can see you can preview any image from the R&D component like this, and it's a very beautiful effect to show the images of the post and something which is important. Now for the src, for now I am using our dummy image just to make the UI, and then we will replace this the real dynamic image, and then the alt prop of banner, and then we have to specify the width and height. So width and height like this. Let's save this, see in the browser. Yes, here we have our image. Of course we have to work on the CSS, it is not looking correct, but at least it is rendering. Okay, work on the CSS for our banner. Here the first thing we have is the container, for which one I would make the border radius as 1 rem, the overflow as hidden, and then the banner. On the banner cursor would be like a pointer, and the position relative. Okay, then we have to give an effect of mask on the banner image. On the deploy, when you can see this is not pure yellow as we have here, there is a kind of black mask on the top of our banner, which looks good. So for making that mask on before, I am simply making a before element with the content like this, position absolute, width and height 100% to cover the complete area, then the background color for making the mask color, and to make it all in center, the top 0 and the left 0 with the z index of 1. And then our image is rendering very weirdly inside the container. So inside the banner we have an image for which I will make a object fit as cover. Now if I see our image, yes, it's looking perfect. But the problem of making the mask on the top of banner, now we can't preview our image, because when we are clicking it, it is clicking on the before element and the click event is not going up to the image. So to fix this, we have to make a state. Inside the profile head on the top, I have made a state of banner preview by default, which is false. And then I am passing the parameters inside the image. The parameters are of the preview, so its visibility is dependent on our banner preview state, and whenever a user is clicking outside the image to close the image, then we are also updating our banner preview. Now the logic is we have to make this banner preview active on clicking this div, which is the outside div. Okay, so here simply pass the true. Now if I go here, you can see I can open and close it smoothly even with the mask effect. On the deployed version, you can see if we are on our own profile page, then we can also edit our banner image like this. Okay, so we have to work on this feature. On the top, I am importing the user information from the use user, which is coming from the Clerk.js. Then I am making an input reference, which is imported from the React, and again there is an image. Again there is a state of banner, which is by default null. Now for the button, at the bottom I will add a condition. If the user ID that we have received from the props, if it is equal to the user that we have received from the use user hook. If the ID is equal, means if the user is same, here I have to make it user like this. If it is same, then I will return our div. For this div, I have simply given it a class name of edit button, and on clicking I am stopping the propagation because I have to do some manual things over here. Let's close the div, and inside this one, first make an input. So this input would accept the images only. The reference is the input ref. Okay, this input ref, I made a typo here. So this input ref is used here, and on change we have to make the function of handle banner change, and by default this input is hidden because we have to make a custom button for this one. For making a custom button, I am importing the button from the RD. Okay, and on click, because the input reference is actually the reference of this input, so on clicking this we are mocking the click on this input so that our file picker would be opened. The type of this button is primary in the circle shape, and then icon. So import the icon from the iconify. Let's save this, see in the browser if there is an error or no. No, there is no error, and this beautiful button is rendered here. Of course, this is not in the perfect shape because we have to work on the CSS. We have mentioned the edit button class here. Let's work on its CSS. After this, banner image, edit button, for which the position would be absolute with the bottom distance of 1 rem, from right it would be 1 rem, and the z index of 2. Save this, and it is in the perfect position now. The thing is, when someone clicks on it, the file picker is opening, but whatever we are picking, it is not working, right? So we have to make it functional now. We have made a handle banner change function here. We have called a handle banner change function here that we have not defined anywhere. So let's define this function, const handle banner change, which is an asynchronous function and receiving the event. Inside this function, let's receive the file from our event, and then I am making a limit of 5 MB. If the file size is more than 5 MB, then we don't gonna upload this image, and we will show a toast message error that the image size greater than 5 MB, and we will return out from this function. However, if the file size is under the 5 MB and file starts with the image extension, then we will be reading the file. We will make a data URL from this one, and on load, when the file is loaded completely, then we will set the banner, means our banner state would be changed. And of course we have not used this state here inside the src, but we will change this. We will use the actual dynamic banner here, but the thing is we will be mutating this. Of course, mutate again would be from our use mutation hook, and we will be sending the ID of our user, the banner, and the previous banner ID. If you remember, in our database, I go to the user, we have also saved the banner URL and the banner ID. Banner URL is the URL of the image, and ID is the Cloudry ID. If we have to update or delete this asset, then we are tracking this with this ID. So that one is here. Now let's import all the missing things. Import the toast from the React hot toast, and set banner is here. We can just comment out for now, and inside the src give the banner like this, and if there is no banner, then we will be returning this default image. Go here, I am updating the state, and you can see the image is updated. However, nothing is saved in the database, nothing is attached to our database, but at least the image is now changed. Okay, now work on our mutate function that we have mentioned here on the top. So use mutation, and mutation function would be update banner on success. On success, a very simple function would be returned like this: toast.success, banner updated successfully. And of course there should be a column like this. And on error, again I am just displaying a toast message that something wrong happened. Okay, now we have to make this function of update banner. Of course I would go to the user.js at the very bottom here, make a new function, export cons update banner. This is receiving some parameters, and then the function would be executed. This should be an asynchronous function because we have to connect with our Cloudry. Destructure all the things, the id banner and previous banner id that we have sent from here, id banner and previous banner id. Make a try catch block, inside the catch the error, console log the error, and also throw the error. Make the two variables of the banner id and banner url, and if these banner, which is an existing banner, then we will call our function of upload file that we have already used, and we will be sending our banner file. And here we are specifying the route where it should be saved in the Cloudry. And we have already seen how the public id and secure url works from this response, and then updating over these two variables. And don't forget to delete the previous assets, because it can cost you a lot if you just keep adding the data without deleting the previous unnecessary data, because now user has updated his banner image, so it's necessary to delete the extra previous images. So delete the previous banner. If there is previous banner id, then simply run the function of delete file. And at the last we have to update the user information in our Supabase. So I'm saying where the id is equal to our received id that we have seen the parameters. I'm searching in the user table, of course, and inside the data I am sending a new banner url with the banner id, and at the end simply make a console log of user updated. Now let's see what we have and what we don't. So upload file, of course we have to. So upload file, we can import this from the upload file function. And delete file, let's see if I have made this function or not. No, I have not made this function yet. So go to the Cloudry. So go to the definition of upload file, which is this file, the upload file.js. At the bottom of this function I can make a function of delete file, which is an asynchronous function and receiving the public id as parameter. Make a try catch block. For the catch, do a console log of the error and return the error like this: failed to delete. Okay, because we have the public id, so this is the only necessary thing to delete an asset from the Cloudry. Const response equal to cld dot v2 uploader, the same thing that we did to upload a file. The only last function is changed, which is the destroy function. Specify the public id, and then a callback function with the error and result as the two receiving parameters here. If there is an error, then simply do a console log error while deleting asset. Mention the asset id as the public id, and if it is successful, then do the console log asset deleted successfully, DELETED. Okay, at the end return out from this function. Let's save this, import this delete file function here in the user.js. And I think now this function is completed. So just save this and import the update banner function here. Because we have completed the logic of setting a person's dynamic banner, therefore we should update the logic here in our component so that it can receive the dynamic banners of the different person. It should not be only set to the default. So whenever the data of a user is changed, if data into banner URL, okay, then the set banner as this banner URL like this. Okay, let's save this, and the only thing left here is this pending state. So for this pending state around the banner, I will make a spin from the RD, and it is spinning if it is pending. Enclose our banner div inside the spin function. Just save this. Now see in the browser, I will do a refresh as well. Open the console log to see if any error happens. Change the image. Let me give it a beautiful image like this. It is spinning. I hope it should save. Okay, banner updated successfully. Go to social hope, and yeah, here I have a banner URL, which is this asset. If I go to this one, this link, you can see the same image. But now test the next scenario where it should delete this and add a new banner. So if I upload a new file like this, banner updated successfully, go here, and I think I should refresh this. Okay, now see the banner URL, go here, and yes, the image is updated. Let's refresh and see if this state is persisted or not. Yes, the state is persisted. We are receiving our dynamically set profile banner. Let me set something good here. Yeah, this one is looking cool. Next, we have to work on this footer. In the footer, you can see we have this box component because it is changing its color differently on the dark and light mode. And on the left side, we have our profile information, and on the right side, we have three tabs: profile, followers, and followings. Let's make the UI and the logics for this one. Okay, so here after the banner, first import the box from the box component, inside which there would be the footer component. In the footer there would be a left side. On the left side, div into css into left, and on the left, of course, we have the profile info. So the profile info would be equal to div into css into profile, like this one. And the thing is div into css into profile image. For the profile image, we again use the image from our ARN design like this. I have given the src from our dynamic data, and by default I have given this avatar from our public folder. Okay, after the profile image, so div into css into profile info because it contains the username and the first name, last name. Okay, you can see on the top we have received the is loading and is error. So I will make it dependent on the is loading. So if the data is loaded for the user that we have received from the props, then I am setting the text like, then I am writing the text like this. I made some mistake here. Okay, now it should be formatted. So we have to import this text from the typography. On the top, we can destructure the text from typography of the undesign, and in the first text I have written the first name and the last name, and in the second text I have written the username. Now the thing is, if it is loading, then there should be a beautiful skeleton. So I am using the skeleton from the undesign again, which is having the width of 9 rem and the 2 rows of the paragraph. Save this and let's see what happens now. Okay,
Here I have the profile image which is rendered, and here is my name and my username. Is the right time? I think it's the urgent time to work on the CSS now. So here inside the profile head, after this edit button, I will target our footer, give it padding of 2 rem, padding bottom of 0, display flex, and justify content space between. Of course, justify content space between would not work because we have only specified the left side. For now I am making a dummy right side. Just render here the right side, okay, so that our space between can work. Then we have our profile div. You can see our profile div, this one. For this profile, margin top -4 rem, display flex, gap 1 rem, align items flex, and see, okay, at least now they are in the row direction. On next we will make it as a profile image, z index, width 6 rem, height 6 rem, overflow hidden, and then the border radius has the full border, full rounded border, 999 pixels, cursor pointer, and box shadow. So for the box shadow I am just copy and pasting this value. Let's save this and see here. Okay, most of the issues are resolved. Now we have to fix the position of these elements as we have on our deployed version. Okay, so the next thing is profile info. Again, display flex direction column, because we want the name and the username in the column direction. The gap between both the text elements would be 0.5 rem. Save this, and here it is. Yeah, I think it's same now. The next thing that we have to work on is this tab element. Okay, so we have to make the 3 tabs: the profile, follows, and followings. Let's see how we can do this. Of course, this would be in the right direction, but before starting these tabs, on the top I want to declare some constants. So the constant is the tabs. It is a type of an array in which each object is having the label, which is the label of the tab. First one profile, then followers and followings, and then here I have specified the icons from Iconify. Okay, I will iterate over this array to make the 3 tabs. Now in the right direction, make the tabs. For the tabs I would use the element from the design. Give it the parameter of the centered, so that all the elements would be in the center of the space which is occupied for the tabs. And then we have to declare the items. Of course, as I said, I would iterate over the tabs that I have declared on the top. So for each tab along with its index number, we will execute a function. Const id would be equal to the string into I plus 1, and then in the return key as id, and then the label. In the label we will display the title and the icon. So it's a type of flex, and of course we will be importing the flex from the design, and then icon from the Iconify. Let me just copy and paste this quickly like this, and import this icon. I think icon is already imported on the top. Yes, from the Iconify. So I have just used the icon from the Iconify with the width of 20 pixel and the span with the typo subtitle to class. Okay, let's save this and see here. Okay, there is an error that string is not defined. Of course, here I made a typo. It should be string. Now check again. There is some issue with the rendering. I think it should be fixed on reloading. Okay, it's re-rendering again and again. To fix this issue where it is changing its position so much fast, we have to do a very simple thing. Here make the align items center and the gap of 0.5 rem. Save this, and yeah, now it's fixed. but at the moment it's an uncontrolled component because we are not controlling on which tab it is selected, and we are not, so we have to make a separate state for this, and that state would be coming up from the profile view. So on the top here I'm making a use state from React selected tab. By default it's 1, and pass it as the parameters selected tab equal to selected tab, and set selected tab as set selected tab. Save this, accept these parameters in our head. So here selected tab and set selected tab. So, and here I will give these parameters as a state. Default active key is equal to selected tab, and on change we will be receiving a key which would be set to the selected tab like this. Let's save this, and if I do a console log of this one, so console log selected tab, so by default it is 1, which is 1, and if I switch to followers, it should be 2 now. On change set selected tab, let's see, if I do a console log here set selected tab, selected tab, let's save this, and it is 1. Let's verify the parameters name, this one, and this is received here like this, and the other one is this one. This should be okay. Yeah, set selected tab was not in the right spelling, so now it should be working. Okay, so by default it is 1, and if I am switching to the second one, here you can see now it is displaying as 2. So our state is updating properly, and it's time to fix its position here. So I will go to our CSS part. After the profile info, target the right side, for which margin top would be 4 rem and the position of relative, and then for the tab they would have the position absolute from the bottom minus 1 rem, and from right side they would be having the 0 distance. For each tab there would be a span inside them, for which one the user select as none, so that if someone is dragging over the tab then they should not select the text in it. Okay, let's save this, and yeah, it is looking proper as we have in our deployed version. The next thing is we have to work on the profile tab, this one, the profile detail, and then we will switch to followers and then followings. Let's start this. To make the main profile body, first I will define the schema for our followers and following structure. So let's go to our schema.prisma, and here I have written a model of follow. Okay, and following this model I have to add 2 more fields in the user at the below like this. Now let's see what's happening in this model. I have made a table with the name follow. By default it is having an integer type id which would be automatically incremented. Then there is a type of follower and a following. The follower is mentioned by the follower id, and following is mentioned by the following id, and this is also a default type field which is created at. Okay, then the follower is connected with the user. You can see here I have connected it with the user table on the basis of fields. Follower id means on clicking the follower id in the Supabase dashboard we will follow a specific user, right? And then the reference id means in the user it will be connected upon this id, and similarly here I have mentioned the reverse relation with the follower and following. Okay, the last thing is on delete cascade, means if we are deleting a user then its relative followers and following entry would also be deleted. Same thing is happening in the following as well. So that's all with the followers and followings. Let's save this schema and close the development server and write npx prisma db push so that it will update the schema in Supabase. Okay, our schema is now updated. The next thing is run again our development server, and in a new terminal start our local tunnel. So lt minus p 3000 minus s, our subdomain. So we have mentioned the subdomain name as this one, social hope zen. Okay, so here I would write it as social hope zen. Let's start this. Okay, now our website is running at this link in local tunnel. Let's verify the password. We can find the password on this link. We did all these steps while we were working on the webhooks. So now our endpoints can be reached by this https URL, means this endpoint is visible to our Clerk.com. Why I have started the local tunnel? Because I want to make some new users on our app so that we should have a better context of followers and followings. So I will go to this account, localhost 3000. Again I will do the continue with Google. Let's give it a username as this one. Okay, now I am signed in as Rahul. Let's see in our Clerk dashboard if that was a successful call or not. Yeah, this was a successful call, user.created. And now if I go to our Supabase, I should be having another user inside the user table. By the way, here is the follow table also generated, and this is our user. So let's remove all of the filters, and here you can see I have two entries. The first one is Zan@GameTime and the second one is Rahulja. So our endpoint is still working fine. That's a great thing. If I go to our deployed version, next we have to work on this followers and following block plus this follow suggestions. Okay, close the terminal, and schema.prisma I am closing this one as well. And here I have profile view. After the head, inside the body, we will be declaring the different types of things here. So the head is completed. Here make a new comment of the body, and inside the body render the different types of pages on the basis of the selected tab. So for now we have to work on the main page, which is the profile page. So I'm saying if the selected tab is the first one, then I will be rendering the profile body. Okay, and inside the profile body I would send the user ID as user ID that we have received in the parameter. Let's make the profile body. In our directory, here I have the profile view. Okay, so in the profile view folder directly I would make a new file with the name profilebody.jsx rfce. Save this, accept the user ID parameter here, and we can use the same CSS that we have used for the profile view. So import CSS from the styles @styles profile view.module.css, and inside the profile body div.css.profile body. Inside the profile body there would be two sides. The left side, of course, on the left side we have this block and this block, and on the right side we have all the things related to the post. And then I will make a new div with the name sticky div, because we want that these follow suggestions and the follow information should stick on the top while we are scrolling the post. And here would be a follow info box. I would be sending the ID of, and it will be receiving the ID of user again, like this. And for the follow info box I will make a new file inside our components with the name same as it is, follow info box.jsx rfce. Save this and import all the relative files. So first import this box here from the components, and then import the profile body from here. Save this, see in the browser. Here you can see the text of follow info box. Okay, let's continue. First thing we have to work on this box.
and it will be fetching the data about the number of followers and followings. So const data is loading is error. Use the use query hook, and for the use query hook give the query key of user into id of our user with the follow info. Of course we will be receiving the id here because you can see we passed it here. Okay, and then there would be a query function. So query function, I will give it the name as get all followers and followings info. Then it would be enabled if we have received the id of a specific user, and I will give it a stale time of 20 minutes like this. Save this. Inside our user.js, let's work on this function, which is a server side action. Again, get all followers and followings. So like this, copy its name, export const function name. It would be an asynchronous function with the try catch block. Okay, and the catch, do a console log of our error plus throw the error. Now in the first statement we will be fetching the followers. So for the followers I am saying inside the db we have the follower table, and in the follower table find all the users which are having the following id of our current user, and then fetch all the information of the followers. Okay, similarly to get the information about its following, I am writing the same query, but I have just changed the parameters here. Instead of following id I am saying follower id, and here following. Okay, let's save this, and at the end in return both followers and following. If I do a console log right at the moment, so of course there would be nothing in the data because we have not made the functionality of following a specific person. But still, let's see what's happening here. It is giving us undefined because we have not imported the function. Let's try again, and the problem is here id should also be passed. Now let's see. Now here you can see it is giving us the perfect shape object which is having an array of followers and an array of following. Define the body, write the body of this component. So it is a type of box because we want to change the background of this container when we are switching the theme. So class name css into container. Okay, inside the box I am simply using a space element with typography. So first import the space from undesign. It is very simple, therefore I have just copy and paste it. There is nothing so much complicated, and typography is also inserted. Then we have used the type h5 and subtitle 2, and for the followers info I have just passed the length of our followers array, and the same thing would be happened with the followings as well, like this. Here I have passed the data into followings.length. So this is exactly the data that we have received from here. There is an error that the typography is imported 2 times, and now we have forget to import the css as well. So for its css, import css from styles into follow info box and module css. Let's make it css file here, which is the follow info box dot module dot css. Let's save this and now see in the browser. Now everything should be fine. Yes, here is the box and it is changing its background color with the theme. In the css, for its container, give the width of 1. In the css, for its container, give the width of 100% with the border radius of 1 rem, overflow hidden, and the padding of 2 rem, display flags, align item center with the justify content space around, not the space start. Okay, and just simply save this
have a look in the browser. Yeah, the problem is because we have not made the other component, therefore it is taking the full space. Remove this console log from the JSX and handle its loading and error states. For the loading state, I have used the skeleton with its button template and active true, size large with the height of 6 rem. Okay, and if there is an error, then I am using a very simple component from the Ant design again, which is the alert component. Okay, so alert from the Ant like this. Let's save this and see the loading state as well. Let me refresh the page, and here it's loading. Now go to our profile view CSS. So profile view dot module CSS, and let me switch to here. Profile view, we have covered the container, we have covered the wrapper, and now we have to cover the profile body inside its CSS. And the first thing is the dot profile body. So profile body display flex gap 1 rem, justify contents flex end with the width of 100%. Now this display flex is because of these elements that we have on the deployed version, the right side, the left side elements and the right side elements, and on the small screens they all would be in the column direction. Okay, then on the left side give the width of 40%, and if again it is on the small screen, give the width of 100%. Inside this we have the sticky elements. For the sticky elements, width of 100% with the gap of 1 rem, display flex, flex direction column, the position sticky, sorry, should be sticky not static, sticky with the top of 0 and the z index of 1. It's time to make the right side, which is the post side, and then all things would be in their proper shape. So after this left side there would be a right side, right, and if we are on the profile page of our current user, means of the logged in user, so we have to make a state of is current user or not. So for doing this I will use the use user hook from the Clerk.js. Const user is equal to current user, use user from the Clerk.js. And now to make the state of its current user, I will render a condition here. If current user is equal, if current user ID is equal to the ID that we received from the parameter, then it is the current user. And if that's the case, then render the post generator component that we have already made. And after this we will render the post component that we have also already built. So post imported from the component, pass the ID as the user ID. Let's save this and see. I'm excited to see if it's working or not. Yes, it's working, but of course there are some issues of CSS here. So make our CSS fix first. After this sticky, we have the last class of right side. I am giving it a hard width of 60% with the overflow scroll. Of course post should be scrollable with the display flex, flex direction column, and the gap of 1 rem. And on the small devices it should be having the width of 100%. Save this, and yeah, it is looking very well, and our follower and following info is sticking to the top that we want. Now let's refresh. Here you can see its state is also having the beautiful loading skeleton, and posts are also scrolling down. The next thing is we have to make the component of follower suggestions, by which a user can actually follow and unfollow a user. And after this we have to make the posts or basically our feeds customized according to our followers and followings, right? So let's work on this component of follower suggestion. Okay, in our profile body, after this follow info box, I will make a new component with the name follow suggestions. Okay, and I am passing no props inside the follow suggestions. simply go to our components folder. Here make a new file with the name follow suggestions.jsx import this in profile body. Okay, it should be suggestion only, like this, and make it CSS as well. So for the CSS, inside the styles, make a new file with the name follow suggestion.module.css. okay, here import this one, import CSS from the styles follow suggestions.module CSS. And here again on the top we have to extract some data using the use query. We will make a server side action, and then we will display the proper states of loading the data and all things. So let's do these things step by step. The first thing is extract the user information as the current user by using the use user from the Clerk.js, and then const data is loading is error use query from the 10 stack query key. And for the query key, I would simply say it as user and the follow suggestions, because this is only for the logged in users, so there is no need to track the ID of the user. And then there would be a query function. For the query function, the name of the server side function would be get follow suggestions. Again, there is no need of the ID. It will be enabled if the user is logged in, and stale time is again something like this. Let's save this, and inside the user.js define the get follow suggestions now. So at the bottom here, export const get follow suggestions. Let me just copy and paste the name so that we should not do a typo again. Copy this from here, paste it here. It would be an asynchronous function. The try catch block, inside the catch block console log the error, and at the end throw the error. Okay, I will do this function very quickly because we have already seen how we can use our logged in user information on the server side. I am using the current user hook from current user function from the Clerk.js. The next thing is I have to fetch all the users that the given user is already following. So for that one, here I have written a query like this. Inside the follow table, I am fetching all the users where the follower ID is equal to our currently logged in user ID, and then I am iterating all of such persons and just extracting out their IDs. So here I am making proper comments like extract the IDs of the user that the given user is already following. So this is the complete information, and here I am only having the IDs from this. And at the last step, now we have to make the suggestions. So for making the suggestions query, I'm querying on our user table and finding all the users where the ID of a person is not equal to our currently logged in user, because we don't want to include our current logged user inside the suggestions. And then also the users should not be in the already followed users. Okay, so the query is very simple. Here I have excluded the user itself. It should not be themselves, and then exclude user they are already following, and return the suggestions. Yeah, that's it. Go to our follow suggestions and import this section here. Now if I do a console log of our data, go to browser, and I will inspect it in the console. I would try to see if something is returned or not. Let's refresh the page. So here is the follow suggestion, but looks like we haven't imported this. So okay, the follow suggestion, it is okay. So the issue is here, it is saying the current user is not defined. Let's import it from the Clerk Next.js. Let's save this, and again inside of our follow suggestions, let's see if something could happen this time or not.
Now we have some data inside our data. So if I go to our console, here you can see this is the data about our Rahul profile, because this person is not our current profile and we have not followed this person. However, it exists on our profile, therefore it is coming up in the suggestions. Okay, cool. Now let's work on the body of these suggestions. So it will be a div with the wrapper class as the parent class, inside which it is enclosed as a box, and then container. The first thing is the title of this component, and the title is very simple, saying as follow suggestions like this. Import the typography from the undesign, format the code, and after the title here I will make the loading state. So if it is loading, I'm just copy and pasting a code here. Okay, so what it is a flexbox from the undesign, then of course this avatar is again from the undesign, and at last there is the skeleton. Let me explain this code. What's this doing? It is a flexbox in the vertical direction because the skeleton of each user should be in the vertical direction, and just for the reference, just for the example, in the skeleton I am using the 3 user box skeleton. Okay, so here I have hard coded the 3 number of users as a skeleton and fill them with the 0 so that the values should not be undefined and we can iterate over them. And then for each of them I am using a flexbox with the left side as their avatar, and on the right side here I have again made the skeleton according to their username, their profile information. Okay, I think it would be better if I can give you a visual representation of this. So I am just negating our parent condition so that even if the data is loaded, it will be showing us the skeleton. Let's save this, and yeah, here you can see here is the avatar because I have not provided any source of the avatar, so it is already looking at the skeleton, and here is the skeleton according to the user information about the username and the first name, last name. Okay, so that being said, our skeleton is done for the is loading. The next thing is we have to handle the error state. Okay, inside the error state again I am using a very simple condition of is error, which is coming up from the use query. Use query really makes our life very easier. And then use the alert from the undesign with these simple messages of something went wrong and show icon of the cross. Okay, if all go good, then we have to display the suggestions, the actual suggestions, as we have on our deployed version. You can see each suggestion is coming up in a separate user box. Okay, so for the Rahul on the deployed version I have a separate user box, so we will make a separate component for this. The condition would be something like this: if the is loading is false, and if there is no error, and also if the data length is greater than 0. In that situation I will iterate over the data. For each user I will return the user box, and for the key we can simply just give the key as index number, key as I, like this. And if that's not the case, I think it should be closed up here. Yeah, I would say if there is no loading and if there is no error, but still if the data length is 0, then it should be saying simply like no suggestions, because yeah, there is no error, there is no loading, but still data length is 0, so that clearly means that there are no suggestions left. Now we have to define the user box. We are making a lot of components in this project, but that's fine. RFCE for the user box, import it right here. Actually, what can I do? Instead of passing this simple index for the key, I can use a better thing, which is a user into ID. Okay, and then I would pass a parameter of logged in user data like this, which is equal to our current user that we have received in the parameter. And then for the data
I will pass something like this. Let me format the code. Okay, so inside the user box I have passed the key according to our user into ID, then the logged in user data according to data that we will be receiving from our it's not actually from the parameters, it's actually from the use user hook. Okay, the same user I have passed here, and for the data I am passing an object with the follower equal to our user, and then we also have to pass the type here, so the type would be equal to the follower. Let's save this inside the user box, accept all these parameters. So I'm receiving here the data type logged in user data, and yeah, that's it. Let's save this and see in the browser. This is the follow suggestions and this is the user box. Yeah, that's looking correct. And on the top, first of all, here make a state followed set followed to track the status of this button that we have here, the follow and unfollow button. Okay, actually the same component we have used here. So to track the state of this button, we are using this use state, and then import the information of our current user from the use user hook, which is inside the Clerk.js, and import the use state as well. Okay, then make a query client object from the use query client. Next we have to decide the status of our follow button. So here's the comment like this, and then import the use effect from the React. Okay, this would be dependent on the logged in user data, the data that we have received, the set followed, and the type. Okay, the first thing is I will check a condition. In the condition, if the logged in user data into following dot map, so inside, so for the map I am just returning the ID of each follower, each following, sorry, and then if it includes that we have sent, if it includes this one, then make the set followed as true, otherwise make the set followed as false. Let's save this. So actually it's very simple, it's just that the syntax is a little bit complex. Here I have checked if the following of our currently logged in user. Okay, so to get the followings I have just iterated over the following object, and then I got all the IDs of followings. Then I am checking if it includes the data into follower. Here the follower would be true, so I am checking according to follower ID that we have sent from here, the type follower. Okay, so if it is, then the set followed is true. Import it from our box component, give it a class name, give it a class name of css dot container, and yeah, here make it css as well. So inside the styles, make the user box dot module dot css like this. Import this one here, import css from at the rate styles, and then the user box like this. Okay, inside the user box, the first one would be the left side, so I'm just copy and pasting the left side here as well. So avatar typography, the structure is very easy, therefore I am just copy and pasting. This is the left side of user box. So on the left side, first we have the avatar of a user. If I go to the deployed version, then we have a good reference. Here you can see we have the avatar of the user and the username and this username and the name of person. So yeah, this is avatar, and then I have made another div with the details in which there is a typography element which is showing the first name and the last name, and then here is the username. Save this and see in the browser. Here we can see
the image of the person, and first name, last name. Okay, and then comes the complicated part, the right side. Here I will check the followed status. So if followed is false, then of course we have to make a button which should be saying follow. So button from the on design, and the typography dot text. Here for now it would be just saying something like this, follow. And in the else part, if the user is already followed, then the button should be asking to unfollow, right? So this is a button, make a flex, and in the else part, if the user is already followed, then it would be just giving us the information about the followed with the tick as it is giving on the deployed version. Here you can see if I follow this, then it is giving, again it is giving a button, but now it is having green color with an icon on the right side, sorry, the left side. So this would be a button again with the flex box from the on design, and this would be having the gap of 10 pixel with the align items center, and I'm using icon again from the Iconify. Import this from the Iconify. The name of the icon is charm tick. The other thing is typography, so typography dot text, and it would be saying followed. Okay, cool. Now give the proper parameters to our button for the styling. So type as text with the size small, and on click we will discuss the on click things on later, but for now just copy this, paste it here. Let's save this, see in the browser if it's working. Yeah, here we have the follow button, it's working. And here we have to enclose it inside a parent container, which is the div into right side, Control X, and here's the condition, yeah, right side. Okay, but again all of these things should again be inside the condition, and in this condition we will be checking if the data type ID is equal to our current user. Okay, in this scenario render nothing. So in this scenario we will be just simply returning nothing, giving it a class name of again css into right. If it is not the case, then everything is fine. Let's go to the css part. We have to cover the user box and we have to cover the follow suggestions as well. So let's start from the follow suggestions. For the follow suggestions, the wrapper would be having the border radius of 1 rem with the overflow of hidden, and then the container, the padding of 1 rem, display flex direction column, and the gap of 1.5 rem, and then we have a title under which we have a span. For that one, give the color of gray. Save this, and yeah, it is coming in the shape. Let's go to our user box, and for the user box there is a container with the box shadow. So I'm using our variable that we have made in the global css excel shadow with the border radius of 0.5 rem, padding of 1 rem, display flex, align item center, justify content space between. Then we have the left side, again display flex, align item center, gap of 1 rem. By the way, this method of nesting the different classes inside other classes, now this is supported on major browser, therefore I'm using this methodology as well. Then we have the details of left side, display flex direction of column. You should be keeping the JSX on the left side open, because I have already made this project, therefore I know all the classes names, all those things. But this is generally good practice to open the JSX on the left side and CSS on the right side, and just keep writing the CSS then. Okay, then we have the right side with the button, right? Sorry, with the button. Make the border with 1 pixel color. like this. Let's save this and see here. Yeah, it is looking very fine to me, same as we have on our deployed version, but this button should be having the border, and here it is not having any border. Let's see why it is not. Okay, so for dot button here on our first button, which is saying follow, I should give it a class name css into button, and yeah, now it is having the border, which is looking all correct. Now let's work on the mutation. Okay, so here you remember we have imported the query client, because this query client would be needed to cancel the outgoing queries and to retrieve the previous queries. So now we will use this query client. Okay, first the const mutate is pending. These two states would be needed. Use mutation. Inside the mutation there would be a mutation function with the name update follow, and on mutate here we will do something inside a function to make everything optimistic. Okay, but first focus on the mutation function, which is the update follow. Again, I will go to the user.js, and at the end I will make a new function, export const update follow, which would be an asynchronous function with some parameters, the try catch block. Inside the catch, do the same thing again and again, console log error and throw error. Okay, so from the parameters I would be destructuring the id and type. Type would be equal to the follow or unfollow, and id is the target of the user id that we want to follow or unfollow, right? So hence the const logged in user is equal to our current user. If the type is equal to follow this user, okay, if the type is we have to follow this id, then in that condition do await db dot follow table dot create data follower into connect with the id of our logged in user. Okay, so we are making a new entry here after updating the follower connect. Now we have to update the following as well. So following into connect into id. So actually what happens here, we have passed an id inside the parameters, and we are saying that the current logged in user should follow this id. So inside the follower I'm connecting our currently logged in user id, and inside the following I'm connecting up our received, our target id, right? I know this is a little bit complex, but if you revise this again and again, this will become simpler for you. Now then the else if part, and in the else if part, if the type is equal to unfollow, then we have to do something different, and this is okay. I messed up something here. What I messed up here, if the type is unfollow, then inside the follow table delete all the entries where the follower id is equal to currently logged in user id and the following is our target id. Okay, here I will do a console log user unfollowed, and similarly here I will do a console log which is the user followed. Okay, and there is no need to return anything, just save this, and inside the user box okay, here it should be logged in user into id. Okay, and let me just verify all the statements, follower id, following id, logged in user id. Okay, yeah, everything seems correct to me. Just save this, go to our user box here, import this function update follow, get the target user ID from the parameters, and from the parameters we have sent the target user ID inside the data type and then ID. The type is again of course followers and followings, the person ID, and then on this button click we have to mutate our function. Mutate the function where ID is equal to the person ID and type is equal to follow. Similarly on this button where we have to do the unfollow, the thing is very simple, just do an on click and mutate with the ID as person ID and type as unfollow. Yeah, just keep the syntax correct. Let's save this, test in the browser. Now here's the follow suggestion. If I click on this follow button, let's see if something comes up in the terminal or not. Okay, yeah, here it is saying user followed. Our function was successful. Now let's check in the database. Inside the follow table there is a new entry with the ID 1. There is a follower ID which is taking us to this one, our currently logged in user, and the following ID is the Rahul's ID. Yeah, this one. So things are working pretty well at the moment. I'm just keeping the pace a little bit faster because we have spent a lot of time, and most of the things we are doing are just the iterations of the same concepts. We have covered all the major concepts. Now we are just completing the remaining functionalities which are using the same things again and again. Okay, now we have to make it as an optimistic update. So I'm receiving the parameters here, and the first thing that we were doing in any optimistic update, that we were cancelling any outgoing refetches. So the same thing I did here. I have cancelled this query, and this query, which is related to the following, which is related to the follow concept. And then on the next step we were taking a snapshot of our previous data against the required query. So again this is a simple thing. And in the third step we were doing the optimistic update. So let's do the optimistic update together. Okay, so I would say query client into set query data. So I would say query client into set query data. Set query data. The first thing is we have to give the key of our query. Our key was this one, and in the second parameter there is a callback function where we are having our old value. And now I will make a const new data inside this one, which is a destructure old and then following. So for the following we would check the params into type. If okay, this should be params here. If the type is equal to the follow, then destructure the following and add a new following like this object, which is the required properties for making the UI. We require the following ID, follower ID, and the following data. Okay, and if that's not the case, then we have to filter out the target person like this if we are doing the unfollow. And at the end, after all these things, simply return the new data. Then after this step we should update our follow suggestions data, because if the person is included in the suggestion and then we are following it, then suggestions should also be varied. So here I am updating the follow suggestions query, where I have just simply filtered out the person which is having the same ID. And at the end here, just return the context object with the snapshotted value. Then our next state is the on error state, and as we know, this state requires the error variables and the context parameter. Again we are doing the same thing, so I'm just copy and pasting. We would make a toast message of an error, include the toast from the React hot toast. I will also do a console log of the error and set the query data with our previous value that we snapshotted before modifying the data. And at the end we are always doing the refetching of all the queries that we have modified during all this process. So yeah, all the queries that I cancelled at the start, I am just refetching them at the end after doing an optimistic update. Let's save this and now go to our browser. What if I delete both of these entries from the database inside the follow? Okay, this is the user, and yeah, this here this one. I'm just deleting this entry. Delete row 1. Yes. Now refresh this page. There should be a follow suggestion now. Yes, here is the suggestion of Rahul. If I follow him, okay, the reaction was quite quick. And now if I check in the database, yeah, here is a follow suggestion. We can also change the text of the button on the basis of the pending state. So here, instead of simply writing the follow, we can make it dependent on the is pending state like this. And similarly the other one where it is already followed like this. Let's save, and you can see our these numbers are also updating correctly now. Here it is properly saying the one following as soon as I added a following. Okay, the next step is this component is completed. I believe on the home page this should be working fine now. Okay, on the home page as well we have to import this follow suggestion. So home view, and instead of simply writing this span, here I would write the follow suggestions now, and nothing more need to do here. Moving forward, let's go to our post.jsx component here, and here in the left side we have the avatar. Let's enclose this avatar inside a link. Link is coming up from the next link, and avatar is now inside a link. Pass href, and then for its href, here it would be saying like the profile and data into author into id, not the username. And we also need to pass the person name. So for the person is equal to again data into author into first name like this. Let's save this, go to our browser, do a simple refresh. Okay, here's a problem inside the user box which is saying use effect. I think what we have missed here, inside the user box this should be a client side component. So use client. Now this error should be gone. Okay, again there is an issue. This time it is inside the follow suggestion. So here inside the follow suggestion we have to make it a client side component again. So use client, save this and see now. Okay, this is looking fine. Here is I think I should move to the Rahul's account, and I would click on the Zain's profile. Okay, so here if I click, you can see this follow suggestions is according to my account that I should follow this, and this information is according to the Zain's account, that the user that the Zain has 0 followers and 1 followings. Now if I follow the Zain, so of course this one following is Rahul, okay, which is the logged in user. And now if I follow the Zain, so Actually, I should follow this from here, and this number should be updated. This number is updated now. It took I almost 3 to 4 seconds just to verify all the fetches, and here you can see now it is having 1 followers and 1 followings. There is one more thing that we have to do. If the profile is not related to current logged in user, then there should be a follow button as well if we have not followed the person. So inside the profile body on the top of it, here I would check if it is not the current user, then make a follow button here, and for the follow button pass the id of user as user id, make this button. So in this file, follow button.jsx rafce, receive this id here. Let me confirm, yes, I am passing it as id. Import this component. In the follow button, maximum things are same that we have used in the user box for following and unfollowing a user. It's just we have abstracted some logic from there, and then we are using inside the follow button. So again, I will be making it quickly. Use state from the React, use user from the Clerk.js, and use query client from the React query. Okay, and then after this we have to make the use query hook. The use query hook would be from the React query, and the query key would be the current user ID that we have destructured from the use user, and enable status would be dependent on the logged in user and the stale time of 20 minutes, and we have already defined this function, so just import it from the server actions get followers and all followings info. Okay, then inside a use effect we have to decide about the status of our follow button. We have already done this thing in the user box, so therefore again I am doing it quickly. If the followings include the id of the specific person, then set followed is true, otherwise it's false. Okay, after this we have to make the states of the loading and the error. So if loading, then make a skeleton active true size large with 100%, and if there is an error, then show the undesign error. Okay, finally make the body of our button. So for the body, make it button, import this button from, and inside this button now pass the parameters of its styling. So the type is primary button. Let me remove this. The type is primary button. Disabled would be depending on the spending stat that will be coming up from the use mutation hook, and style as the background with some gradient. Okay, so here it is loading. Finally, inside the button, I will be making the body of this button like this, the typography from the undesign again. The class name is subtitle to color white, and if it is followed, then it would be saying to unfollow, otherwise follow this. Let's save this and see in the browser. We are on here we are on our own profile. So yeah, here there should be the button of the follow. Let's wait for the complete loading here. Yes, because we have already followed this user, therefore it is saying unfollow at the moment. Now to follow and unfollow from this button, we have to define the use mutation. So const mutate is pending use mutation. The query function we will be using the same function update follow, and then on mutate. In on mutate, all the things that we did in the user box, we are actually doing all the things again here. So first of all, set followed as unfollowed so that it will be reflected very quickly, and then we have to cancel any outgoing refetches. So to cancel all the outgoing refetches, first I will cancel all the profile user fetches, and then the current user fetches, means the target user and the profile user all fetches. After this, we have to take the snapshot of our previous query data. So this is the snapshot of our current user, and similarly we have to take the snapshot of our target user. So for the target user, here again repeat this statement, just the ID of the person is changed, and after this set the query client data for both of the users, the target user and the logged in user. Set query data. The first query would be having the query key according to our logged in user, and in the second parameter it is a callback function, so the old state of our query data. Then return an object, destructure the old data, and inside the following, if the type is equal to follow, then in that case destructure the old into following and add a following ID of the target user like this. And if it is not the case, then that's mean we are unfollowing the person, and simply we have to filter out that person from the following IDs. So here the following dot filter based on the target user. Let's save this. Similar case we have to do for the target. This query data is modified for our logged in user. Yeah, so here I made a mistake. This should be for the logged in user, current user into ID. And now the same thing we have to do for our target user, because we have to add the number of followers. We have to increment the number of followers of our target user. And again, there is a mistake that I did. It should not be a snapshot data. It is just simply set query data. Set query data like this. Let's copy and paste this for the target user. In the target user, if the type was follow, then I have just simply incremented a new user. For the current user, I have incremented the following ID, and for the target user, I have incremented the follower ID, and the same things we are doing again. In the return, we will return the previous values of both type of the users, and yeah, this was the mistake. Like this, because actually what happened here, I took the snapshot of the current user, but we haven't take the snapshot of the target user. So for the target user, this is of the snapshot of the profile user. Okay, so now we have the snapshot of both types of user. Now the next state is on error. What should be happen on the error? So here's the error, the variables and the context. First thing, the set followed should be the negation of the followed, because the state should already be changed here, and then we are again negating if it is an error. Now we just have to reset the query data of both type of the user. So for the current user, we have returned the snapshot of the current user, and for the followed user, we have returned the snapshot of this one. Okay, after doing all this, we have to show the toast messages. So the toast messages like this. Let's import the toast from the React hot toast. Let's save this, and at the end, when all of the things are done, then the onSettled is executed, and onSettled I am refetching for both of types of the user. Let's save this and see in the browser. This is the same user which is logged in, so button would not be rendered here. But here, if I refresh this, as you can see, this is already followed, so I am doing an unfollow. On clicking this, let's see in the terminal, nothing is happened yet. Let's see if I have. Okay, I haven't made the mutate state on the button. So first of all, let's uncomment this disabled. Now we already having the is pending proper state, and after this one there is an on click state, for which we're doing the mutate, sending the ID, the type as if it is followed, then we are sending the unfollow, and this is the alternative case. Okay, so based on the type of follow status, we are sending the unfollow and follow, and here we are sending the ID as the target user, the profile user. Okay, let's save this. Now try again here. Okay, now if I click on this unfollow, something went wrong. Let's see what happened wrong. So inside the user JS actions, update follow the params, and the unfollow should be there. The unfollow UN affordable followed. Okay, the issue is here by a mistake I wrote the query function, however it should be the mutation function. Now let's save this and try again. Go to the desktop version, unfollow, and yes, it has changed the state. Let's see in the terminal. Yes, it is saying user unfollowed. And now if I try to, yeah, the follow suggestions has also been changed, and now if I try to follow again, the followers has increased, and inside the terminal it is saying user followed. So yeah, this functionality is working pretty fine now. We can move on to the next feature, but let's see its behavior on the mobile device, how our page is behaving on the mobile device. Okay, there is definitely some issues with the tabs, but apart from the tabs, all the other things are looking pretty well. Let's see what we can do for the tabs now. Open the profile head in left side. This is the profile head.jsx. So this is the structure of our footer that we have to make optimized for the mobile screen, and the profile head CSS here. Okay, if I see the deployed version, you can see it is well organized. The font size is looking little, font size is alright, but the image is looking a little bit smaller here, and all things are in the column direction with the gap between the tabs and the user name info. But here we have to fix all this. So at the end, make a media query of 670 pixels, and on the 670 pixels, first of all, the footer would have the flex direction of column, because you can see in the footer we have all of these things: align items center and margin top minus 5 rem. Let's check it. Okay, it is looking a little bit weird. Let's fix the other thing. Gap 0 rem, the padding left of 1 rem and padding right of 1 rem. Let's check it in the browser. Okay, the next thing we have to target the profile, flex direction of column with the align item center and margin top of minus 5 rem, so it will be moved a little bit down on screen. Okay, and then the profile info, align item center, the right side where we have the tabs, the margin 0, width 100%, and then we have finally tabs for which the position would be relative this time, and margin auto. So margin auto, format the code, and yeah, the things are looking pretty much aligned now. So I think mobile view is also completed here. Like we have, yeah, everything is looking well. The next thing we have to work on these followers and followings tab details. Let's make the separate views for them now. Let's go to the profile view file, profile view.jsx, and here to make the two different bodies of followers and following, I will use the same component that will be showing the dynamic data on the basis of props. Okay, so first let's cover the type of followers. So if the selected tab is 2, then I will be returning a component which is having name follow persons body. The type would be followers, and user ID, we can just simply set it as ID. Now make a new file in the components. The file would be follow persons body .jsxrfce. Import this component here, and it is accepting only two parameters, the type and the ID of the person for which we want to see the information of. Now on the top, first accept the ID and type. Now we have to query the data. So to query the data, Here I would destructure the data as user data, then is loading as user data loading, and then is error as user data error. Of course, it is coming from the use query, import the use query. And then we would be having a query function. We have already made the query function. I'm just reusing the function again. The name of the function is get all followers and following info, and we have to pass an ID here. Import this function as well, and we should also specify the query key. So the query key would be user ID and follow info. Okay, then the next thing is in which case it should be enabled. If we have the ID and then the 20 minutes tail time, again 20 minutes tail time, like this, format the code. Okay, then we have to manage the loading and the error state. So for the loading, I'm simply copy pasting this scenario. If the user data loading is true, then I'm returning a skeleton of the button with the width 100% and height 3.5 rem. And if there is an error, then we will be showing an alert message. So for that one, if the user data error is true, then show this alert message with the message of error while fetching the data. Simple. In this page, first make the container. Of course, we have to make the CSS of this as well. So I will go into the styles, and in the styles make a new file with the name follow persons body dot module dot css. Okay, import the css here. Import css from @styles follow persons body module. Okay, inside the container, the first thing would be the head, where we will display the title of this page. So for the title, use typography from Andy with the class name of typo h5, and the title would be, of course, the type that we have sent from our profile view followers. Let's come to the second part, which I will make under a condition, because there is a possibility then that the followers or followings could be 0. So if the user data into length is having the length of 0, then simply return an alert message. The alert message would be no followers or no followings, and if that's not the case, then we will render something inside a div. Okay, so let's format the code again and revise this. If the user data type length is 0, means if the followers or followings are 0 in number, then simply make a message, and otherwise make a div. So div css into body. Inside the body, I will iterate over the user data type map person, and then we have to reuse our component of user box. But there is a problem. If you remember the parameters of user box, let me import this. Okay, it is imported here. Okay, the first thing would be the key of index. We can have the key here, or we can also give key as the person ID. So to give the, we can make a condition like this. If the type is followers, then it's a follower ID. If the type is following, then it's a following ID of the person. Okay, then the type. Let's revise the parameters of the user box. So user box receive the data. This data would be the data of target person, the person which profile is opened, and then type, either you want to see followers or following, and the logged in user data means our current user data. So in our current state, we have the type available, we have the target user data available here, but we are not having the current user data. But we know we can very easily extract out the logged in user data through the Clerk.js hook. So I will do the same thing. Let's complete the other parameters first. The data would be equal to the person, and on the top here, const user would be equal to current user use user from the Clerk.js. And now in the current user, of course, only the authentication related things are there, but we are not having the proper all info. So to extract out all the proper info, I'll make another query here, and for that query I'm destructuring the results as current user data. This was the query key, and get all followers and followings. I have used this. Did you mean? Okay, let me just fix the name here. Followers and followings info enabled if the current user is available, and stale time of again 20 minutes. And now here I can pass the logged in user data as current user data. Problem solved. Let's save this. See in the browser. If I go to the followers, you can see I am able to see Rahul as my follower. Let me switch to the full screen now. Yes, you can see Rahul is available as my followers, and in the followings I have no one. What I will do from the Rahul's account, I will follow the Zain, and then let's see what's happening. So you can see Rahul is available within my followers, and my profile is also working well, but we are getting nothing inside the follow because we have not completed that part. Let's complete the CSS of this one first. The container target the most parent div container, margin top 2 rem, display flex direction of column to make the title and the body of this tab in the column direction. Then the gap would be 2 rem. Then I'm targeting the head, which would be having the text transform as capitalized, and inside the head I have title. The font weight of title would be bold. Okay, then after the inside the container, actually we have the body, for which display would be grid, and grid template columns would be in a repeat direction of 1 frame. Okay, so what does this mean? This means in each row we would be having the 3 user boxes, and the gap between these boxes would be 1 rem. Okay, then there is a media query of 1000 pixels. When it reaches the 1000 pixel, then we would be having the 2 user box in each row, and after this we have a media query of 700 pixels as well. So on the 700 pixel we will be having the 1 user box in each row. So let's save this and see here. Okay, this is looking very great. See the mobile view now. Yes, it is looking great on the mobile view. Actually it would look great on all kind of devices. Yeah, you can see it is completely responsive now. Now there is a very simple thing that we have to do for making the followings tab. I just have to add the condition of selected tab 3. So I'm just copying this, pasting this here, selected tab 3. The same component would be repeated, but the type would be this time is following. Let's save this, format the code, and see here. You can see I have 1 follower and 1 following, and the same person is in the followers and the same person is in following. What happens if I do it as an unfollow? Now there is no person in the followings, and it still exists in the followers, means both components are working correct and independently. And yeah, you can see this is updated here as well, and it comes in now the friend suggestions. Why this is coming in friend suggestions? Because this person has followed me. You can see in the followers this appears, but I have not followed him, therefore it has started giving the suggestions. This is really great. So now if I follow, no suggestions, followers and followings both are updated. Now moving forward, we have to make some changes while fetching the post on the main dashboard page. You remember here on the home page, what's happening at the moment? We are fetching the posts of all the members that are available on the platform, right? Now for better testing, just make another user on the social hub. So I'm gonna sign in with another account, Just simply continue with Google, choose the account, continue, set the username, so ZAINR. Okay, so this person is logged in, and you can see for this person again we are seeing the post from all the other persons without any relevancy. We have not followed them, they are not following us, but still we are seeing the post from all the persons, which should not be the case. In Supabase, is this person correctly inserted in our database or not? So Social Hope, YouTube, and in the table editor inside the users, there should be 3 entries, and yes, there is 3 entries. The person is onboarded successfully. Let's make a post from this person now. So inside the documents, let me take a beautiful image. I'm enjoying Maldives, hashtag ZAINKEEPSCODE, and hashtag Next.js. Let's post this. Okay, so the post is created successfully, that this post would become available to all the users on our app. If I switch to Rahul and refresh the page here you can see I can see the post of this person. However, it is not in my followers or following. I am just seeing the follow suggestion for this one. Actually, the image is not viewable. I think the problem happened there. I checked the image, and by mistake I uploaded the web file of the image, which has the extension of WebP. So we have not supported that format here. Only JPEG and PNGs, SVGs would be supported here. By the way, the point of concern is here I am seeing the post of a non-relevant person, and it is common on all the accounts, on the Zain Ahmad, on this new account, and on Rahul. Okay, so that's mean we have to change the behavior of feeds, right? So I will go to my code, and I will go to the post component, post.jsx. We have used the function of get my feed post. Now we have to modify this function, so I will go to its definition. Here we have the get my feed post. Now first of all, fetch the ID of our currently logged in user. So ID await current user, and then fetch the followers and followings info. So this is again very simple. I have used the get all followers and followings that we have defined it the user.js. So this is imported. Now I have to collect the IDs of all the followers and followings. So again, this is very simple. I have only used the map, and I got the following IDs and the follower IDs. Okay, now what should I do? I should combine the list and include our own ID. So I will do something like this. What happened here? I have combined the list, and I have included our own ID. These following IDs, followers IDs are now combined in this array, and at the end I have attached my own ID. Then I made it in a set so that every entry should be a unique entry, and here I am seeing it as the user IDs. Okay, here is the take, and after this I will add a where query here. So where the author into ID into user IDs. Okay, so that's mean if the author of the post is included in this array, which is array actually the combination of followers and followings, only that post should be the part of our feed. So here we have used the include. After this, add a new parameter of where. So for the where, it will use this query. All the other things can remain same. Just here on the top of take, I will again include the where, and that's it. Yeah, let's save this. Go to the browser. Now on the refresh, this post should not be the part of our feed. Let's refresh the page, and here you can see that post is no more here. And if I make a post from the Rahul's account, this is my first post here. Okay, attach an image with this one. This time I really want to take a valid image, so I hope, yeah, this one is the PNG. Let's post this. the image is posted successfully. It is appeared here and looking very well. Now on this account, which is Zain Ahmed, this should be having this post, because the person is included in our profile. We have followed him, yeah, and it's also in our following. So this should be appeared. Yeah, you can see the post is appearing from Rahul, but not from this account, because this is not relevant to us. And if I follow this person, and now if I refresh, you can see I am able to see the post from both the persons. Now here is another problem. Let's suppose I go to the Rahul's profile. Here we are using the same component of the feed, so the expected outcome should be that we should be seeing only the Rahul's post here, but we are seeing the posts of all the persons which are relevant to us. In short, we are seeing our feed here instead of seeing the posts of Rahul. So how to modify this? Inside the post.jsx, I will call my backend function conditionally. So go to the next line. Here at the condition, if id is equal to all means we are on the dashboard page. In that case, use this function. Otherwise, I will make a new function get post, like, and it will receive the page param and the id of the person. Okay, because you can see by default the post is having the value of all. And if I go to the references, we have used this component in two files: the home view, where we have not passed anything, so that's mean the id is all, and in the profile body where we have passed the user id. All right, so if it is having a user id, then we are passing that user id. Here I made some typo. It should be page params, and this would be a separate function of get post, like this. Save this, go to the post.js, and on the top of it I would make a new function export const get post. That would be an asynchronous function. It will be receiving the last cursor and the id. Okay, this function is very interesting because it is simply the copy and paste of our get my feed post function. Here at the end we have thrown new error, failed to fetch the post. Now inside the try block, the first thing is take parameter of 5 and where. If the id is not all, then we will be fetching the post of only the author where id is equal to our past id. Otherwise we will fetch the post of all persons, but for this scenario we have already defined another function get my post, so this would never be a case. Okay, now to fetch the now to write the query, I will go to this function. Here I have written the query. I will just copy this. I will go here, paste this, remove the where class, and I think where class is all good and everything is just same. Now add the condition of if post length is 0. So again I am doing the same thing. If the post length is 0, then data should be null and the cursor is again null. And if you remember what we did last time here, all these things, just actually what I will do, I am just copy and pasting all of this. So yeah, here last post and result, same thing, nothing new, same where class we have to use here, and that's it. Now if I go to my profile, I should see only the posts that are done by Rahul, means the logged in user. It is saying something went wrong. Let's see what happened wrong here. In the throw there is no console log. If I go to the post component, get post, we have not imported this, so import this. Now try again. It is loading again. Let's see. If I refresh the page, here you can see I am able to see the post of Rahul's account, which is the logged in user, and that's it.
Now switch to this account, go to my profile, and there should also be only one post. Yes, here is also only one post. And if I switch to this third account, I would go to my profile, and here I am able to see all of my posts. And on the home, I am able to see my all feed, and I can switch to ID of any person like this one. I can unfollow, follow, I can see his posts, I can see his followers, followings, everything all right. There is one more thing that we missed while making the comments section. If we go to the deployed version and go to the home to view the post, let's scroll down to see a post where multiple comments are available. Yeah. When I am expanding the comments, there is a kind of smooth animation while closing and opening the comments, right? However, on our current version, when I am opening the comments, let's see a file with multiple comments. Yeah, I think I should see here. Yeah, here you can see when I am closing or opening, there is no smooth animation. So for applying that animation, we have to install a package. Go to your terminal. I am making a new terminal here. npmi @formkit auto animate version 0.8.1. Install this. Okay, this is installed. Now go to the comment section file. So comment section.jsx. Here on the top, we have to make a parent, which would be coming from the use auto animate hook. Okay, we have to use we have to import this hook from the auto animate library like this. Now there would be a use effect. So use effect from the React, and if the state is expanded, of course we only want to use this effect if it's expanded. Then the first thing is scroll to bottom of parent. So animate scroll. This will add the animation on scrolling. We have to import the animate scroll from the React scroll library. So let's install the React scroll as well. npmi React scroll version 1.9.0. Install this, and for the time it is installing, we can work on animate scroll to bottom. We have to give the container ID. The container ID would be something like comments container smooth as true and duration of 300 ms. Let's save this. Now there is a reference of parent, and we have to give the ID of comments container. So go to the comments section. Here we have made the parent comments. For this flex box, I would give it a reference of parent and the ID of comments container that we have mentioned here. Let's save this. Go to our version, and now if I expand this, you can see the same beautiful effect here, right? And at this moment, we have covered almost everything. First, we covered this sidebar, then this post generator, then our feed, the trending section. We covered our profile page. We covered the followings logic with the follow suggestions. And we have also made each and everything responsive for the mobile view. You can see it is properly responsive on all screen. And the very important feature that we made is the light and dark mode. You can see our app is looking very aesthetic in the dark mode as well. The last thing that is remaining now is the deployment. So for the deployment, we will be using the Vercel platform. If you don't have an account on Vercel, then just simply do a sign up. It's very easy. Let me go to my Vercel account, vercel.com. So this is my Vercel account, and I have deployed a lot of apps here. So before deployment, you should push all the things on the GitHub. Okay, so let me push this. Completed. Cool. Commit this. I'm on the master branch. Just sync the changes, and I will prefer that you should sign up on the Vercel with your GitHub account. Otherwise, you would have to do an extra setup of connecting your GitHub with the Vercel. So now here I would add a new project. The project name is social. I think it is coming as the top result already. Yeah, this one, Social Hope YouTube. Import this. The project name is alright, Social Hope YouTube. The root directory is also alright because it has already selected the framework preset as the Next.js. Yes, we have to add the environment variable. So we will go to our .env file and .env local as well. So just copy these two and here paste both of them. You can see it has auto imported, and then I will go to my .env.local, copy all of these things, go to the Vercel, paste all of these things again, and I think Webhook secret is alright. Clerk secret key, I'm just verifying the things. 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 3 4 5 6 7 9. Okay, deploy this, and I'm hoping everything should go right. So after 1 minute and 13 seconds, I have faced an error here, and the error is most probably coming from the Prisma, because in the build command I have not specified the Prisma, so I have to override this build command, and the next new command would be npx Prisma generate first and then next build. Let's save and deploy again. Okay, finally the deployment is completed, and you can see the preview of our application here. If I go to this link, so Vercel has assigned us this URL. Here the first thing I will do, I will delete all of my previous users. So I have deleted the other users. This is the only remaining user. Delete this one as well. Now go to the webhook, and we will not be deleting this because when we're going to enhance this project, then we can reuse this on the development environment. But for now, just disable this. Here you can see a tag has appeared of disabled. Add a new endpoint, which is our new URL of the app, and now give a proper path to handle the request, which is the Clerk API. Give it the proper permissions. So the permissions would be related to the user, and I think email. Okay, just create this. So this is Clerk API. Let's see the other URL. Okay, this should be the API into Clerk. So edit this and say it as API into Clerk. Save this. Now this should be correct. Yes, this is looking correct to me. Okay, so this is our new URL of the deployment. I think before doing a sign up, I would go to my Supabase. Inside the users, I will delete all the users. So delete 3 rows. It should delete the posts as well. Okay, the posts are deleted. The trends should also be deleted. Yes, because we applied the cascade in the Prisma. Follow would be deleted. Yes, and the comments, they are also gone now. So everything would be fresh now. Go to link, continue with Google. Do a sign in, give the name, continue. Here we are logged in. Go to the Clerk.js, refresh this, and this is field, user.created field. Okay, and the user.created, but we can debug in our Vercel dashboard.
we can debug the logs. So here we have the logs. API clerk error while verifying the webhook, no matching. Okay, there is an error while verifying the webhook. Of course, it will give the webhook verification error because with each new endpoint in the clerk, it will give us a new webhook token. So this is the signing secret. Just copy this, go to the Vercel again. So this is my Vercel. In the settings, go to the environment variables, and this is the webhook secret. So just edit this, paste a new secret here, save this, and in the deployments, redeploy our application. So redeploy, yes. So the second deployment is completed. Let's test this now. Before testing, I would verify my Supabase. Let's delete the things. Okay, if I have received something here, okay, anyhow, just delete everything and test from the beginning now. Inside the users, delete the user. Now, yes, I have been logged out. Continue with Google. Give it a username of Zain. Now see the endpoint in the webhook. This is our endpoint, and yes, the user created was successful. So that our Supabase is having the proper information of the account. We can try by signing in from the other accounts as well. Just copy the link of this one, paste it here, continue with Google, sign in as MSRR. This is also live now, and you can see our feed is empty because no one has posted nothing. So let's try by posting a beautiful image. The image, yeah, this one is PNG file. What are seen here? Hashtag ZAINKEEPSCODE. Post this. As a result, we should see a trend and post should be displayed here. Yes, I am able to see the post, but because the dimensions of the image were a little bit weird, therefore it is not looking very great here. I can try something different. This is not a issue. Let's try this again. I'm in Maldives. Hashtag ZAINKEEPSCODE. Hashtag Next.js. Post this. Do a refresh of this page. We can see the popular trends here, and the post is coming fine. Let's try by liking it. So everything is completed till this point. We have completed the development of this application and we have completed the deployment as well. And if you have followed this tutorial till this point, then I hope you have learned a lot of things new. If you want me to do such long projects, then hit the subscribe button, like the video and share this with your friends. You can also support the ZAINKEEPSCODE on Patreon. Let's see you in a next video. Till then, goodbye.